Last day of qualifying and still the big game to start the day. Two teams in contention. Also, top three will make it through to the semi-finals. 5 games to sort that out. I'm Mr. Maximo, day 11 on the way. This is the European Cricket Series Austria, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning and hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company as we get ready for another big day of European cricket. Day number 11. We have the final 5 matches of the round robin stage of this competition. We start the journey with 11 teams here in Austria. Only 5 will make it through to finals Friday tomorrow. And don't forget also, we have a weekend of internationals, both women's and men's internationals. The Austrian men playing Sweden. The Austrian women will be playing Spain. That should be fun as well. But right now, the task at hand is to get going with match number 51. Now, these two teams are kind of on the bubble at the moment. I can only really see room for one of them in the final 5. Shri Punjab Vienna taking on the boys from GCA, the Graz Cricket Academy. Let's get ready for the coin toss. Tyrone Peter's back after a day off. He's got the coin. He's got the 2 teams. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Graz the call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Oh, that is a head.
Head.
Well, come back. It's a head.
So we will bat first.
They're going to bat first.
Runs a tight ship. Tyrone Peters. There's no chance that Yogesh was going to get away from Graz Cricket Academy. Has won the toss. Decides that he wants to have a bat first. Morning, everyone, from the central commentary position. There's a great aerial view of this Saban cricket ground. This is a bit of a crunch match, actually, to start the day. Remember, it's a final 5 format, and well, these two teams, well, have a look where they are on the ladder in a moment. Let's have a look back to yesterday, though, on day 10, match 46. We saw Indian CC Vienna doing the business over Vienna Danube with Chima. Mao Chima for Indian CC Vienna, captain keeper, 66 not out, leading the way. And a good tight bowling performance, I think, from Indian CC Vienna, set up that win. Danube at that stage 0-9, not looking great for them. How about this from Salzburg, though? 225 they scored without losing a wicket in match 47. 10th highest score, or 10th highest 150, or 10th 150 ever, is what I'm trying to say, from Imran Asif in their first ever ECN century. Shri Punjab bravely scored 163, but they weren't able to get anywhere near it. Harmeet Singh with a fighting 81 not out in response, but that wasn't a great one for the bowlers. Yeah, 225, 10th highest score of all time. Indian CC Vienna then kind of folded with the bat in match 48 against Salzburg, who continued their run with an easy win. In fact, they took all the points in that one, just taking 5.1 overs to chase the target of 93. You saw there that Ranjit Singh and Aqib Iqbal given a chance to open the batting. Once again, they didn't lose a wicket, so yeah, Guraya and Imran Asif given a bit of a breather on that particular occasion. That's 49. This is kind of a battle of the cellar dwellers, playing to avoid the wooden spoon, and Vienna Danube, well, finally, they were able to register their first win in their last game, holding Lords to 124 despite 58 from Kumajar. When he departed, it kind of fell apart a little bit. Danube, thanks to Haidari and Dostil, their partnership saw them over the line with an over to spare. And Danube did finish with a win. It broke a 16-match losing streak, which dated back to the 27th of April 2021. It's a long time between drinks in the ECS. Then Vienna CC joined the 200 club. Mark Simpson-Parker, his first ECN century. Well, he is made in Austria, and he certainly was very excited to bring up his first ECN ton in his 72nd match. He spent some nervous time in the 90s as well. Gustavac was a great counterpuncher, I thought, for Lords, but it wasn't enough for them to get any points in the end. Sahil Bharti was 70 and Gustavac himself with 21 in the second innings after his 3 wickets. Junaid Saeed closed things out because in the end, the Lords team were 6 runs short of getting a point in that game. So this is how things look, and you can see that we start the day with the battle between 6 and 7, Graz Cricket Academy and Sherry Punjab Vienna, and they obviously have games in hand. GCA will play twice, Sherry Punjab will play 3 times today. Indian C Vienna are in 5th, but I just don't see them holding on to that, and I think whoever wins this game will be in prime position to qualify for finals tomorrow. So for this game, obviously, the coin toss, you saw it there, it was won by GCA. And they have elected to have a bat. Have a look at their team. Hamid Safi's been outstanding for them. I think Samagul Mesan offers a lot in their team as well. Maybe hasn't quite had the standout tournament you would have hoped. Nacho Safi will do the keeping. Vikram Chowdhury comes in for the first time for GCA for Sherry Punjab. I mean, watch out for Hamid Singh there, their captain. Mirza Hassan comes into the side for the first time. Well, he's a big in. He's a really big in more ways than one. So, yeah, I think he could be a bit of a game changer as well. Ashdeep comes in as well as Shoaib Anwar and Zabihullah Nasiri for Sherry Punjab. 4-3 record versus Grants Cricket Academy 5-3. And don't forget, Grants Cricket Academy had a big win, that golden ball win on Sunday afternoon in match 33 against Lords. That's probably the reason they're still in the hunt for this final 5. Morning to everyone in the chat as well. Slowly but surely turning everything on. Rico's off today. Hope he enjoys his day off. I'm not sure he'll have a few tails when he comes back tomorrow. Sherry Punjab are listed 54% favourites, but not much in it, as you'd imagine, between 2 teams that are pretty close together on the ladder. But yeah, if you'd like to jump into the live chat, I'm just logging in now. Got to say, big thank you to everyone here who put on a barbecue for us last night, actually. There's plenty to celebrate. Always great to be back here in Austria, and it's a beautiful place to celebrate. And I wonder which one of these teams have bitten off more than they can chew in this first game. I feel like it makes a huge difference to your prospects if you can get the win here, and also every point will matter, I think, for these teams that are on the bubble today. Later on the day, we'll see Cricketers CC, we'll see Salzburg, and they're teams that I think are pushing for the top 3. Maybe if you finish in the top 3, you're straight through to the semi-finals. If you finish 4th or 5th, you will play a sudden death eliminator this time tomorrow. So almost ready to get going in the first game of the day. I want to say hello to Martin Cleaves. I know that he's got a spanner now, and so does Holly Tomo. And, of course, Rob Thompson as well there in New Zealand. Hello to Ivan. Hello to everyone else that said hello. Christopher Warden there, I see. And yeah, I saw some chat about some of the hijinks in the Australia-Scotland game. Actually, I was watching some of the highlights of that last night. Hello, John Heeson, by the way. And this Mark Watt and his long balls. I'm not trying to be uncouth. Just he likes to bowl from far back as a surprise tactic. So maybe I'll get your thoughts before I share mine on that. Australia absolutely pounding Scotland last night. I think they thought it was a T10. It took less than 10 overs to chase down what was a pretty normal looking target. But yeah, bowling from behind the line. From a long way behind the line as a surprise tactic. How do you feel about that? All right, shake, rattle and roll. Hassan Sadiq to get us going on day 11. And, well, that's getting your eye in ECN style. Whack through the leg side. There's 2 outfielders on the leg side. Makes no difference. That's 4. Well, no. Easy, Derek. I don't know what's going on there. It's not a great sign. Well, tell you one. Derek making an unscheduled appearance there. But I was going to say, yeah, they won't be wanting to see too many golden ducks. Hamid Safi, well, he's off the duck now, at least, with 4 runs to his name. Next one sprays a little bit wider. We'll say the wind has picked up in the last few minutes, only the last few minutes, and it's quite blustery. We have seen the ball swing around quite a lot here at the Sabine Cricket Ground. 23 degrees for the first ball of the day, heading for a maximum of 31, but I actually think it's quite pleasant conditions here. Having said that, I'm in the comfort of the cube. Swing and a miss. No, it's not going to be a wide. About querying it, but you've got to remember the ball's got to be completely outside the wide line when it passes the crease, and this one definitely wasn't. If anything, it's got a bit of the line. It's mostly inside at that point where it passes, the judgment point. Big swing. And, well, they're positive about this. And, in fact, Safi walks, tries to put this one into the sunflowers. It's not a very safe shot, I think, against the outswinger, trying to horn it away to the leg side. Didn't have to wait too long for the wicket. Well, maybe Derek knew something and I didn't, because it will be the first wicket of the day. It'll be 4 for 1. Trying to fetch it from outside the off stump. You certainly can't accuse Ahmed Safi of not being aggressive enough. It's a simple catch behind the stumps for Arslan Arif. In fact, with the extra, it's 5 for 1. Halfway through the first over of the day. It wasn't a Derek, but not too far off. Let's have a look at it again. It's not a shot that'll win too many beauty contests, but if he did it, I think it would have been new balls, please. You can see Hassan Sadiq thrilled with the outcome. Swing and a miss. This time. Mansour Safi comes out at 3. And Akshay Varg is out there as well for GCA. Hasn't faced a ball yet. And Mirza Ahsan, seen wearing number 104 in the field for Shirti Punjab. I've seen playing a lot of cricket with the Austrian Cricket Tigers and the Austrian national team. He's a huge player here. Another wild swing. GCA taking a bit of time to knock the rust off. Haven't seen him for a little while. End of the first over, 5 for 1. Looking at the Maximo rate here after 50 games, 12 Maximos per 10 overs. That's quite a lot. In fact, have a look. Everyone but Lords is going it better than 1 Maximo and over. And that's probably one reason that you see Lords at the bottom of the ladder as well. It's actually a pretty good reflection of where teams are on the ladder. Probably the exception there is Donnerstadt, who I would have thought would be a lot higher on that list. Well, I think within a couple of overs, we'll hit 14,000 runs, 146 runs per 10 overs. And yeah, probably going to hit 1,000 fours today as well. Probably also 500 wickets. Been a lot of entertainment here in Austria through the first 50 matches. 9 matches left in this series. Wow, it's a big bender, isn't it? Oh, it's a misfield. Oh, Shoaib Anwar probably over-attacked that, maybe looking for a catch. But just have a look at this ball swing. Bottom of the bat job. And then gets done by the side spin, or the side wobble. Akshay gets off the mark with 4. He's completely losing his run. You can see the wind, actually, at the moment. We haven't had a very windy tour. I know I talked it up a lot, but it hasn't been too windy this time around, but signs of it at the moment. It's very open space. The bowler, again, good outswing. They turned down the run. This is a strong start for Shirti Punjab. Hello to Peter, who's a bit confused and amazed at the batter walked there, but that's good sportsmanship from Hamid Safi. Knew he touched it. Smart for Varg to get out the way of this and take the wide. I still think there's place in the game for that. I think particularly when games are self-umpired, I think that's when it's very important, to be honest. Not saying it's not important all the time, but there is I can also understand when there's appointed umpires, they're kind of paid to do a job, and thick edge, that'll fly away for 4. Pretty good bowling by Nasiri. He's really getting this ball to go with the wind. The wind is left to right on your screen. It's suiting his swing, his natural swing. Yeah, so when you have neutral umpires, appointed umpires, then I don't mind a batter holding their ground and waiting for the umpire's decision. They're within their rights to do that. But I think a lot of cricket these days is I suppose, self-umpired. So maybe you've got someone from the batting team or someone that's affiliated with the club to umpire. In those situations, I really encourage everyone to, if you know you've touched it, just to walk. Don't put your teammate in that kind of position. 2 boundaries in the over. Gets hit straight down the ground. And that is into the cornfields. Maximo! GCA fight back here in the second. It's a pretty good shot. I think he's kind of neutralising the swing by going out and meeting it. And the one thing I would say about the swing that Nasiri is getting, it is kind of swinging from the hand. So you can kind of predict the path. Very different if it goes late. Full toss, not really in control of this, but good enough. Maximo! That's a bit of a one-hand job from Varg, but still gets the journey with the win. Checking the height on this. I feel it's okay, but let's have a look. He's out of his crease. That'll be okay, I think, coming down if it was at the crease. That is fair enough to check that. Tyrone Peters back in business today. Magical over for GCA after a very tough first over. Mark's been a difference maker. Last ball the second. Hit hard, and this will find the gap. That'll be 4. So 25 coming off that over. The game changes. This is ECN cricket. At the end of 2 overs, Graz Cricket Academy 30 for 1. Good morning to crew. Nice to see you in the chat. Yeah, it's just me today. Rico's off, so you'll have to keep me company. I'm sure you'll be great company. Had some awesome chats actually since I got here a couple of days ago. There's the table. You can see why it's such a big day for these 2 teams. If Salzburg completely lost the plot, I mean, they're not necessarily safe either. I think the way they're playing, imagine that they're pretty sure bet in the top 5, which means that only one of these 2 is going to get past Indian CC Vienna, you'd imagine. Interesting, they're going back to Hassan Sadiq. I like this move. I think he bowled a good tight first over. Things got out of hand in the second. Pretty well fielded at cover. They will get a single. That's Belgian to sing into the side for Sherry Punjab. Varg, first time he's actually faced up to Sadiq. Good spot by Rob. Saw that orange digger in the background. There it is right now in that shot. And people asking what it's doing. I don't know. But I'll give you a bit more than that. Interesting. It goes in slant to Varg, who actually was really good with the ball moving away from him in the first over. Will say, and I'm going to have a little peek here, is I know on that camera things can look close, but they can be so far away. So I actually think that's a good kind of 500 meters away. So it's not as close as you think. So I can hardly see it when I look out the back of the cube. Drag leg side, well fielded. No such thing as an easy ground ball stop here. Okay, I'm going to go and have a better look. See exactly where that digger is. I'm back. I can't see it. That's how far away it is. Yorker this time. Varg basically Yorks himself though a little bit. Sadiq fighting back against the fight back of Graz. Graz give me sometimes the old New Zealand late 80s, early 90s vibes with their kit choice. Let's know your thoughts. I know we've got Rob in the chat, got Holly in the chat from NZ. Wants to go on the hit. There's no run there. Key presents on. Oh, I think that's out. I think that's knocked the bail off. It's actually very good keeping from Arslan Arif, who got on the fully, made a good decision. He had to flick. He didn't have time to get back to the stumps. I think that's out. The bail, how quick does it drop? It's the only thing, because it just flicked the stumps. But he's definitely short when the ball hits the stumps. Here it comes. Ran on the hit. Non-striker wasn't interested. Here it comes. There, it's out. It's definitely out. See the bail disappearing. Bail goes straight away. There you go. Bail's off, ball's off, and it's gone. It's a great improvisational piece of wicket keeping by Arslan Arif, and it's going to be a run out. Mansour Safi, he struggled early in his innings. He's just basically taking off on the hit. To be honest, it's his call. I don't know about the overrule from Varg. Have a look here. He just hits it. Okay, yes, it's a tight one, but the fumble comes, and if they'd both run, they would have made it. Arif, excellent little flick around there, and he likes it. Disappointment for Safi. But yeah, he'll be the second to go, 34 for 2. Yeah, I just think principles of running between the wickets, whether it's a good call or not, it's not really your job to veto the call as a non-striker, because I don't think that they would have thrown to the wicketkeeper's end if it wasn't for that turnaround. So partly I think that's on Varg. But yeah, Harmeet Singh fired the ball quickly to Arslan Arif. That was the key. Oh, new batter comes out. It's Samagul Masad. He'll start with 6. Maximo. Oh, well, maybe a blessing in disguise, because to be honest, Mansour Safi ends up with 2 off 6 and doesn't really get the power play production they would have hoped for. He'll whack that last ball of the power play out of the ground. End of 3. And the score is 40 for 2. So I think, yeah, I'm not saying it was a good call from Safi, but it was his call. It was his mistake to make. So he would have been the one that was potentially run out the bowler's end, probably would have had to have been a direct hit. But by the non-striker overruling the call there, it created a situation where it created a more simple run out, even with a slightly wayward throw, pulling Arslan away from the stumps. Oh well, over 2, and it's too short first up, and it's going to disappear. Maximo! This is Bulginder, who's into the side, comes on, but this one is too short. And this wind at the moment, basically it's going from deep third to mid-wicket. So that's to a right-hander. So top left to bottom right of screen. And I think, yeah, a lot of balls are going to disappear to the right of screen today if this wind stays the way it is right now. Well, this one's going to get through the fielder. There's Harmeet out there. The captain looks down at the ground in a not too happy fashion. But this is what I've been saying. This outfield's probably faster than I've ever seen, and it shoots on you. It's the difference between here and somewhere like Rome. It's a bit more lush with the resources they've got there. Tries to muscle this off a length this time. Harmeet will take care of it. Well, I like Rob's comment saying he's too young to remember the 80s. Asked Holly. Well, I know Holly's younger than you, Rob. But yeah. Yeah, in this tournament, we've got New Zealand, I think, covered. That's Graz Cricket Academy. I think for sure we've got West Indies covered with Snassi, with their kind of the maroon and grey number. Snassi, of course, finished in the tournament. What other teams have we got? International teams. Hit leg side, but straight down the throat of the field. He can't hold on. Has a couple of bites at the cherry. Shoaib Anwar. Oh, well, you might not get too many chances today. We know at this stage of the day, it's hard to field out there. Look at the shadows. He's looking straight to the sun. Pops up, has the second bite of the cherry. Down it goes, off the boot. A life for Samagul Mesal. This guy we have seen playing in the Austrian team. Next side again. Arslan Arif has had that standing tournament behind the stumps. Drives this, tests the fielder, gets through the fielder. That's going to be 4 more. It's not easy, but they are potentially stoppable. They can make a difference to the bottom line. Gets there, just doesn't get the hands down, does he? There's Pache out there, normally a very good fielder. Well, it's a huge wide, actually. Maybe thought he was going to charge, so he fired it out there, maybe hoping for a stumping off a wide or something like that. Bucks moved to 41 now. Maybe it just came out wrong. Pretty well done by Arif to make the block. Uh-oh, big trouble. That's going to be a no ball, and I think it's gone for 6 as well. Oh, well, it's going to be a 7-up. Maximal time. Pretty sure this gets called on the field. I know it's loopy. I think when it's that high, I know he's a step out of his crease. Is it going down quick enough? No, I think you've got to give that a no ball. And it has been given. Siete Carreras, still a ball to go then. Varg's moved to 47. Here's a freebie. Well, can't be out. So it's off the pad anyway. Definitely stops a wide. Being called, so can't cash in the free hit and 4 overs. Grants Cricket Academy 65 for 2 and a rollicking start to day 11. So run rate so far 16.25 and over. Remember, they had that very slow start, only 5 off the first over. Onwards and upwards since then. For GCA, 25 off the second, 10 off the third, 17 off that over. In fact, let me recount, didn't count the extra runs. 25 off that over. When it was all added up. Had a drop chance in it though. Here's Pache. Pretty hard. Again, well, how's that for some fielding? Sassan Sadiq wanted to get down to it, couldn't get the hand to ground, so he puts out the boot and makes the stop. You won't find this unless you get to the very back of the textbook. I said it before, there's probably people being paid millions around the world to do that on a football field. 50-50 game here at the moment. He's pretty good at that, isn't he? Varg spots it down leg side, makes sure he's not going to mess with it. Hello to Khan, watching from Canada. Let's just ask where Rico is. Yeah, Rico's off today. He's earned his day off, I think. He'll be back tomorrow. And then there'll be finals, of course. And then we've got the internationals on the weekend. So, yeah, hopefully Rico's making the most of Vienna. It's a beautiful city here. I've got a pretty simple 2-pronged strategy in Vienna normally, and that's schnitzel and strudel, the 2 S's. Got to get it right here. He's not really getting the movement with the wind, Pache, so far. He's going to change angle, I think. Just try something different. Maybe you can try something like angle it in, roll your fingers on it, maybe cut the ball away from the left-hander. Just get some of that control back. Kinda. I was actually heading down the leg side as well, but Varg will push down the ground, moves to 48. going to say, if you're watching from Canada, it must be pretty early in the morning. Big swing. That edge will fly over the infield. Nobody back in that part of the ground. That's going to be 4. Missile moves into double figures. You know, the east coast of North America, it's probably, I'm going to say 3:20 in the morning, something like that. On the west coast, it'll be 25 past midnight, I'm guessing. Got pretty good in those time zones after doing the USA and Canada last week. I want to know, Carnes in the chat, were you watching the Canadian team play last week on the network? Maybe that's how you got involved. Good slow ball there from Pache. He's preferring the right-hander on strike. Missile faces up. It's a full toss, mistimed. Couldn't find the middle of the bat. That's one that really should have disappeared. Just a single brings the lefty back on strike. Varg kept his team in the game, really, with his 48 off 15 balls. Well, last ball of the 5th over coming up. Goes straight to the fielder, and he's gone. He won't make his 50. He was there to hit, tried to flat bat it down the ground, straight down to Harmeet Singh. The skipper makes no mistake. Pache makes a crucial breakthrough in this topsy-turvy match 51. And on the stroke of 5 overs, GCA 75 for 3. And, well, Pache will be pretty happy, I think, to see the back of Varg, who struck 4 6s, 5 4s in his innings of 48. These are the run rates yesterday, shade below 15, but not much. That's the new, 15 and over is the new black. That's the par, I think, at the moment. You can see it's a lot higher than previous series. I think partly it's because the outfield's been a bit less forgiving, less balls being fielded on the ground. I think 6 innings always pretty good here in Austria. So really into graph, it's amazing. We've got 5 years of stats to call on now. 14.6, it's a big jump though, isn't it? Change of bowling. Kushwant Garaya comes on. That would have been a big wide, but gets spoiled. Yeah, so Crooms brought it up, and we actually talked about it earlier, but it really finished the conversation. Talking about Mark Watt bowling from far back. I will say I've got mixed feelings on it. I mean, there's no doubt it's legal, but then it's also legal to say a batter's not ready, right? But then whether they are ready and whether they should be ready are probably 2 different things, right? It's a little bit short. Balaga's come to the crease. He's going to start with 6. Maximo! Nice start for Yogesh. Yeah, so should it have been out? That's a complicated question, because under the laws, you got 2 kind of conflicting laws that are based on judgment. Now, from the moment that the bowler starts his run-up, or even without starting his run-up, he's allowed to bowl. One of those, but you can also, there's also a law that says if the batter's not ready, then the umpire should call dead ball, as long as he doesn't try to play at the ball. So those 2 things don't necessarily agree with each other. Should the batter be ready? If he's in his stance and he taps his bat, he's basically saying, I'm ready, right? This is my reading of it, anyway, one interpretation. So once he's tapping his bat, and standing in his normal stance, he's basically communicating, I'm ready. Ooh, tough one. Maybe a tight stumping chance here, half chance, but Arif's been gloving him really well. Have a look at this. I think he draws out of his crease. If he takes that cleanly, I think he might have a chance to take a spectacular stumping. No real damage yet. Bites back. But Balage can't get it away. So, I feel like I contradict myself, but under the laws, I believe it's out. But there's also a law that the umpire believes that they're not ready. So by pulling away, he's saying, I'm not ready. But he's saying, I'm not ready for that. It's not that I'm not ready. All right, in the air. This should be another easy catch for Harmeet Singh. He's dropped it. Wow. That was the easiest one so far. I know the sun's a bit of a factor in that area of the field, but that's a real let-off. Balage swinging for the fences, coming up short. Harmeet never really stable under that. Wasn't really straight into the sun either. Blustery. Not helping. A bit wide. Great take by Reef. Last one. There's one for the highlights reel. Bang. Right in the webbing. There is a fielder back there. Probably would have only been one. I feel like I'm going in circles with my answer about the Wattgate. Well, try and get to the point. Maybe after this ball from Goriah. It's gone for 10 in the over. Well, Arif's going to concede. Just the two wides. This is one though that Arslan, if it was given a little tip here, and he obviously is keeping very well. Expect the one down the leg side. But you see how he basically takes too long to move. I know it's not an easy one, but he was a long way late for that. So be ready to go is probably my tip, more of a mental tip. Clip to the leg side, one hopper out there as we get to the end of the 6th over, and GCA 88 for 3. So what do I think? Do I think it's out under the laws? Yes. But then we enter a spirit of the game debate. Now, is it in the spirit to surprise the batter with that kind of a tactic, right? Where you pretty much bowl at the start of your run-up, bang. Is that in the spirit of the game or not? And I think that would probably split opinion. Is it a cheap way to try and deceive the batter? Obviously, deceiving the batter is what you're trying to do in the game. You bowl slower balls, you use a whole bunch of tricks to try and deceive a batter. But is that particular tactic in the spirit of the game or not? Even though I think it's in the laws, because the batter is saying, I'm ready. And it happened in Bangladesh versus Pakistan at the end of a game. Pakistan needed, I think, a boundary off the last ball. Bangladesh tried that tactic, got called dead ball. And in my opinion, probably shouldn't have been. The batter's communicated he's ready. The guy has bowled a legal delivery under the laws. And, batter said, I'm not ready. And the umpires said, okay, I believe you. In the air. Well, more catching practice here for Harmeet. And he's dropped another one. Oh, well, like I said, the wind is kind of coming, it's going, it's doing, it's throwing, and Harmeet shelled another one. He might be relieved of his duties down there, even though he's the captain. And he said, all right, somebody else can get in the hot zone. And Hassan Sadiq is going to go down there. Another drop catch, Balage survives. Good Yorker here. Clipped away for a single by Samagol Mesound. Oh, they're going to come back for 2. That's very ambitious running. Taking on the throw. Oh, yeah. I think that would have been, definitely would have been out direct hit. Clipped away into the gap as well. That's going to be 4. Mesound fighting on. It's kind of an average looking score at the moment. 145 predicted. This is a low full toss. Tempted Yorker. Well struck by Samagol Mesound. Okay. So I've talked a lot about the bowling, surprise bowling tactic. How would I say fix the game if you believe it's a grey area that needs to be fixed? I'll tell you how I would. Down the ground. Well, Hassan Sadiq in his new position at Lon. He will make the stop. So I would actually overhaul the foot landing rules for when you're bowling. This is how I would change cricket, I believe, for the better. Who knows, maybe one day this will happen. We've already had a bit of an impact. There's Malake, maybe a bit lucky to be there. We'll continue, reaches 10. So I would actually say I wouldn't worry where the bowler's back foot is. I would not care. I would only care about where their front foot is, and I would make the law that some part of their front foot needs to be behind the front line, exactly like it is now. It needs to be inside the return crease, and some part needs to be in front of the stumps, or the bowling crease, which is the line which is in line with the stumps. So basically you've got a rectangle there to work from. That this is where your front foot needs to land. Swing and a miss to finish the 7th over. Nasiri will finish none for 35. At the end of 7 overs, it is 98 for 3. So, yeah, come back in a second, but first we'll have a quick look at the ECC groups, and Austria in there with Group B. And they're taking on Sweden this weekend. Now, Sweden are in the kind of group of death, as we've been calling it, with Netherlands, 11, Jersey and Italy all in there. They were all part of Championship Week last year. And Norway, no easy beats either. They're northern neighbours. So Sweden will be here this week against Austria in the men's ECI. We've also got Austria versus Spain in the women's ECIs. Also pretty excited about the Challenger division. Something new and exciting. There'll be some very competitive cricket there. So, yeah, finishing up with that new front foot law that I would propose. Ibrahimi into the attack, starts with a wide. I think that would make it simpler for umpires, because I think the back foot rule is antiquated now. Yeah, I don't think there's a huge advantage in that. The restricting bowlers, basically not saying you can bowl from behind the stumps, I think makes logical sense. Up in the air and 6. Malage, well, he survived now. He wants to thrive. Maximo. Nice shot. Fighting the wind a little bit with that. Still got good contact there, Yogesh. Yes, I also think it would just make umpires' jobs easier, and I'm always a fan of that. I still think you can use the crease. You can bowl from just in front of the stumps if you want. You can have your toe in front of the stumps. You're still getting about 1.2 metres, which I think is the distance between the two creases. So you can provide some variation by bowling a bit further back, but I'm not a huge fan of the bowling from behind the stumps tactic. It's a bit, in my mind, and it's only an opinion, it's a little bit cheap. And also, I don't think it's that effective. I think most of the time, it's a little surprised about it, but it's because it's so far back. They've got the reaction time to make the adjustment. Missile swing straight through. This hello to Lance Hall, watching from Isle of Man. Anyway, give us your opinions as well. This is only my opinion. The sideness rule, or the back foot rule, is a rule that basically goes back to when it's only the back foot that mattered for bowlers. We're talking back kind of 60s. Maybe early 70s they changed it. They changed the frontness but not the sideness. They brought in the front foot rule for bowlers. Yeah, I think laws of cricket have changed so many times. Sometimes you make changes that make sense. So on what's leg side here. He's getting a bit one-dimensional, I think, with his tactics here, Samagol. And it's good disciplined bowling from Ibrahimi. Premeditated charge. 21 of 14. Not the kind of production you would have been hoping for. Does have 2 4s and a 6 to his name. This is very good over in the end. It'll be the end of 8, 106 for 3. I think they're making a change. So, yeah, they are making the change, Missile. Just didn't have a good over there, and they're making a strategic change. It's going to be retired out for Samagul Missile, out for 21. It'll be 106 for 4. And we have seen it. But I just think that was a good kind of perfect storm of things for Sherry Punjab there. You had Ibrahimi, who was kind of locked in, bowling off stump and outside. Samagal wanted the leg side, never got it, and he basically falls on his sword. Strategic change. 21 off 15, 2 4s and a 6. But he just swung straight through 4 balls in a row. Najibullah Sultanzai is the new batter. Won't be facing. It kind of made me think I wouldn't have retired him out until he was on strike. Because there's always a chance you might get run out. And the new batter's gone. So you actually could probably push for it. Yeah, an ambitious run. If you've got run out, it's the same as retiring out. Anyway, it probably won't make a huge difference. All happens in the ninth. Here is the ninth. It starts with another dot ball. Shoaib Anwar, the new bowler for Sherry Punjab. Was saying brave and good decision to retire. Also, it's pretty unselfish. I don't know if it was his decision or whether it's the captain's call. Sarawai, the skipper, hasn't batted yet. Oh, jeez, it's another swing and a miss. That's 6 in a row now. Okay, again, he's been a bit underwhelming for a lot of his innings. Getting up the ante. This one's hanging a bit closer in, little inside edge, I think, on this. So, Najibullah Sultanzai, man, they wanted to be there. Loose one down the leg side, get good movement from Arslan. He's been outstanding behind the stumps. Arslan, we have seen him for the Austrian national team and also actually played for Vienna CC at the ECL back in 23. Did a pretty good job with the gloves on that occasion as well. When he was quite also a decent outfielder. Sultanzai not having too much luck. This is a great finish for Sherry Punjab at the moment. Barely seen bat on ball. Now we do. And it's high, and with the wind, that's going to fly out of the ground. Maximo! Well, change is as good as a holiday, as they say sometimes. And Najibullah comes out and gets off the mark with 6. Also, I just noticed that Yogesh has retired out as well a couple of balls ago. So it's a couple of retired outs. You know, I think credit to them for making the tough call there. Now you've got Durrani at the crease. Be hoping he can make a difference. Shortcut Durrani. Just feeling they've got enough batting to do this. That's the end of the over. 114 for 5. Peter saying maybe it was even too late. It's a tough one. You always want to give yourself a chance to hit your way out of trouble. I think the umpire's saying, is that over or not? Umpire score's probably got the hands full with all the retired outs. So I don't know. Do you call that a 2-wicket over? Kind of. But Grants Cricket Academy needs someone to step up because they've hit the wall here. 114 for 5 after 9. Yeah, Lance, liked my suggestions. Well, I've seen probably more cricket than most people see in a lifetime now, so certain things make sense to me. It's yeah, whether that gets taken on or not, I'm not sure. Also, the current back foot rule, it physically an umpire can't see things like if the foot touching or the heel's in the air. All right, slashed away. That's going to be 4. Durrani gets his chance, and he starts with the boundary. Need a big finish here, GC8. Yeah, so currently you can't touch the return crease with your back foot, but you can be over it. And from the umpire's position, unless they got X-ray vision to see through your shoe, it's actually impossible. So, yeah, it's a funny one. Dot ball's been plenty of swings and misses. All right, hits this one, hits it pretty well. Maximo, gone with the wind again. Straight down the ground, slightly dragging to long on. That's your spot today. Watch this one fly off the bat. Ibrahimi, pretty disciplined with his line. Okay, this one's a bit short in the air. Well, good luck, Sun. Huge factor. Runs in, runs back, can't make the stop. And that's Kushwant Garaya out there. Huge, steep line. That's just inside the boundary. Just couldn't find the drop zone. And before. $128 for 5. Couple to come. Another swing and a miss. That's been the story. Durrani's frustrated with himself. Yeah, credit to GCA. Like I said, some people might have said they should have done it earlier. I'm not so sure about that. They gave themselves a chance to hit themselves out of trouble. Oh, is there a little edge on that? I think it's definitely jumped on Hassan Arif. It's a little bottom edge, and that's going to jump over him for 4 runs. That'll make it 132 for 5 off the 10 overs. Sorry about the score disappearing, but that's the information I've got. I would have even considered retiring. If you're going to retire Masal now, don't wait for the end of the over. If he swings and misses at 2 and he's losing that battle, maybe you bring in a new batter that can win a one-on-one against Ibrahimi, as that was kind of the start of the decline, wasn't it? Having said that, 132 on the board. Feels maybe 10, 15 light on, but Shuri Punjab are going to have to make them. Do you have Mirza Hassan into the side to see what kind of form he's in? Fighting score on the board for Grants, but they had to work pretty hard for their runs, particularly in the second half of that innings. No shortage of aggression. Hamid Safi early. He pulled out one of the great swings, but unfortunately it was only a little feather through to Arslan Arif. Varg was a real difference maker. In fact, without his 48, I think they're in a lot of trouble here, Grants Cricket Academy. But there was this run out, wasn't there? Mansur Safi kind of went on the hit. He got turned around. Arslan just grabbed the bail. And you can see there, Shuri Punjab very happy to find out the third umpire had correctly ruled that one as run out. Baljinder probably didn't get it quite right in his over. There were a couple of these quite expensive overs as well. The first one we saw Nasiri go for 25. We saw Baljinder go for the same number. This was one of the rare good moments, I should say, for Harmy. He pulled that one in, but he also shelled a couple. Windy, got a Sun's a factor as well for the fielders. Yeah, and that was when it all started to go downhill for Harmy. Eventually relieved himself of his duties and replaced himself at long on. Missile, bit hit and miss. Relage, likewise, combined, they get 39 off 27. They both retire themselves out to try and get that last kind of burst. And to be honest, the batters that replaced them finished 24 off 9. So, you know, was it too late? I don't know. It's hard with a crystal ball. I mean, at least they did kind of make the unselfish decision to step aside and give Sultan Zainjirani the opportunity to finish the innings. 132 for 5. Vargfeld just short of a half century, 48 off 16 for him. Massoud and Balaga mentioned that they elected to end their innings because they weren't too happy with their scoring rate. Sultan Zainjirani finished things off. Bowling-wise, some good performers in there. Hassan Sadiq, I thought, bowled well up front, 1 for 15. Pache did take a wicket, but was never brought back, 1 for 10 off his over. Shoaib Anwar, pretty good one, none for 8. Ibrahimi, particularly this first over, didn't go for too many at all. Didn't necessarily work out that way in the second over that he bowled, going for 18. But I suppose he did cause the retiring out of Samagul Massoud, and ultimately Balage would go 3 balls later. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in a few minutes. 133 will be the victory target for Shri Punjab Vienna in this must-win game, I think, for either team if they want to progress to finals tomorrow. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break. Back shortly with more Austrian action here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company here on the European Cricket Network. First 5 matches today. And right now, 132 put on the board by GCA, Graz Cricket Academy. With Sherry Punjab needing 133 for victory. I mean, every point matters today, and I think if you do have a chance to grab a bonus point or keep a point in a game that you're losing, could be the difference between staying and going come tomorrow. And final 5 action. 92 is the mark. If it's 92 or less, that Sherry Punjab make. Graz Cricket Academy will take all the points. If the target of 133 can be chased in 7 overs or less, then the batting team will get the 4 points. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Love the discussion so far. Big in for Sherry Punjab is Mirza Hassan. He's not opening the batting. He's like a tree, Mirza. He's a guy we have seen playing a lot of cricket for Austria and generally see him here in the ECS, but first game for him in the series today. Drafted into the Sherry Punjab lineup. Cotwell to get us going, 133 for victory. He starts with a pretty good little away bender. Beats the bat of Arslan Arif. Now, Arslan got run out first ball yesterday in the only game that they played. It was a bit of a disaster. He actually created a good run out though, first half of this game. Short, doesn't take anything down the leg side. Almost strangled himself there, Arslan. When your luck's out, your luck's out. You can see that. Pretty close to the glove. Up in the air, should be gone. And he's gone for a duck again, Arslan Arif. So it's a perfect start for GCA, defending a slightly underwhelming score. Arif tries to muscle this, but gets it outside half the bat, pops up in the air. He is G-O-N-E gone. Tried to muscle that one down the ground, bounced a bit more than he thought. And a simple catch. So unfortunately for Arslan, he's got dirt for company again. Insert sound effect here. Kept very well, but yeah, that's the game, I suppose. Arslan Arif, badly disappointed. Doesn't waste too much time though. Just the 2 balls. It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in cricket. It's a harsh game. It's unforgiving. Vikram Chowdhury with a simple catch there at point. Cotwell, early scalp. Sadiq comes in and manoeuvres this one from outside off and puts it into the flowers. That's 4 runs. Such a good player. Hassan Sadiq trusted the bounce on that one. Went to the side of the ground that didn't have too many fielders. This is chopped down by Hassan Sadiq, back-to-back boundaries. We saw that GCA innings, and it had its ups, it had its downs, it kind of had its ebbs and flows. Counterpunch coming here. Look at that little step and stab cut from Hassan Sadiq. Cotwell. It's well bowled. Better length, I think. Try and draw him forward into an error. Couldn't manoeuvre that one leg side. Hassan Sadiq, you wouldn't believe it, but he's got a birthday coming up on the weekend. So Hassan, happy birthday in advance. And I don't mind saying, he's going to be 47 years old. You would not believe it. He's in tip-top shape. Not a bottom hand in this one. And that'll be 4. So Cotwell There's for 3 boundaries. There's a wide and a wicket in the over. And the score is 13 for 1 after 1. Golden ball counter. Well, GCA, they were involved in resetting the counter, weren't they? Dramatic golden ball 65 on a Sunday afternoon in Vienna. That was 17 matches ago. Shows you how quick it goes up, though. Could we have a golden ball here in this crucial contest? Said since the start of the day, I don't really see room for both of these teams in the final 5. Could it be a GB that splits them? Yeah, Khan watching from Canada saying he was actually watching Canada on ECN last week and said the Netherlands look pretty strong. One thing about the Netherlands when they play the cricket is Girani comes on, beats the bat of Hamid, coming off some runs last night. Heading down the side. Netherlands just have that kind of, I don't know what you call it, a bit of grunt about their game. They never believe they're out of a game. I think you saw that with the way that they were able to come back from losing positions against the USA 3 separate occasions on the tour, particularly that last T20 International. Swing and a miss from Harmeet Singh. I suppose that was why Netherlands with the bat, the game they did lose to Canada. So Canada's only win of the tour was against the Netherlands. It's a slight lack of intent from the Netherlands middle order. I know that they had a bit of a dressing down about it. But part of being a successful team is making mistakes and learning from them. A bit of inexperience that Dutch middle order, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hey, who knows? Next year there's obviously the possibility there'll be some more games and then we can cover them on ECN. It's a bit of an extra we do. It's not really in our regular offering, but I think it's nice that we've had the opportunity this year alone to do Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland, USA and Canada. That's 5 teams out of the 20-team World Cup that we've had on ECN. It's pretty crazy, considering our humble beginnings. It's only ever meant to be 3 days of cricket, ECN, and now look at it, over 300 a year. Yeah, maybe the idea I think was ECN would be 1 week a year. Yeah, hasn't really worked out that way. Ooh, close. Maybe just going over the top. Given leg bias, I don't think there's bad in it. Is it climbing over the top or is it angling down leg side? I think it's a good shout, you know. Yeah, let's check the height. Maybe a bit of doubt, but if he gives that, it's hard to find a reason what's wrong with it. Maybe hitting the top corner of the stumps. All right, skied. Miles high as well. Zawar captains under it, takes the catch. Well, we saw a few go down in the first innings. A few that were easier than this one because this was right up in the blue haze, and on a blustery day in Vienna, it's not an easy catch at all. And everyone runs to the captain, Pamir Zawar, and says, great catch, Skip. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Tries to go downtown, ends up uptown. Does Hamid. And a very good catch under the circumstances, under the pressure. Sri Punjab have lost a second wicket at 16 for 2. Some days you got it, some days you don't. All right, here's a big moment because here's Mirza, who is a giant of a man. I remember a couple of years ago, or it might have been last year we were here, and Mirza just asked, what's the fastest 50? And I said 10 balls, and he said, I'm going to make it 9 balls. And then he kept getting out, trying to hit everything for 6. So I don't think he has to hit everything for 6. Mirza, we saw him playing Pack Riders last year. We've seen him playing for Austrian Cricket Tigers before. We've seen him play for Pakistan CC as well, with Salzburg. I don't know how much cricket he's played. They're coming in on day 11. Gets tied up here first ball. It'll be the end of the over. So 16 for 2 after 2. feel like whether Mirza clicks or not could be a really good barometer for if they're going to chase this or not. The rate's gone up to kind of 146 pace. Obviously the target started, or it is, 133, 13.3 and over. So good start here for GC8. Could be derailed with one bad over though. Shri Punjab, the only team that will play 3 matches today. Graz Cricket Academy will play the 2, including this one. A bit short, cut away nicely. It's a good shot. Hassan Sadiq does play this shot well, and will rattle the rustic picket fence. If you can cut well, I think you're going to have a good time. It's probably shoulder high. I don't know if it's the one for the over, but it's rarely a guarded part of the outfield. And it's a ball that people are bowling all the time. Outside off stump, outside off stump. That's the kind of plan A for a lot of bowlers. It's around the tram line. If you've got some length on it, if you can cut well, just makes you a lot harder to bowl to. Does again this time, more of a back foot drive. Well fielded at cover, just a single. Yeah, Mirza, 83 matches on the network. I find it hard to believe his highest score is 66 only, but I suppose he does normally bat middle order. But in 83 matches, he's hit 136s. And he gets done again here. Just cramped for room slightly. So for Mirza, he averages 23 essentially at a strike rate, slightly better than 200. You know, it's any batter that's striking more than 200 over an extended period, got to respect their power. Remember, now 200 we kind of think's the norm, but for most of ECN lifetime, it wasn't really a mark that a lot of batters were able to exceed. Chases one, might have been a wide, instead it's going to be 4. Sadiq pretty well put together here. Experienced campaigner, trying to steer his side into the finals. Again, good option. We saw him fetch one earlier. It was a bit closer to the off stump, maybe 4th or 5th stump. This one, with a bit of width, he's shown he's able to make good decisions, able to go with the line of the ball. Last ball of power play coming up. They put the deep point back now to guard against that. Long on is the other outfielder. Oh no, that one's gone very, very wrong. And Cotwell's going to concede 5. I can see what he's thinking. You know, he's put the deep point back there, but it just does too much. Just keeps swinging. Swings even further after it passes the stumps, and Safi's got no idea. He throws the hands up in frustration. And look at this one go and just keep going. And look, you can see Cotwell, he's beside himself with that error. Just got to try and hang in there. Get out of this over. Last ball, take 2 of the 3rd. Slow ball, not a bad option. And he keeps it in the middle. So, end of the power play in Shri Punjab. 31 for 2. Not the power play they would have been looking for. They would have hoping something in the 40s, I think, to stay on par with this target. They still are favourites, but only just in this crucial match 51. Hope you're enjoying the action, no matter where you're watching from around the world. A lot of viewers watching on Fancode in the subcontinent, and of course on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Let's have a look at the Manhattan, as they call it. Just kind of gotten a bit of a malaise, didn't they? Overs 5 to 9. 13 was the best. And it was kind of ticking, but they wanted to be doing more than ticking at that stage. Okay, into the power play. Comes at a good time for Graz Cricket Academy. Having held Punjab to 31, they can use 5 outfielders for the rest of the innings. Moment. Oh, well, this one is going to Tortuga on the field, and Mirza Hassan's going to get his first boundary thanks to a misfield. Just this last bounce, he didn't have time to react. The second bounce there. Now, you never quite know what it's going to do, to be honest, especially when the first bounce is so close to the batter. Bit of a bonus. They've had a few bonuses. Flattered their score of 35. Had the 5 wides, obviously. That one should have been fielded. Now Mirza gets the bottom hand into play and he's going to get 6. Maximo! You might call that a Mirzamo. But he is so powerful. It's not really good ball from Marwan to Momand. Marwan just getting a little bit into the pads. I think Mirza, even though he is pretty decent through the offside too, don't want to let him clip over leg. He'll make this field look tiny. Well, there's the power. Just took one to get going, and he's into business. Mirza smashes that one straight back down the ground. Gives himself a little bit of room, clears the front leg, gets it high, uses that wind. Maximal 6 runs. If he clicks, they win. That's just my feeling I've got. Because he can just go on a destructive run. Such a handy pickup on a day. Shri Punjab played 3 matches, trying to play their way into the finals. Better ball, but it's muscle. That's going to be 4 as well. And this just shows you how tough he is to bowl to. This isn't really a bad ball from Momand. It's an attempted Yorker, okay. Comes out as a low full toss, but very well balanced. Here's Mirza Hassan. Look, there. Hits it through the V. Finds that gap. And this outfield, I've never seen it faster than I've seen it this year in the European Cricket Series. '50s up. Shri Punjab. Don't mind that. Try something a bit different. Don't let him just constantly get on that front stool. Probably, yeah. Maybe that's one for the over. It's a tough call. At the crease. Borderline. All right, there you go. He's on now. Just took a couple of balls to get going. That was a fraction short. He was all over it. Go fetch. Bang. Mirza on. Takes the over magical 26 off that. Game alive here at the Sabang Cricket Ground. 57 for 2. They got to get him. They got to get him soon. Stay in this game, Grants Cricket Academy. Let's have a look at the comparisons here. You can see they struggled a little bit early, and then there's a good couple of overs lifting them back up. Ahead of the rate now. Just got to create and take a chance here for GCA. Sadiq, he's been solid at the other end as well. 21 off 9. Here's Sultanzai. There's that little cut shot again. Well cut off this time. Really try to squeeze that area because you know Sadiq's he's gonna jab a lot. I call it like a little jab cut. Dush. A good anticipation from the fielder there to get across and make sure it doesn't get through. If it did get through the infield, it was running away for 4. We know that on this field. Power. Power from Mirza Hassan. Maximal time. That was a real screamer off the bat. Little forward press. Gets the kind of length he wants. And looked a bit rusty, maybe for 2 or 3 balls, but he's shaking that off now, and he's looking like a force. maybe the ball he hasn't dealt with that well, short and outside the off stump. He's not a natural cutter the way that Hassan Sadiq is a cutter. So maybe that is an area that you can exploit. Because he's normally looking to kind of flat bat that or pull it. Maybe you can get a sky ball. It'll float a little bit too wide, but I mean, I like the thinking at least, but you can just see this guy. He's built for this format as well. He's a bit of a beast. Waits on that one, slow ball, and he'll just nonchalantly stroke it out of the ground as well. Maximal for Mirza Hassan. Off to the races, moves to 39 in just 12 rocks. Right now, under to a ball. Graz Cricket Academy need a turning point here because this is getting out of control. Remember, they only have one game after this as well, GCA. That's against Salzburg in match 53. Missing, but that is one area early on actually. He did get cramped for room a little bit. Maybe you can slide into his pads, but even that's a risky strategy. I mean, any bat on this, it's flying away for 4 down to fine leg. Slow ball, clever. Well, he is human. End of the 5th over. Good game this one, Sherry Punjab. 71 for 2 after 5. Breaking news, the men's squads are out for this weekend. Austria will be led by Akib Iqbal. Imran Asif's in there, coming off his 150th day. Rasmal Shigarwal, of course, very class player. Hassan Sadiq is in there. Interesting. Ranjit Singh as well. Aslan Arif, the keeping option, I think, for Austria. Gelzai, remember his string of 50s that he's on at the moment. Good bowls in there. Niti Basha Dida. You got Hassan Yusuf down the bottom with his left arm spin. For Sweden, well, great to see the left arm up. Nasser Baluch back. Remember, he was selected for Team Europe but couldn't come because of an injury. Sher Ali, of course, he is a real good striker of the ball. Imal Zuvak, likewise. Sahid Ahmed, I think will be pretty important for them as well. Prashant Shukla, he's a former MVP of the ECIs as well. As we get ready for over number 6. And it's Hamid Zafi coming on, gets a little bit too short and disappears first ball. Runs keep on flowing. Maximo to start the 6th over. Yeah, Prashant Shukla, really good left arm spinner for Sweden. So I'm looking forward to seeing him as well. And yeah, we actually haven't seen Sweden on the network this year. So it's about time we had a look at them. It's a long way across. It's the old diving appeal. I feel this might have just been missing, but it's only just. Let's have a look. I don't think that the bowler had a great look at it because he was on the ground. Just feel it's missing, but not by much. The old army roll appeal. Umpire wasn't convinced. I can understand. I think there's doubt there. It's an outside chance. It might have clipped the very outside of the stumps, but can't give that out. Another slow ball. Well, this should be gone. Huge moment and taken. Hassan gets undone with the change of pace. And so potentially match swinging moment. Nice catch out there. That's Samagul Mesan that takes it. See, rolls the fingers. Slow ball. Mirza kind of tries to poke it, place it over the offside, but he finds the deep cover. Mirza once again makes the start. Can't go on to a very big score. Has put his team in decent position. With a lot of respect from the opposition as well. Hammered 5 6s and 2 4s in his reasonably brief time at the crease. 39 of 15 for Mirza on his return to Saban. Sherry Punjab, 78 for 3. Here comes Safatullah Pache. Hello to Jeffrey Mobs. Good to have you with us. John Heesum saying hi as well. All right. Well, they got rid of Mirza. Still 55 runs to play with GCA. Jab down the ground for one, gets Pache going. Sadiq becomes more important now, I think, as well. Try and get the double strike here. Remember how important this game is as far as qualification. See, their field is still moving. That's why I think Sadiq had every right to pull away. Yeah, great to see. See Hassan Sadiq in the Austrian shirt this weekend. All right, up in the air. Oh, he just couldn't find it. But I'll tell you one name that I'm shocked is not on the list is Mark Simpson-Parker. Yeah, I wonder if it's unavailable. What's the situation there? Skied. All right, well, here's your chance. Pache, well, can he find it? No. Well, this is quite a remarkable one, really. He basically goes to where he thinks it's going, but then with this win, it just blows back towards the pitch. And look, actually, it was a lot closer to him than he realised. Pache gets a real slice of luck. It's 80 for 3 after 6. Yeah, Mark Simpson-Parker not selected in that Austrian squad. That's unbelievable. I'm not just saying it because he scored 100 last night. Wow. How? How? Makes 0 sense. No, see, might be thing. I don't know. Cricket reasoning makes no sense anyway. But yeah. Well, it's all ECC to come. I don't know. Obligation to put your best side in the park. Well, maybe you see what the viewers think about that anyway. Got to go with guys in form. Also guys that can do it at the level and the level up. I mean, it's only going to get harder if you go into ECC. Down leg side, this will be called a wide. Varg with his left arm tweakers. Now this is in the air as well. I think this is catchable. It gets away. They'll just settle for one in the end. It's another one of these steeplers. It was actually pretty clever bowling by Varg, drew him wide. And the miss hit came. Missed opportunity. Back to live. It's a full toss. That's going to get hit over the top for 4. This is actually a quicker ball, and I think it could be a no ball. It's definitely close, but we'll have to see what the pictures say. Well, it's a no ball anyway because the keeper's gloves, look. It's going to be a no-y on 2 counts. And, well, no doubt that's going to be a no ball plus it. All right, free hit then. All right, well, this can't be out, won't be out. In fact, because that's 6. So, things changing very, very quickly here, almost by the second. ball. Pache be able to get it, be able to knock it down for one. Into the over, 94 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up with Salzburg taking on Cricketers in match number 52. And Cricketers winning the toss, selecting to bat in that one. Can Azif and Garai go crazy like they went yesterday? Azif coming off 3 80-plus scores in a row. Then you even had Iqbal and Ranjit making runs yesterday when they were asked to open the batting. So plenty of talent there. But Cricketers, hey, only dropped 1 game in the whole tournament. They both Bilal Zalmai, got Zishan Arif, his potential opening partner. But Khan in there hits the ball well. Shandan Khan likewise. Naeem's a live wire behind the stumps. Big D in there as well. This is a tough one. Whoa, that's an amazing bit of cricket. As Akshay basically gets taken out. It's red card style, but he has made the stop. Watch this. Watch out. Bang. Oh, 2 legs off the ground, and I think he's all right. It's willpower. Race to the finish here. Well bowled. Game's on a knife's edge here. Punjab in control of the chase, but 1 or 2 wickets or even just a string of few top balls might make a huge difference. All right, in the air. Can anyone reach? It's a tough one. Oh, he's taken it. Excellent catch on the run. Sadiq goes for 30. Another big moment in this game. Vikram Chowdhury this time had a lot more work to do. Took a simple one early. This was anything but. Had to get on his bike. He did. Clutches the ball to his shoulder. And so, Sadiq having to take a seat, 97 for 4. Here we go, Baljinder gets a bat. And they open him up here, GCA. Oh, that's a good start. Well, there's the wicket. Now, string of dots will make it even. Even better for GCA. Well bowled, just what you want to a new batter. So he's come in, he's got 3 balls left in the over. 2 of them he's missed. It's good disciplined bowling though. Last ball the over coming up. Does get some bat on this. Well, pick up, throw, miss. Tough backing up. Had 5 written all over it. The comeback for 2. Well, that does do. It'll mean that Pache's on strike, end of 8. 99 for 4. This game is anybody's. 9th over, biggest of the game coming up. who will be in charge going to this final over. Graz Cricket Academy, and particularly for them, I think this is a must win because they play one game less today. Then Sherry Punjab. Hello, Oktay. Nice to see you. And I was actually looking out for you maybe on the Sweden team sheet, Oktay, but I know you'll be following one way or another. Good to have you. Hello to James EM in the chat. Saying great delivery, yeah. Pretty good over there in the end. Just 2 leg byes and the 2 runs. One of them was an overthrow of the last ball. Had the wicket in there. 4 scoreless deliveries in the over. Okie dokie. Can Graz Cricket Academy hold on here? They're going to go to Shorkat Durrani. Brilliant over when he bowled in the second. Took 1 for 2. They've held him back for this kind of situation. Needs to have ice in his veins here, Shorkat. 99 the score. Walks at it, runs in the air. Won't be a catch. 1's a decent result here. And that's what they get. 100's up now. So, and apologies for lack of score, but I can tell you, 33 off 11 is what they need. 33 off 11. You got 2 newish bats at the crease. Pachet's been there for a while. I suppose he's 14 off 8. Can't get this one out of the infield. No need to throw. 1's a great result at the moment for GCA. Now have a look at GCA, 66%. Just got to continue getting the ball in the right spot. That's where it's all started for Graz here. Durrani under pressure. Batter under more pressure, swing and a miss. This is going to be called a wide. Let's check out the height of this. It's a wide for height. How high is it? Well, it probably is. If you go at the line, go... Umpire's chest height probably is. It's borderline, but probably you can understand why that gets called a wide. Could have gone either way. Shake it off, doesn't matter. GCA fighting very hard. Winds all over the place, putting everyone off, the batters, the bowlers. Blowing a gale left to right across the field at the moment. Bowled him straight through the gate. Goes with the wind. Pachet searches for the leg side boundary, but instead he gets castled. What a very good ball that is from Durrani as well. It's an excellent in-swinger using the conditions. And Graz get another breakthrough. Sherry Punjab Vienna 102 for 5. Watch this one go. Really does swing left to right through the gate. Durrani has been outstanding in this innings. 1.3 overs, 2 for 5. And Sherry Punjab, they're faltering at the final hurdle here. You can trace it back to those twin wickets of Mirza Hassan and Hassan Sadiq. Pretty good ball as well down the ground. Needs to be stopped is just a single. This is Nasiri who's come in. This is getting real tough now. We're talking 8 balls left. There's 30 to get. But even if you go kind of like 6-6 here, you still need 18 off the last over. What an over from Durrani. Got a counter punch. Baljinder in the hot seat. Doesn't really get it. They've squeezed those straight fielders down the ground. Kind of a 2-man wall there. hard to see how Sherry Punjab can get back into this. 29 off 7 required now. Last ball of the 9th. Walks at him. Hits it for 6. Well, there's a bit of life left in Sherry Punjab. Maximo to Zamiula Nasiri. 23 required off the last. Well, we got a grandstand finish coming up. Hey, don't forget Graz Cricket Academy. They won by Golden Ball the other day. There you see them. Yeah, they had that Golden Ball. 15 Golden Balls this year. It's a record. Could it be 16? Shouldn't really come to that. I mean, you should be defending 23 in the last over. But hey, this is ECS cricket and anything can happen. All right, pressure on Sultan Zait. Good start, that makes it even harder. Five to come, 23 to get. Sultan Zait. Well, that's good, you know. It's not a wide. It's a perfect ball. It's straight over the tram line. Baljinder wants the wide. Watch this one. No way this is outside. It's right over the line. It's an excellent call from the umpire. And now you're talking last chance saloon, boundary or bust for Sherry Punjab. That should pretty much do it. He wants a wide. That one was even further inside. What a performance from GCA here. Just got to keep it on the straight and narrow now. Yeah, Oktay saying he's been doing umpiring this year. That's great, Oktay. It's come for his 50th game. That's a lot of games. GCA to close it out. Aljit will get a piece of this, but not the whole thing. Put that down for a single. Brilliant defence from GCA. That's an excellent ball as well. Such a good over. Remember, and I'll make clear to everyone, the wide gold lines, that's not where it was. It needs to be outside the line, and that's not straight over it. Very good bowling. Making the most of that extra width that bowlers are afforded now. Last ball coming up. What an over, what a finish. GCA, huge moment for them in their tournament. They just have a will to win. They find a way and they hold on here by 21 runs. They get 3 crucial points against Sherry Punjab, who looked like they were ahead in that chase but just fell away. Graz Cricket Academy did exactly what I said they had to do, create some chances and take them. A couple of clutch catches to get Mirza Hassan for 39, and then Sadiq fell caught by Chowdhury for 30. 132 to 111 your final. GCA getting over Sherry Punjab in match 51. Coming up, Salzburg versus Cricketers. Back in 20 minutes with that one. Another crackerjack game. Two teams that I think they have top 3 aspirations. A lot of talent on both of those teams. Let's have a look at the highlights. And it wasn't the best start, unfortunately, for Arif. He bagged a pair over 2 days. Run out first ball yesterday. This time he holds out second ball. And then Hassan Sadiq came out and he looked pretty well put together. I will say that. That was a catch that got Harmeet, who never really was able to get out of first gear. That's one thing they did. I think they caught pretty well. I know a couple of exceptions, but can't catch them all in European Cricket Series cricket. And then there were a couple of gifts. You know, there was the 5 there. There was a misfield that came soon after. They went for 4. And then enter Mirza. There's a bit of men against boys when Mirza gets going. And he looks a bit invincible, but generally he'll give you a chance here or there. But clutch catches. Samagol Mersam was able to take that one. And then, even though that one went down, Pache had a bit of a life, but the hitting just kept on coming at this stage. Sadiq then became critically important to be the old friendly fire there. Save it for the X-ray boys. But then Hassan Sadiq, hold out. Chowdhury with a good running catch, clutching it to his shoulder. And from that moment, Graz kind of owned the finish, didn't they? That was Pache getting absolutely rock and rolled for 14. Baljinder couldn't really do too much. Last 2 overs were clutch. Durrani conceded 11 only in the 9th. 6 of those came off the last ball. there was only a single run in the 10th, but it was pinpoint bowling, hitting that tram line. And, well, it was in the chat saying it was a winning game thrown away. You might feel that way for Sherry Punjab, but I will say that both teams in this game in the second half of the innings, they did really well to shut things down. Let's have a look at the scorecards, and you can see there Mirza Assam with 39 top scores, Sadiq with 30, Pache with 14. No one else able to get double figures. And down the stretch, GCA, they held their nerve, didn't they? 2 for 13. Durrani, I thought, was outstanding. Pretty unlucky not to get player of the match, but that honour went to Hamid Safi. 2 for 10. And credit also to Sultan Zai, who held his nerve, conceding just 1. And really executing his skills perfectly. Death bowling in that final over. 132 to 111 then. 21 runs between the two teams. Graz Cricket Academy firming for qualification. They still have another game to go against Salzburg, and there still could be twists and turns here on day 11. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying the day so far. Another crackerjack contest coming up the other side of this break. This is ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company here. Pretty exciting day 11 already at the Salzburg Cricket Ground. Make that the Sabahn Cricket Ground here in Austria. Great view from around the grounds right now. Clash of the Titans coming up with Salzburg taking on Cricketers in match number 52. A little bit of time ago, Tyrone Peters had the two captains. Let's see what transpired at the coin toss.
Cricketers to call.
Tail.
Tail's the call. It's a tail.
We're gonna bat first.
They're going to bat.
And not surprisingly, Cricketers, after winning the toss, decide to have a hit. Has been a bit of a trend in the series here in Austria. Two teams with championship aspirations, I think. Yeah, just look at the batting first, batting versus batting second stats. Now, we have seen the team batting first just being a little bit more consistent at the top. Yeah, 28 wins to 23 now. These are the two teams. Imran Asif, 150 yesterday that he scored. It was the 10th time we've seen 150 scored in an ECN T10. Karaya's been pretty good. So is Iqbal and Ranjit Singh. It's a pretty strong top four, but they'll have to wait. Bilal Zalmai, well, he is a real weapon at the top of the order for Cricketers. Dishan Arif listed up there likewise. And I'm loving this. 50-50. So the computer can't split them. I think it'll be a really interesting game. Just kind of look at the table and a look at all the possibilities. Obviously, cricket has been brilliant. Only dropped the one game in the series. Currently 7-1 record. They'll be hoping to go top spot, I'm sure. But then Salzburg, I mean, with a good performance there, they could still kind of hunt Cricketers down. Both these teams have 2 matches today. So yeah, they have this one and one other. For Salzburg, they'll take on GCA. The match straight after this. For Cricketers, they'll take on Sher-e Punjab. The match after that. So, almost ready for action. It's Amar Naeem who's going to open up. He's such a talented guy. Again, belies his age. He'll be opening the batting, and got Big D out there. Dan Eckstein for Cricketers. Blustery conditions, as I've mentioned a few times today. We're almost ready to go. And it's going to start with 6 runs. Naeem puts that away. It wasn't a very good ball from Sajjad Shinwari first up. And it gets put away. 6 carreras. Power play all important. Both these two been putting some big runs on the board. Cricketers averaging 166 with the bat. Salzburg averaging 170 with the bat. Let's have a look in the series. These are the top batters at the moment. As if approaching 500 runs. Gelzai's finished now in the series, just short of 500, including 550s on the spin. Mark Simpson Parker, leading run scorer in the series. Again, I still can't quite believe that he's not in the Austria squad this weekend. They've preferred some other options. Yeah, partly even as a fielder. I just think at that level it's so important you take your chances, and he misses next to nothing. But hey, I suppose that's why I'm a commentator, not a selector. A lot of people looking forward to this one. Big D. I've seen him with some wild and wonderful shirt numbers. He's Sometimes we see him wearing the 92 for Austria. Often we see him wearing the number 8. He's got the 189 now. First one gets big in swinger up in the air with the wind though. That's going to travel. Oh, well, if it was an Olympic Games 100-metre sprint, this one would have been wind assisted because this is right up towards the splice of the bat. But Big D starts with a big result, 6 runs. Look at that. But with the wind, it's so strong left to right today. And Adil Tariq just had to watch it go over his head. Frustration for Salzburg. Another big in-swinger. This one's in the air. It's always going away from the keeper. Can he get there? He can't. Liaquat Mohammed. I don't know if he calls that. He would have had second thoughts about it, I think. When he realises that this is always blowing away from him. This wind is pretty much going from what I would call kind of top left of your screen to bottom right, and it's very stiff at the moment. Upstairs edge this time, quite above the shoulder, according to the square leg umpire. Yeah, the wind is, I'd call it a kind of like a southeasterly. So you're actually looking at the ground, kind of, we bowl from the northern end here. So it's coming very hard from the east. And you can see that with the way the ball's moving around. It's going to be a top edge for 4, so Naeem will take it. And yeah, this is one reason. Yeah, take on attacking shots. I think balance of probabilities. A lot of things can go your way as a bat. And that's the way it works out as we get to the end of the over. 1 over down in this one. Cricketers 18 without loss. This is where we are on the ECS calendar. And systematically, we work through all of those locations. Tell us some of your favourite locations. Present one accepted, because obviously we're a bit biased while we're here in Austria. But what are some of your favourites? I thought it was great. We went to France for the first time, and England for the first time, Estonia for the first time in 4 years. Most of the others we have been to a fair bit in the last couple of seasons. Still Croatia to come, of course, before the men's ECC. A couple more European cricket series. 4 weeks in Malta, 3 weeks in Barcelona before we finish the season with the second ever ECCW. Here's Chima over number 2. And I think as a batter here, you're also looking for that leg side because you know it's wind assisted. And I think that Big D loves this area anyway. Set the front foot, it's kind of working against him a little bit, getting outside the leg stump. Found it hard to access that ball. Also means that a bowler like Chima, he's kind of pushing into the wind a bit as well. He's an out-and-out fast bowler, but that can't be easy, pushing into a bit of a stiff breeze coming from deep third to deep mid-wicket. A bit wide. Just got to watch his back foot here. So it's pretty close to that side line. So probably something to keep an eye on for Chima. Sometimes you just need to have a little word. Plenty of room to go on the front. Chases this one outside the off stump, into the wind, but no problem. 1 bounce 4 for Big D. He's always exciting with the bat. I think he actually eats this format up because he loves to swing. I think in longer form, sometimes he has to control himself a bit more, but not really required here in ECN T10 cricket. All right, this is pounded by Big D for 6 runs. Maximal. It's been called a no ball as well. Okay. But yeah, I think Chima's been pinged for it here. We'll have a look at it on the replay. there. See, he's touching that line. It's a good call. Umpire's kept an eye on it. He's probably given a quiet warning. And so it'll be a 7-up actually and a free hit to come. Sometimes the only way you learn is by getting no balled. So, Big D, I reckon he's jumping across in, trying to slam this into the fields. Freebie. Oh, pretty clever. Wasn't expecting that either. And Big D can't get any bat on it. It'll get through for a leg by. So, I mean, what's a good score here? I get a feeling between these two, you've got a 150s bar. It's a bit higher. And as far as what's chaseable, I don't know, sky's the limit. Wait, Imran Asif's been batting for Salzburg. Well bowled. Hits that tram line. Ah! I was about to say the umpire's been really good on this today, but this is one I feel you should get it because it literally bounces on the line. Literally. Look at that. Literally bounces on the line. That's a harsh one. Again, pretty clear on what should be called a wide and what shouldn't be. Anyway, umpire saw it differently. Only gets one look at it, to be fair. So I go from well bowled to not well bowled for Chima. Goes and fetches this one, Naeem, and that will bounce just inside 4 runs. It's actually good footwork. He wants that area. He wants to go with the wind. Just got more margin of error. It might be down towards the bottom of the bat, but decent result for cricketers. And on another day, I'd be probably being a bit critical of that shot, but I think today when you look at the wind and how much it's favouring that side of the ground, it makes perfect sense. Take some calculated risks. Change of field now. Just switching the two boundary riders, but still you got deep kind of forward square leg, and you've got kind of deep backward square leg. Interesting field actually. It's kind of set up for a short ball to be out on the hook, but I think most time you try that, you end up fetching the ball from the fields. But anyway, a couple to come in the second. He goes and he's going to tease that fielder. Doesn't have a play on this one. Good wrists from Naeem. He's got such an ability to whip things leg side. He's got a really good eye. There is the field. We'll say it's a bit greener in person than it looks on TV. I did watch the first week of this tournament on ECS before I arrived. But yeah, it's lightning fast. .40 on the board. Magical start for cricketers. Let's ball the over. Again, wants it. Leg side. This time the fielder should make the stop. He does. Well, they're going to take on 2, but it's not there. Chance not. Well. A Big D suddenly thought he was Usain Bolt here. Coming back for a 2. It was only ever one, surely. Big D runs the first one hard. Probably knows he's running with the wind, but gets a bit of a reality check. Better throw. He's toast there, Big D. Well, now you know how long it takes to turn around the Queen Mary. 41 without loss after 2. I'll say Big D, bit of a fan favourite with good reason on ECN. Guy loves his cricket. Look at these two. How high could they climb? Potentially, if they went perfectly, cricketers could finish top with 31. Salzburg, if they could go perfectly, I mean, they could even finish top with 29. You wouldn't imagine this would be a game that one team would take all the points, but you never know. Start of a new over, starts with a 6. Maximo Tariq has been asked to bowl the third over. But I don't know, a couple of things here. I think if you're banging the ball in, it's giving these guys a really good look at an ability to go leg side. I think I'd be bowling a bit more like it's the end of the innings and trying to get fuller, trying to hit the tram line, a bit like we saw happen last over, but unfortunately was called. But also it gives the ball a bit more of a chance to swing if you pitch it up. And these are good swinging conditions just because of the wind more than anything. Tariq, one of the few players to take a 6-wicket haul on the network. Yeah, better length, you see. Not much you can do with that. Yeah, Umed took 6 for 22 playing for Austria against Malta, and also, probably talking about it more for, is the fact that he took 2 hat-tricks in that 6 for. But the other thing is, those other 6 ball, he went for 22. Again, early step, fetches, great effort out there from Adil Tariq, but it's going to be a Maximo. Yes. Clever tactics from Naeem. Like I said, normally I wouldn't be for all kind of trying to go across the line, but I think you've got to read the conditions. And he says, look, I'm going to make early position. I know where you're trying to put the ball, and if you do put the ball where you're trying, I want to be able to whack it over the leg side with the wind. Just gives me that extra insurance policy. Hamad Naeem to 31. Does it again. This time gets full toss, pats it to the field. A 50, and the 50 partnerships come up in this over as well. It's very good power play for cricketers. Scary thing is, you know, if one team can do it, the other team can do it in this kind of game. I know it's early, I'm not saying this will happen, but it's the kind of game that you could see a 200 chase, given how both teams are batting. Hamad Naeem, quite unbelievable, he is 45 years old. Look at Big D, watches that one. Doesn't come back with a win, that'll be a wide. Remember Naeem playing for Pakistan CC and doing some incredible things that kind of defied the fact that he's over 40 years of age. Natural talent, also a very spectacular gloveman. Oh, got a couple to go the other way here. Swing him into the wind. Tariq's an interesting bowler because I call him a bit of an ambiguous bowler in that I feel like his action's more of an in-swing action, but occasionally he'll get one to go the other way, and that's actually quite a good skill set to have. But you know, in conditions like this, I think he's not quite sure what the ball's going to do when it leaves his hand. He doesn't really know where to aim, where to set up. Gets this one past the bat of Eckstein. Width on this one. Yeah, that one is, there's 3 in a row that he's kind of got that outswing. You can see Big D kind of hitching his wagon to leg side shots. Tariq 15 off his over. Ball to come. This one leg side, fielder does well. Deal's good cricketer, you know. He's able to keep that one in the field of play, and that'll take us to the end of the power play. Score at the end of 3:57 without loss. A very good power play for cricketers. Any sound of here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. If you want to say hi, please do. I love a two-way conversation. You can jump into the chat, ECN, European Cricket Network. And I have noted that we've gone over 417,000 subscribers. I know when the ECC turns up as well, that normally gives us a bit of a boost. Where do we want to be at? End of ECC, maybe 450, I can see, potentially. Okay, change pace now. I think it's a good time to bring on Hassan Yusuf. Hassan's also actually quite a good striker of the ball as well when he's batting, but just hasn't needed to be used too much given the form of the top four for Salzburg. Fourth overtime, field goes back. This one is going to test a deal. Does he touch the rope here or not? This is an interesting one. I think the deal's a bit concerned. Let's have a look. Yeah. It hasn't been given four. Let's have a look at it. There, I think he's given that one up. Ooh, another big sweep attempted. Yeah, it was given four first ball. I think he was quick to actually give that one up at deal and say, yeah, look, I've touched the rope there. So it is four. That's good sportsmanship. You like to see that. It's such a competitive game. What could be gone, you know. He is out. It's very clever bowling from Yusuf. He actually tosses this one up into the wind. He draws Naeem into the stroke. Back pad. This looked like good morning, good afternoon, good night. And he's a very canny bowler. Let's check it out in the replay. Throws it up into the wind. Just a little bit of in drift. I think that's out. I don't think that's missing. Heading towards the leg stump, but I think it's hitting it. Let's have a look at it one more time. Look at that little bit of drift he gets, yeah. I think that's, you've got to give that. Remember, the whole ball would have to miss the whole stump. Just didn't seem likely. Naeem, though, with a bright start. He'll be on his way for 32. And the score 62 for 1. So a productive opening partnership for Cricketer CC. Khalid's got a question. What are the dimensions of the ground? What's the ECN standard? 50 metres from the centre of the pitch. So that means, okay, straight hit, 59 metres from where you'd stand at the crease. Boundary behind the crease is obviously a lot shorter than that. I know we've had some discussions about boundaries during the series from time to time. Some non-regular viewers might find it a little bit different. I suppose it is a bit different, but I think for the T10 format, I think it really encourages all-out attack, which is what we want to see from both teams, really. All right, this is in the air. Oh, lovely attempt from Adil, but he can't quite hold on. It's Bilal Zalmay, would have been out first ball. I mean, you've got to give credit to Adil. He turns this into a chance by getting the jump on the ball. Just wasn't really in control of his own movements. Probably didn't have to be that aggressive, actually. He takes it kind of waist high at that impact. All right, this is up in the air. Adil again, drops it again. Well, he's on his own personal hat trick. This one held up. Big D this time gets a life. But again, you've got to give credit to the fielder. He's turning that into a chance. He's fighting the sun. He's probably going to get tapped on the shoulder and move down to the position, but I actually don't think he did a lot wrong there either time, Adil. It was his quick reactions and early couple of steps that actually got him to both of those opportunities. Nevertheless, gets demoted to the infield. Yusuf got over this. Again, very clever. I love the way he's actually using the wind to his advantage. Yusuf tossing it up, getting the ball to stop a bit. The batters are wanting to go hard. Yusuf doesn't give him too much at all. Great over. 1 for 8 off that one. 65 for 1 after 4. Yes, I know the boundary discussion. I love it for T10 cricket, and I love the artificial pitch for T10 cricket as well. I know there's other T10 cricket played around the world, but I think that those two things make it almost like it's really its own format. The other thing is, for practical reasons, 50 metres allows us to have uniformity in all of our grounds around Europe. So the fact is that a lot of grounds just don't have the kind of space that you might be used to. Some do, admittedly, but some don't. So, for example, the Carlton Oval, when we're playing the Euros, That's a ground. You can only get 50-metre boundaries there. Otherwise, you're in the bush or you're on the road. So, obviously, having that uniformity means the players know that's the boundary size no matter when they play on ECN in T10 cricket. You can practice, you can work out your tactics, how you're trying to protect those kind of boundaries. Some people think, oh, okay, let's extend them a bit. But I think if you did, you'd have it. You'd have a riot when you see the kind of cricket. It would just be different. So a little bit of the magic is because batters are trying so many things that they're not able to kind of, for example, with bigger boundaries, you can push it 2. You can kind of hit the ball slowly and push it 2. That doesn't happen on ECN. And let's be honest, it's not that exciting watching someone just bunt to 2. It might be smart cricket, I get that, but in this format, you want crash and bash. Okay, Big Bolt with the ball. Oh, French cart 4, unlucky. Now here's one guy. I was saying yesterday, I'd be just staying full. He's got that change of pace he can go to. That one was the on-speed delivery, but I mean, that's the only way it can really go wrong. The old Frenchie. Big D. Powers on. 28 now. But Big D's calling for a drink. Hopefully it's water that comes out. Hello to Shohag. Nice to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Oh, that's actually well played. Really well played. Next 10 gets a low full toss and just shows you the margin for error is pretty low. And I like the tactics here from Iqbal. I'd be going slower ball now. Let's see if Big D can pick it. Because theory would tell you he's gone pace on, gone for 2 boundaries. But he's setting him up for a straight ball, I think. No. It doesn't really carry. Was that the slide off speed ball? If it wasn't, even I didn't pick it. No, I think it's still pace on. Just doesn't really get through. But it's a real weapon. Here, key big ball, slower ball. Good contest. These two know each other really well. Well, Big D goes back, but he's going to have to walk. It's a nice catch by Sarchima out on the deep square leg boundary. Now, key big ball tries out the kind of genuine bouncer on Eckstein, and he's going to have to go. Well taken by Sarchima out there. So Big D will get his drink, and it can be as long as he likes because he'll have to go for 32, but still a bright start from the cricketer's opener. And ECN cult hero. Score now 74 for 2. Kroom, interesting that you're saying, would a hybrid wicket work for the weekend internationals? Would they be considered? I actually got to see the hybrids close up at VCC. I think, put it this way, when I first heard the term hybrid, I pictured something quite different. They are still predominantly turf wickets, just that the kind of in-sown artificial strands of grass, they prolong your ability to play on the wicket. But yeah, I don't really think they'd be an option into a 2-week tournament. They wouldn't last that long. They'd last a bit longer. I mean, I love the idea of European cricketers playing on turf more, don't get me wrong. All right, here's Kogyani coming in, and Garaya will handle that one around to his right. That'll be the end of the 5th over. Pretty even game, I think, so far. Cricketers 75 for 2 after 5. Yeah, so maybe it's a nice time to watch that edge of the pitch there. Kogyani almost turns his ankle, possibly. But yeah, time for some in-game analysis. And now let's talk about the pitches. And I do think that is one thing that is keeping European cricket in a bit of a box. Not just European cricket, but these countries, when you get to, say, 20 down in ICC rankings, it is such a jump. It's almost a different sport when you play on a turf pitch. And I'd even include a hybrid pitch in that. And so yeah, I suppose that was one of the questions I was constantly getting when I was in the Netherlands, saying, well, what's the next big country to come through? Is it Italy? Is it Spain? Denmark? One of the issues is that if you're not playing on turf, you can't just snap into it. It's a long way across. A bit nervous about that one, Kogiani. In fact, now they're going to get a leg by. Flick back onto the stump. Yusuf being brought back for a second over straight away. I think this one was just drifting down the leg side. Oh, it's actually pretty close though, you know, actually hits his thigh pad first. I actually think it's way closer than I originally thought. I actually think that was a lot closer than I thought, because I saw the second impact, but the first impact was actually back thigh pad in front of middle stump. So I might on strike. Goes after this, gets outside half the batter. He'll get a boundary despite the best efforts of Aki Bikbal. So Zalmai living a bit dangerously. We saw him get dropped first ball. It's also pretty risky stepping out of your crease. That little shuffle step took both feet out. Man, if you missed it, it was an opportunity for a stumping. They're cat behind the stumps for Salzburg today. Runs at this one, Bilal Zalmai. Thinks of two, but gets turned down. Yeah, so I'd love in a generation if there'd be more turf wickets. Maybe the technology will come along as well. Maybe we can get artificial wickets that are wholly artificial that will play more like turf wickets. There are already a few around, to be honest, that have a bit of variation in them. It's all about kind of getting a bit of sideways movement. He's heading down leg side for sure. There, Cat thinks about throwing, changes his mind, probably wise. Yeah, so maybe the technology will come. It's about getting a little bit of sideways movement and a little bit of variable bounce, but not too much. That's the difference between a kind of flat concrete wicket and a genuine grass wicket. Looks like we had a bit of a pad blowout here for Learcat. Yeah, and Suraj is right. The major issue with turf, cost of maintenance, just not justifiable for smaller cricketing nations. True. So it's not the talent's there, it's just that Austria is a good example of a team that made it to the next round of World Cup qualifiers, had to play on turf, and they really weren't that competitive, despite the kind of raw talent in the team. Went to Isle of Man for a couple of games, couldn't get a win there either as a warm-up. So it's one of those things. Okay, so let's just think about this format in and of itself. So if it's going to be hard to keep touch in the T20 kind of turf format, this is a format of its own now. We've had 5 years of it. Tournaments like the ECC coming up, the Euros of Cricket, just gain significance. It's something that for a country like Austria, they are good enough to win it. We've seen them make it to Championship Week before. They're a bit disappointing last year, bowing out in 4th place in their group, going down to Finland. But yeah, they are genuine threats in this format. So enjoy the format for what it is. Bearcat looks like he's gone for the pads under the trousers. I know it happens more and more. I can't say I'm a huge fan of the internal pads for keepers. Maybe it's just because I didn't like it. Just doesn't look quite right to me. But I'm seeing a lot of high-level keepers doing it now. It's just, you know, it's kind of weird. It's like a beard with no moustache. You can do it, but why? Anyway, Zalmai, well, he's kept his pads on. He's going to put that out of the ground. Maximal. Yusuf disappears for the first time. Clash of two very good players here. Yusuf's just got one more ball to try and remove Bilal Zalmai. Fraction short, hit away leg side, kind of into the gap. Not hard enough to go to the boundary, just a single. Yusuf, pretty tidy, 1 for 20 for him. There won't be too many bowlers that are going 20 or less if they bowl their 2 in this game. Tell you that much. End of the 6th, 89 for 2. Yeah, Siraj kind of nailing the point, saying there's too few grounds and too much cricket on those grounds for turf pitches. That's the issue. So yeah, partly the financials, but they just get destroyed. And also the logistics, you know, obviously playing on one pitch for 2 weeks, we can set up our cameras so it's right in line. And it creates more logistical complexities if you have to be moving the tower. You see the tower there behind that we shoot all the action from. Elsa certainly found herself in the thick of it yesterday when a ball got hit up there. Right, Iqbal, second over for him. Low full toss dragged. It's a very good stop out there. Sajima. Not Sajima, pardon me. That's Ranjit. That makes the stop. Just stuck out the hand. Did well. Bilal tries to get a bit funky. Some pre-footwork, but okay, probably a pretty good ball if he's setting up to go deep in his crease. Probably looking to drive something or get under something, so he gave something that was a bit shorter and pretty much undrivable. Tries it again. This one might be the one for the over. It's a fraction higher. You get one ball over the shoulder and over. That's it. Let's have a look at the replay. Yep, good call. Umpire's been good, got to say. No, there's always the odd one that'll create debate or the odd mistake, but I honestly think proportion-wise, our umpires get more decisions right than any umpires in world cricket. This time, we'll be able to drive. Watch the bounce. Good fielding. Zahid Khan. Aqib Iqbal smart here. I know that he's got Bilal dancing like a cat in a hot tin roof at the other end, but he's just sticking to his guns. He's not changing things too much. Maybe some subtle adjustments, but not completely changing his approach. He probably knows that most of the time when the batter's moving around that much, they're putting themselves off more than actually the bowler. Kogiani, bit of a slow start for him. 2 to face in the 7th. Kogiani goes with the angle this time into the wind, but he gets enough of it. Maximo! Interesting approach from Iqbal to go in and try and cramp him up, but it's fast hands from Kogiani to lift it out of the ground. Going rolling off cutter, a slowing ball here. It was Iqbal. Last ball for him. Driven firmly. And that's going to go all the way as well. Maximo to finish. Aqib Iqbal, 1 for 25. Again, not the worst figures. But he won't be happy. He goes Maximo to finish his spell. And at the end of 7 overs, the 100's up for cricketers. 104 for 2. Don't forget, we've got some cricket coming your way this weekend. In the international T10s, we already saw the squads for Austria and Sweden, the men's this morning. Let's have a look at the Austria and Spain squads. Well, there's no Mark Simpson-Parker this weekend. There is Hannah Simpson-Parker for Austria, be led by Joanne Stiglitz. Priya Sabu and Andrea Mazepeda coming off their win with Team Europe. Also, a member of our Blue Crew recently, Sriya Kamati's in there. Emma Kirkman, a big fan of her as well. See how she goes. Spain, well, I imagine Elspeth Fowler takes the captaincy back, but they've got some experience in now with Alexis Hartley and Amelia Jones playing for the first time. You've got ABC, Amy Brown Carrera. Andrea Davidson Soler, also pretty handy all-rounder, good fielder for Team Spain. Amy Hillman Bermejo in there. Deepa Chukapali Yanares, youngster, but very good player. That's going to go, and basically it's a boot by Ranjit that's going to stop it. It'll be 2 runs. Zahid Khan coming on the ball. I think Spain this weekend, for me, they're slight favourites. Partly, I think, obviously they've got a couple of good additions there, but I just think they've played a bit more cricket this year as well than the Austrian women's team have. Austria, I know they played some internationals here against Czechia. But Spain just seemed to have been kind of getting together as a group a bit more regularly. We saw them taking on Czechia, ironically, in Barcelona at the start of the year. We saw them in Italy, in an ECIW there. Hammered. And that's 6. Zalmai, when he stands still, is a bit more effective. This time he just kind of goes deep in his crease, goes pow, maximal. Cricketer's on the charge. That's the kind of length he wants. Kind of slot bowling from Zahid Khan. Yeah, so I just think Spain, for me, in the women's will be slight favourites. Austria, Sweden, the men's a tougher one to pick, actually. Quite often you go with the home side just because they've had more cricket, but they would have had plenty of cricket in Sweden, just obviously not the same ground, but this ground is like many in Sweden. I actually think that's a tough one to call. Slower ball, doesn't locate it. Time to round the bases for Bilal Zalmai. Maximo! Seis carreras más. Don't mind the idea from Zahid, but the gremlin was in the execution. It hung up there. He picks it. He waits for it. Never comes down, and it disappears. Another 6 for cricketers. This time he goes again, and he's going with the wind. It's very smart batting from Bilal. Moves to 38. Snapped into action. Remember, he gave a life at the very start of his innings. But yeah, with the wind, just angling in to the zone. Bilal puts it away. Yeah, Austria, Sweden, very tight. Very, very tight. Eventually, they might have found the ball. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, well bowled. That one hits the line. Zalmai misses out. Yeah, I was just looking up as well, because I don't recall Austria and Sweden playing each other before in ECIs. And I just think that in a lot of ways they're quite similar with their approach. And yeah, they've never been drawn in the same group in an ECC. So I believe this is the first time they've ever played T10 cricket against each other. So really looking forward to that. In the slot, disappearing. It's kind of bowling machine stuff from Zahid Khan at the moment. Maximo from Zalmai takes him up into the 40s. So that'll be the end of the over as well. 130 for 2. Now I do remember actually that Sweden and Austria have played each other because they both played in the Germany T20Is. There's a tri-series with the Germans back in 2022. Well, that takes me back. Back in that series, 2022, we saw Austria beat Sweden in a pretty exciting T20. Sweden made 121 in response to Austria's 124, so just 3 runs between them. Then they also had a 1-run game. Austria won. So this is carved away over the top. Kogiani getting it on the action. That'll be 4 to start the 9th. 166 expected at the moment. It's taken a bit of a jump since Zalmai has gone crazy. Yeah, so I would have thought they'd be a good match. Obviously, the history we do have for them on ECN, albeit in the T20 format, shows they had just 3 runs between them, just 1 run between them the 2 times they played. So, Yeah, I think my too close to call stands up. Looking at Austria and Sweden this weekend. Imran Asif getting a bowl. Haven't seen him bowling too much actually, given the strength of the Salzburg bowling lineup. And this is up in the air, and it's adios pelota. Maximo. And Shannon Khan getting in on the fielding, but it's going to be another 6 runs. This time Kogiani. Lefty-righty combination. Goes for it again. Up and under job. Fielder comes around, has to watch it. 6 more. Kogiani. He's a ready-made player for the format, pretty handy with the ball as well. Asif. Danger of going magical here. Kogiani tries it on. He's going to get a top edge. Flies away. That'll be 4. Maybe not. That just stopped. Spoke too soon. Well, it won't be 4. It'll be 2. They called that one too early. Maybe this one blows back. I don't know. Maybe this one not go for 4. I mean, it's genuine top edge. I saw the fielder sprinting at it, but I didn't think he was going to get there in time. Kogiani opens up offside this time, but he's going to have to go. He carves it and gets caught in the infield. Nice catch. Asif will break through. I thought he was going magical, but now he finds himself 1 for 18. Check it out in the replay. Kind of thick outside edge and fairly simple catch taken there at point, but great cameo in the end from Kogiani. 31 off 9 for him. 148 for 3. 7 balls remaining now. This could all be important. Oh, that's gone miles in the air as well. Keeper wants it blowing around. He's not going to get there. That's classic gale force high ball. Spare a thought for Learcat. I know everyone will be saying this is an easy catch, but it's always blowing away from him. Have a look at that. In the end, barely gets a glove on it. End of the 9th, 148 for 3. Zishan Arif, the new batter, lucky to survive his first ball. Lucky Bikbal taking the catch earlier in the over to get Kogiani for 31. Imran Asif actually gets out of jail a bit there, doesn't he? They don't actually run that last ball because Bilal wants the strike. So 148 for 3 after 9. Did they beat the clock? Oh. So they didn't beat the clock. Interesting. Never really had my eye. So 5 runs. There we go. 5 runs to the batting team. Overs not bowled in time. As this is a pretty good stop, actually. So 5 penalty runs. I got to admit, I wasn't really watching the clock because we haven't had to watch it too much in this series, have we? And the batters certainly did. Yeah, I'm just looking at when the clock ran out. It ran out, I think, during the over. Well bowled. Chima coming back for the last. Yeah, it ran out just before they bowled ball 8.4. So it ran out with 3 balls to go. So yeah, it wasn't that close. Well done by all our eagle-eyed viewers that picked that one up. Remember, it's a managed clock. You do get a minute for every wicket you take. There are allowances, but they're managed kind of at the time. Right, walks at this, runs at it, and whacks it. That'll be 50 to Bilal Zalmai. Survived an early chance, but he's thrived here. 51 off 19 balls, continues his good form for cricketers. Here in the European Cricket Series, not an easy shot either, but he turns it into something that's more drivable down the ground. 161, but is it enough? Maybe not. Brilliant way to bring up your 50. Hit down the ground, that's going to be 4 more for Zalmai. Excellent straight hitting. Cheema just giving a little bit of length. And Bilal, I mean, he's actually technically quite a good batter as well. That's the thing. He's not just a power hitter. He's a guy that can handle himself technically. 165, 2 to come. Got a funny feeling we're heading for 170s territory here. In the air, Asif, back off. You happy to just keep it to 1. Now they're going for 2. Well, Bilal's going to be the one who's going to be out here, but he's fumbled it. You wouldn't read about it. I don't know if Bilal felt like going back for this because he thought he's just giving it up. But to be honest, with 2 balls left, you might as well. Zishan, it's actually quite unselfish, but it was an awkward hop for the keeper. So, chance for a curtain call for Bilal. All right. Shake, rattle, and roll. Oh, it's no ball. It's a huge no ball. That's not out. Don't throw it over the boundary. This is crazy. Where's he bowled? He's not even on the pitch. This is an unbelievable one from Cheema. It's so unnecessary. They're all celebrating. Still a ball to go. Look at his feet. He's got 2 feet off the pitch here. It's not even close. Look. Oh, boy. That's... I don't know how he can miss by that much. He's already been done for a no ball earlier in the innings. That's madness, really. All right. So, free hit coming up. It'll be no ball +1. Zishan Arif gets an opportunity. And actually hits that very well. How did he get that there? Such powerful wrists. And we do end up in the 170s. It'll be 174 for 3 off the 10. Oh, that's a costly error, though. I mean, it's cost him 7 runs. Cheema, such a talented player that I just don't know he can miss by that much. So that over ends up going for 21. A magical finish. And cricketers with the runs on the board. But, hey, we've seen a 175 chase in the European Cricket Series before. We saw it last year in Rome. And if there's anywhere you're going to see it done, and anyone that might do it, is probably Salzburg, the way that they're playing at the moment. Now let's go back and have a look. Naeem and Big D opening up for cricketers. I think they used the wind pretty well, didn't they, against New Ball? But I've got to say, another player used the wind really well was Hassan Yusuf, as he thought out Amar Naeem, just using the breeze to create that drift and flight, which ended up trapping Amar LBW. That brought Bilal Zalmai to the crease, gave a life early. In fact, we saw a couple of balls, didn't we? They weren't able to grab him. Big T eventually was grabbed by Sarchima out on the leg side boundary. Nice catch by Sarchima, but yeah, Zalmai and Hekmatullah Kogiani then went about putting together a nice little partnership here for the third wicket. They doubled the score, actually, came together 74 for 2 when they departed 4 overs later, 148 for 3. Asif kind of fought his way back into the over, didn't he? Ended up with that one, and really could have had 2. And the next one was the Skyer that keeper wasn't able to negotiate. Bilal brought up his 50 in the last over. And then, yeah, still kind of flawed. And Sarchim has just got to kind of look at the footage and see how he's pushing line most of the time. So if he's trying to bowl wide of the crease, he's going to end up miles away like he was in that last ball. Instead, in fact, it cost him 8 runs if you think it would have been caught anyway. But anyway, it is what it is. Pair of 32s at the top of the order. 57 to Bilal Zalmai off 22 balls. Hit the ball really well. Continued his good form. 6 maximos, 2 fours in there. Kogiani with a punching 31, including 4 that went out of the ground. Zishanari finished with a bang. Really powerful wrists to get the last ball out of the ground. 174 for 3. It's a lot, but is it enough? I don't know. Yusuf, I thought, was a standout, 1 for 20 off his 2 overs. I mentioned there won't be too many bowlers that win the battle with 20. In fact, he's the only one that does. The bowls is 2. Akib Iqbal also, I think, pretty good effort from him. 1 for 26. 1 for 25, I should say. And Imran Asif picked up a wicket as well in his over. We'll take a break and back pretty shortly. 175. We're talking kind of biggest chase territory, but some big things are happening here in Austria. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN, back with more Thursday action. The other side of this break, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello folks, welcome back to the European Cricket Network and our coverage of the European Cricket Series Austria. We're at the Seebank Cricket Ground in Lower Austria, just outside of the capital Vienna. 174 put on the board in match 52 between Cricketers and Salzburg. Cricketers have that score. Salzburg will need 175 to win. 121 is the mark for the bonus point. Obviously, anytime you can chase in 7 overs, then you would get all the points as well. Bit of housekeeping first up. I missed at the time, but the second last legal ball of the innings was a 1 short. And a few people probably wondering why there's 1 run missing from the total. It would have been 175, but 174 is the total. But it's time to see the second innings, and there's Big D for Cricketers getting ready to open the bowling. 2 players that put on 225 yesterday, and they had another huge punch. It was 176 in the first game that Salzburg played as well. They've both got centuries in the series. Game on. And it's going to start with 6 runs. Well, Big D gets a fraction short, and it gets put away. It's quite similar to the first ball of the game, actually. Imran Asif coming off 150 yesterday, one of only 10 players to do that. And that's the perfect start. So yeah, 175 target. So my little markers here, 35 off every 2 overs. I'd look at it that way. They're my little markers to see how I'm going. Big in-swinger from Big D, but it gets through, and that's going to be 4. It couldn't get to ground there. It is so fast, this outfield. Have a look at this, just kind of leans on it, gets it past the bowler. Really, it's not the greatest effort from Basir there. Normally a good fielder, but just couldn't get down to his right. He gets replaced. That's pretty well bowled. Swung in towards the tram line. Big D. Certainly a very popular character, as I've mentioned several times already today. He's also a natural in-swing bowler. Can get one to go the other way occasionally. Hit pretty well. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. Asif picking up where he left off yesterday. Waited for that one. I think that was a slower ball, almost like he rolled his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball there. Eckstein. Goes back to the innies, but that's popped up and it's gone. Oh, it's an unbelievable way for Asif to get out, and he gets a kind of consolation 5 from Big D. Right off the end of the bat, a ball that yesterday would have disappeared 100 metres into the field, but today it brings about his undoing. Imran Asif goes for 14. Big moments. Hanging leading edge, really. Just didn't get it right. Simple catch there for Shahed Hotak. And Imran cannot believe he's gotten out to that. Asif 478 runs in the series. Make that 492. After that innings, highest score you can see down the bottom there. 150 not out of 40, but he is out in the very first over of the reply. 14 for 1. So Lucky Iqbal comes out at number 3. It's the first one go. I don't know if that's a luxury you have when you're chasing this many, but it is the end of the over. 14 for 1 after 1. If this was a golden ball, it'd be right up there with the highest we've ever had. Although I think we did have a 177 golden ball in Malta earlier this year. Estonia versus Malta. Most in Estonia, I should say. Highest chases ever. Well, highest in ECS cricket's 177, and that was done by Pac Barcelona and Talon United. Jaguar chased 176. Roma Bangla Morning Sun at the time, that was a record. Back almost a year ago to the date in Rome. This would certainly be the highest chase ever in Austria, and it would be sixth. Or sorry, equal fifth, I suppose. Or equal sixth, let's go with that. Equal sixth all time, if they could pull it off. But they'll be on the Hall of Fame if they can do it. Salzburg found their way up to the Hall of Fame totals yesterday with their 225, 10th highest of all time on ECN. Waka Zalmai. All right, gets this ball up in the air, but with the wind, that's flying out of the ground. Maximo Garaya finally gets the face, puts it out of the park. We saw Naeem and Eckstein do this pretty well in the first innings, trying to kind of maneuver as much as they could to that leg side because that's the way the wind's going. It's left to right. Not easy to bowl. You can see he's actually motioning there, Naeem, the keeper. Get it out there. Get it out to the tram line. Don't let him have that leg side. Oh, he gets it slightly wrong. Oh, it has a good look. Didn't quite seem right. I think it was quite high. I also thought he might have got outside the line. Let's have a look. This little step. Almost. I think it's heading over the top, though. Look at where it hits him. Bouncing, bouncing. Yeah, definitely going over. Zishan. Slightly unpleasant one for him. He'll be happy that he's still there, though. Yeah. Dave B with a random question. Did anyone notice went past 417,000 subscribers? Yep, and we actually mentioned it once already today. That one goes out from Zalmai. Swings it into the wind. So, yeah, where do you think we'll end up by the end of ECC? I've got a feeling we could end up kind of 440, 450 mark. ECC always kind of brings us to a new audience because it's on many international cricket or international sports channels around the world, different international networks. It's always nice to be able to kind of share what we're doing with more and more people that might not be aware. But bold, that's the one Naeem was calling for. Zalmai gets it right. Yeah, and this is why I always say, you know, tell your family, tell your friends, tell your sports-loving friends or your workmates, hey, check out ECN. It's something a bit different. Obviously, we're not a huge organisation. We don't have that kind of budget to... It's pretty well bowled. I think that's on the line. I was going to say, we don't really have the budget, marketing budget. We don't put money into that. We put money into trying to put the cricket on for you. I think that got a little bit of the line. I know a lot of people will say it's wide. I can kind of see where he's coming from there. I don't know if the whole ball was outside the whole line. Garaya, 6. His innings so far. That one is a wide, I think. Just misses. It's good umpiring. Whole ball out of the whole line, wide. Ball going over any of the line, not wide. Judging it as it passes the batter's crease, popping crease. Goes after this. Garaya gets his second maximo of the over. Up to a dozen. I suppose you just got to look at it this way. Zalmai's gone for 14. If he goes for anything 17 or less, so he keeps this ball in the field, he's won the over. It's not easy to contain on this field, in these conditions. I do think there's something in it for the bowlers, this pitch. It's not a total flat track, but just some outstanding hitters in Austria. Real wide, well taken by Naeem behind the stumps. It's a good kind of view of kind of what the keeper sees. He sees it, has to get across quickly. That's going to be chopped into the ground. It's cut off in the infield. So Zalmai does win the over in the end. 15 off it. Salzburg 29 for 1 after 2. There's the table. Cricketers with a win here, they're in prime position to take that top spot, aren't they? And if you get top spot, you get to play later in the day tomorrow, and you also get to play a lower ranked team that's already had to play in the day. cricketers play Shri Punjab Vienna later on. Shri Punjab will be battling to try and force their way into the 5. Lucky Iqbal. Kogiani gets the ball. All right, rushes him a bit, but Akib gets his hands through the ball, and he's going to get 6 runs. Maximal. Let's quick look at the finals tomorrow. Forvet playing 5. You can see the first go straight through the second semi. Get to play in the afternoon. Here's a look at the shot. Yeah, had to be quick with the hands there. Just gets it over the line. Look at that rate required. About 3 a ball from here. Can't really afford a quiet over, Salzburg. Now this is tight. If he picks it up, he doesn't. Fumbles at the crucial moment. Rico's off today, but he will be back, of course, for finals day tomorrow and the international Saturday and Sunday. 2 really good matchups. I mentioned Austria and Sweden. Haven't played before in T10 cricket, but when they played in T20s a couple of years ago, there was nothing in it between them. Austria, Spain in the women's golden ball last year. All right, up in the air, again with the win. This is holding up. Oh, what a catch! What has happened there? Shadnan Khan has run back. He's run backwards at top speed, and he's somehow held onto it. It didn't go cleanly into the hand either. Oh, my word. Have a look at this. Somehow pulls it in and then just kind of juggles it, and it rolls around the hand and lodges between the thumb and the forefinger. Check it out. Whoa, 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 whoa. And it has to pump the brakes. What a way to take a wicket. Garaya cannot believe it, and to be honest, I can't blame him. There is your HCL software play of the day. It was swirling around. I mean, it wasn't an easy catch even if he was standing there in the first place in this wind. Have a look at the catch. And he can't believe it. He pulls up. Look how close he is to the boundary as well. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He pulls up probably half a metre from the rope. Unbelievable catch. One of the best of the year. Well, Anthony Lark, you got some competition. Kogiani. And blast a dot ball past Ranjit. Have a look at where he ends up as well. Just inside the boundary. And he started in the infield, remember. And somehow he's pulled that off. And to be honest, it's very skillful. You need that little bit of luck as well. He had it. Even the fact he was able to stop in his tracks and not bounce over the boundary line. Well, that one's hit along the carpet, but no one's stopping this. 4 runs. Ranjit's off the mark, and he's coming off for 50 last time out. $40 for 2. Can't wait to see some of the reactions coming in. Way full toss. Bilal should handle this. He does, keeps it to 1 into the 3rd over. Successful one for cricketers. I keep cops that ball on the way back as well. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Watch this. Oh, she hits from the heel of the hand. Gets a big sorry straight away. Actually, it's a no ball. Must have missed that one. No ball called. Maybe he's overstepped there. I didn't see it straight away. So that's why it's not the end of the over. Keeps this straight. Sets a bit of a task build up. Moves quickly to his right. Keeps that to one. So that will be the end of the power play. 43. That was the ball that was no ball. It looks right. That was the ball before. Called no ball. Anyway, 43 for 2 after 3. Game's alive. Consistent power play, though they've a couple less than they need in every of those overs. All right, well, here's Shadnan coming off the most ridiculous catch of his whole life. Oh, it could be gone. Strangled down the leg side. Is there a noise? Well, he's either going to call this a wide or it's out. I mean, this seems an obvious one to me. I heard it from here. Had to be gloved. Oh, well, this is interesting. Or is it face the bat? I mean, to me, it looks an obvious one, but the umpire, either he hasn't heard it, and if he hasn't heard it, it's probably going to be a wide. But then the thing is if it's not a wide, what could it possibly have hit? It can't have hit anything but bat. Look, it's miles away. Oh, well, that's a real let-off. A real let-off for Aqib. And now it's going to go up in the air. He's going to get 4. Well, I mean, it was a huge noise. That's one of those ones, I mean, if the umpire doesn't hear it is a windy day. Maybe he just doesn't hear it. But the thing is, he didn't call it a wide. Oh, no, he has called it a wide. All right, so he did call it a wide. I mean, that makes some sort of sense. So it was called a wide. First ball. Next ball disappears for 4. Iqbal gets super lucky. Super lucky. This one takes off. But here's the thing, if the umpire doesn't hear the noise, then he doesn't hear the noise. It's not really, you don't actually see a deflection. I mean, you can kind of join the dots, but if you look at the video, you don't see a clear change in direction of the ball. All right, in the air, Ranjit in trouble. Oh, and the fielder coming in basically wipes himself out. Waka was coming around to his left. It was probably his catch with the outfielder basically pulled rank. I think that's Mirakel coming in from the boundary. What an entertaining game this is at the moment. He had a clearer line to the ball, but he had to run further, and the wind's blowing away, blowing the ball back to the middle of the field. So Mirakel puts that one down. Now Ranjit gets back for 2, now gets back for 6. Maximal. Game on a knife edge here at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I'll justify the umpire's call. I'm not saying it's the right call, but what I will say, it's over there. That was the one that got hit for 6 there. That's over the shoulder. Probably the one for the over if I haven't had one already. If the umpire doesn't hear the noise, he's got to call it a wide. He just didn't hear it. He might have been the only one on the ground that didn't hear it, but he's the one that matters. And now Ranjit is going to go back-to-back 6s to finish the 4th over. Bit of spice in this one as well. End of the 4th over, 63 for 2. I know Dave in the chat was asking about the video from yesterday, and I know on YouTube occasionally it's kind of crazy, but you can get kind of copyright strikes on you, and it's a bit of a weird process. I think that sometimes videos get taken down. Normally it gets sorted out. Obviously, we take great care not to infringe on any copyright, but even something as simple as something like a car passing with the music playing. Full. Umpire has a good look. Cracks him on the pad. Kogiani's back. Where's this pitch? Oh, it's a tough one. To me, it's about where does the ball bounce? Does it bounce in line or not? For me, it's probably, and I mean probably just outside the leg stump. Maybe umpire's call on the pitching. What it is, it's another ball that stays on the field, which is a good result for cricketers. Yeah, so hopefully day 9 comes back sooner rather than later. French cut chopped down hard into the pitch and caught on the bounce by Shakil Zadran. Yeah, so I mean something as simple as like someone playing music across the road, if that gets picked up, then the algorithm will then suggest that you're infringing on copyright, or bad actors might make false challenges that you're infringing their copyright. That's a bit of a business, I think, as well. Nice shot, straight down the ground, one bounce. Iqbal, not borrowed time really. And we'll go out on a limb and say I don't think Akib's a walker. But hey, umpire ruled in his favour, and he's still a threat. Yeah, so hopefully that issue gets sorted out. I know it's rare that the video actually gets taken down, because normally it doesn't come to that. But yeah, we'll work hard on our end to get that back. Otherwise, all this work feels like it's for nothing if it's not out there for you to enjoy. Back to this game right now. So, okay, it wasn't yesterday. It was the day before yesterday, day 9. Yeah, that makes sense, Dave. Off 32, rate approaching 20 and over. Bowled him. And he's blasted straight through Ranjit here. It's a spicy Yorker from Hekmatullah Kogiani. Very well executed. Well, he went close to getting him early in the over this time, no doubt. Pitches leg, hits leg, knocks it out of the ground. Bang. Kogiani gets his man in the end. And Ranjit is going to have to go out for 20, 70 for 3. So penetrated that top 4 now. I'm going to go for Zahid Khan at number 5. Tall task for Salzburg from here. Still got some good hitters in there. Asan Yusuf's a guy I really rate him with the bat. Hasn't had much to do in this series at the batting crease. Zahid, best of 39 not out. But in 17 matches since 2020, his highest score is 6 not out. So a lot being asked of him here. To be fair, it's only gotten out once. Well, it could be gone first ball. Well, Shadnan Khan, who took one of the most remarkable catches you'll ever see earlier. That time he almost is happy to block it. He wants to catch it, but he knows his best chance of stopping the boundary is to not let it bounce. He puts his body on the line, keeps it to 1. End of 5 overs, 71 for 3. So now you can see what they need for a point. So the rate's gone up to 21 plus required. And again, Salzburg, it's important for them. They still think they're an outside chance of winning the game, but it's a must for them to hold on to the point. They've got a tricky game against Grants Cricket Academy, who have this sense of belief, don't they, GCA? And that's not going to be an easy one. Salzburg haven't actually even secured their place in the finals yet. Bilal Zalma to come on the bowl over number 6. Bilal is very tricky as well, and he's pretty good at hitting that block hole. Again, hits that perfect length. Yeah, Salzburg, I mean, they're reasonably comfortable in the 5, but yeah, potentially you've got kind of Shri Punjab lurking, you've got Graz Cricket Academy lurking. Oh, it's a nasty throw for Hamaneem to deal with. Does pretty well. That points to the ground saying, hey, no more of those, please. Look at this. Oof. Does Ratula. He sets a bit of a task for his keeper. Naeem gets something behind it. Oh, well, that time he wasn't quite sure whether he was coming or going. Shandan certainly had his share of the ball. This is when I think he thinks about doing something similar and thinks twice, because this one might have gone through him. In the end, he gets York, and it's 4 runs. What do we think of that catch? Can anyone believe it? It goes after this, and that's the slight miss by Zalma, and Iqbal cashes in. Maximo. Just short of that block hole. Last ball of the over. Still a decent one for Bilal. Pretty good location. It's going to sneak away for 4. Just zigged when he needed to zag there, Shannon at the last moment. So he's had the good, the bad, and the ugly, hasn't he, in the field? 15 come off that one, end of 6, 86 for 3. 89 off 24 for the win. Is there an outside chance that Anaki Bikpal could go absolutely crazy and pull this off for Salzburg? Be one of the great chases if they could do it. Need a giant over though, really. Zishan Arif is going to bowl. Okay. Zishan's actually not a bad bowler. So they need for a point 36. Hit hard. Bilal has given Shadnan a bit of a breather in that position. Bilal likes fielding down there. There's no easy ground balls on this field. Walks at this, turns into a full toss. Well fielded out there by Nasrullah. Rate required, crept out past 23 for the game. The more realistic thing is Salzburg get to that 122 plus, make sure they hold on to their point. Slow ball, and he picks it eventually, and he smacks it down to the ground. Maximo for Zahid. Nice shot, actually. I know it was a full toss. It's actually pretty well executed slow ball, but it's not quite the length. You want this dropping into the block hole. Zahid gives it everything. Goes after this again. Well, this is why they like him. Zahid going bang, bang. And if he can click and Iqbal can do what we know he can do. Maybe there's an outside chance here. what you need to have an absolute heater. 75 off 20 required for the game. Up to the stumps now. Amanaim. Now this is going, and that's also out of here. Maximo Seismas. I did well to get this. It was a low full toss. Wasn't a bad ball at all, but yeah, the sixes keep on coming. Is there a rally here? 69 off 19. Rate back below 22 and over. There goes for this, and that's also going to disappear. Maximo! 4 sixes on the spin to finish the seventh. That was the magical over that Salzburg were after. 26 coming off at end of 7, 112 for 3. 63 required off the last 3, but that's the kind of pace that they've been on. Definitely in that last over coming up, Salzburg, they have their last game coming up. And that's against Graz Cricket Academy. 2 teams with finals ambitions. Salzburg surely favourites, but Graz have a kind of habit of not going away. Both teams with 6 wins in the series. Potentially, we're going into that with a 6-3 record on both sides. Graz winning the toss, electing to bat. Coming up in 25 minutes. Back to the job at hand here. Bilal coming back. Biggest over of the game, I think. Because Bilal, he can shut this down. Can he find that block hole? Aki Bigbar at the other end. Probably lucky to be there. And there's the attempted block hole, but Akib's got it. That's out of the ground. They've got all the momentum at the moment. Salzburg, Maximo for Akib. Well, some of the viewers might think he's batting with a broken hand after that incident earlier in the innings, but he's still there and he's a thorn in the side. The double clicks on 57 off 17 now. You just got to go magical, magical, magical. That's how you win the game. Bilal with a comeback ball. Walks at it. And you know, keep here. The reason he's dancing there, he knows how good Bilal is at hitting that Yorker. So by dancing down the pitch, he's trying to turn it into a full toss, but Bilal kind of was able to jam that in. Couldn't get in the air. So here's turn. Sahid, I should say. Again, low full toss, but he finds the gap, and that's going to be 4. Well, it's not 6, but it is 4, and they are hungry for more. Salzburg at the moment coming home with a wet sail, hitting with the wind. 2 right-handers there. It's going to be really tough to hold them back. And even you've got bowlers to come, but it's hard to see an obvious one that will be able to really shut things down. 52 off 15 required. Hanging in there, Salzburg. Cricketers need a wicket. Hits this hard, and it's going to get through Shadnan. Oh, he's had a proper working over, hasn't he, down the ground? I can kind of see what he's thinking. If he can get to on the full, even if he doesn't catch it, he'll probably stop the 4, but he can't quite get there in time. It bounces just in front, bang. Past his outstretched arm, and 4 more. What a run of boundaries here. 7 boundaries in the last 8 balls for Salzburg. What an innings from Zahid. 5 runs in the series before this innings. They've gone to him and he's delivered. Bilal is going to disappear for 6 more. Maximo only just missing that block hole. Not quite the line, just short. Look, there. It's probably half a metre in front of the front foot. And right now, there's just no stopping these 2. I mean, what an innings from Zahid Khan. 41 off 12 now, 42 off 13. The rate, unbelievably, has come back from out, I think it was at 23 and a half and over. Now it's down to 19, but they've got to keep going. Still plenty of cricket left in this one. Last ball for Bilal Zalmai in the dirty 30s. Just find that block. Oh, awkward one. Well stopped. And they will take the single. End of the 8th, 134 for 3. Hey, don't forget, we had 5 penalty runs for the clock in the first innings. They should really only be chasing 170. But they were slow, Salzburg. That's why they need to chase 5 more than that. Game on at Saban. Buenos dias, Monica, in the chat. Good time for you to join us. Ooh. I mean, it's still a long way from home. They need over 20 and over here. They need 41 in 2 overs. But just they've got so much momentum. Waka Zalmai is going to come on to bowl. He went for 15 when he bowled. Did get a little bit of a way shape early, but with this ball now banged up, I don't know if he'll get a lot of swing. Zahid Khan, innings of his life at the moment. Faces up, 9th over. Showtime. Oh, I think that's all right, you know. Doesn't swing at it. It's straight over the line. It's actually well bowled. Look, comes back. Definitely over the line for me. It's a good call. Got to swing at that unless you're absolutely sure. Zahid now his highest score on ECN, 42 not out. Now he's going to take it out. Going, and gone. Maximo. Well, that time he does swing. Makes up for the last ball. Here's a scary thing, though. .6 is actually not quite keeping up with the rate, but that's what they've had so far. There's the 6. There's the love heart. Thanks to our wonderful creative crew at Spring Productions. He's in the zone right now, isn't he, Zahid? Probably doesn't even know where he is, doesn't even know who he is, but he's just in a ballistic mood. Sadhu saying this is giving him shades of Netherlands 11 versus Spain in the ECC last year. Goes for it again with the wind. Going, gone. 6 more, Maximo. And it's going to be 50 for Zahid Khan, his first 50 on the network. But like I said, he's just laser focused. He doesn't really care about the 50. He's only thinking, got to keep going, got to stay in the zone. His first ECN 50 coming off 15 balls. Could this be one of the highest chases ever? It'll be equal 6th all time. Long way from home still to go. 29 off 9, pretty well bowled, clipped away. Still so much to do. I mean, they've done well to stay in it, but Salzburg, they're still underdogs. About a 1 in 3 chance from here. Iqbal has 2 balls to deal with from Waka Zalmai. Oh, well, you might need to just take a few deep breaths after this one. 2 teams with trophy aspirations. They're going to bring the cover to more point. They're going to cover deep cover, but I don't think at this stage you're worrying where the fielders are. You're just trying to get under the ball, hit it well. And he does exactly that. It wasn't a big miss from Waka Zalmai, but Aqib Iqbal, strong bottom hand, muscles it up and out of the ground. Maximo, 22 off 7 now. This would be an unbelievable chase for Salzburg if they could pull this off. Cricket has only dropped 1 game in the series so far. Things tightening up. Last ball of the 9th. Goes again, 6 more. Maximo, 50 for Aqib Iqbal. Brings it up off 17 balls. Like I said, he's not worried about that right now. He wants to take his team all the way. 159 for 3 after 9. And they'll be ruining those 5 penalty runs. Couple of balls short of the time. Cricketers, only game they've lost was the very first game against VCC. On a winning streak of 7 in a row. Now, I think, given the situation, I've got Salzburg ahead. What does the computer say? Yeah, they are ahead, 58%. Nasrullah is getting a bowl, so they're turning to a 7th bowler here. 16 off 6 required. Zahid, innings of his life, but they're not there yet. First one, though, disappears. It's a boundary. It's going to be 4 runs. Doesn't quite go all the way. 12 off 5 now. Not the greatest start from Miracle, really. And yeah, you see it pitches just inside. 12 off 5. But it's momentum. It's an intangible, but it's existing right now. What a partnership. They came together 70 for 3. In 26 balls, they've put on 93. Hit hard into the gap. 4 more. They get 4 closer. 8 off 4. And really, the bowlers, they haven't missed their spots by a lot. But these little misses, and they are little misses. They're half a metre. Kind of half a metre off the block hole. But right now, it's unstoppable. Is there a final twist in this game? Is this going to go into the highest chases? Will I have a voice left at the end of this game? Miracle. Up in the air. Into the gap. Stop needs to be made. It is. Well, they're going to go for 2, and they're going to get it. Very good running. I didn't think there was 2 there. But Iqbal also kind of assessing the situation. No, same batter. He's winning the battle. He makes it actually easily in the end. 6 runs required. I can't believe I'm saying this, but right now, Salzburg can win this with 1 swing of the bat. Six to win. 3 remaining. In the air. Going, gone. What a chase from Salzburg. Pulling this one out. And they'll win it with 2 balls to spare. They chase 175. And that gives them a good chance of that top 3. But what an innings from Zahid Khan. 6 to win in the end. He'll finish with an incredible total. 71 not out of 21 balls. Well, it was shades of the Netherlands 11 in the highest chase ever. And Sikander Zulfikar, when they knocked Spain out of the competition. And cricketers, well, they just had it all go wrong, didn't they? I know a lot of people go back to that. The caught behind of Aqib Iqbal down the leg side. Feel like everyone heard it, but the umpire had to stay not out. And then, well, it wasn't really, I mean, it was Aqib to an extent. Obviously, he batted very well, 52 off 17. But Zahid was 71 off 21. What an amazing chase for Salzburg. Well, they'll have to come back down to earth because in 15 minutes, they've got their last game of the qualifying stage against Graz Cricket Academy. And they'll be in the field. They'll be on the chase again. They won't mind that. Join us for that one in 15 minutes. Maybe time for a quick power nap. All right, well, let's have a look at it. And it started pretty brightly with Hasif. 2 4s and a 6 in the first over. And it looked like business as usual at this stage for Imran. But then he got this completely wrong to Big D, turning the face. A soft full toss. It was the end of Imran. Garaya, well, we know how good he is. Iqbal joined him at the crease. Then, let's not forget this. This was an incredible piece of fielding from Shadnan, who pulls it in, plucks it almost blindly, somehow stayed inside the boundary. But then, to be honest, that was the high point after that. He was under attack and he didn't stop too many more. Iqbal, he had that very, very confident appeal for caught behind, turned down. And he had Ranjit there for some help as well. Ranjit got to 20 off 9 before he got absolutely castled by Kogiani, the left armour. But that brought Zahid Khan to the crease. He'd scored 5 runs in this series, and his highest score in the last 4 years is 6. And he just came out and went absolutely bananas. 8 Maximos and 4 4s in there. And the thing is, they had to do it. They had to stay at this rate, which had climbed up 22, 23 and over. But they just got on a roll, and a bit like kind of shooting the table in Vegas all night. They just kept on going, didn't they? And there was no stopping them in the end. And I don't actually think cricketers bowled that badly to them. And sure, they kind of missed their spots by a little bit from time to time, but those little bits made a big difference. Iqbal hustled back for 2 with 6 to win. Zahid brought it up in style. Then unbelievably, Salzburg chased that with 2 balls to spare. Feels like a big moment in the series against 2 giants that I've got a feeling might meet each other again tomorrow on finals day. Just the 6 extras in there, and the 5 penalty runs don't actually come back to bite Salzburg in the end as they chase that one. Amazing game. Asif and Guraya went for less than 15 runs. It made 20, but it was all about the partnership between Akib Iqbal and Zahid Khan. Zahid with 71 runs, Akib with 52, an unbroken partnership of 105. They bring up the 100 partnership with the last shot of the game as well. 2 for 21. Kogiani tried hard, I thought, but he didn't have a lot of help in there. Big D, they just give him the 1 over, and he got the wicket of Asif, but the other bowlers basically got a working over, but sometimes just no stopping momentum. And Salzburg, well, like I said, they'll have to come back down to earth because they've got another game in less than 15 minutes' time. GCA waiting for them, hoping maybe to pounce on a little bit of the downer after the upper, perhaps. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. More cricket on the way here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Sabon Cricket Ground in Austria. Well, I hope you've recovered from that crazy finish in the last game, but we do have more cricket coming your way. 3 matches left before we make the cut, and the top 5 will continue to finals Friday. Tomorrow, match 53, we'll see Salzburg fresh off the back of their top 10 chase of all time. They're taking on Graz Cricket Academy in match 53. Let's see what happened at the toss a little while
Graz
ago.
to call.
Tail.
Tails the call. It's tails. They're going to bat first.
Nice use of the wrists by Tyrone Peters, but it is GCA that win the toss and decide they want to bat first. Means Salzburg will be on the chase, and they did just pull off a dramatic chase of 175. More about that in a second. But yeah, these are the two teams. Salzburg now find themselves 7-2, and with a real opportunity to attack the top of the table. Graz Cricket Academy, though, they're in a funny spot as well, 6-3, and if they could pull off a win here, they kind of guarantee that they will be a part of finals day after their dramatic win earlier on in the day against Sherry Punjab. I mentioned earlier, they just kind of had the run of the game towards the end, GCA. So both these two teams with pretty dramatic wins so far today. I will say that GCA really executed their bowling skills excellently towards the end. These are the odds. Salzburg 71%, but it wouldn't count out Graz. They're a plucky team that kind of have that will to win, don't they, from any position. I suppose you could argue the same about their opponents. So, welcome back, and just scoffed down a bit of lunch. Still was trying to come to terms with that incredible partnership between Zahid Khan and Aqib Iqbal. Crazy stuff, really. But that's what we love about ECN. It's cricketainment in the first degree. But that's the thing, it's entertainment, but it's also very competitive. And this is not just for show. You know, these guys they're pretty serious about wanting to win. We didn't work that out already. So Judge Shinwari gets us going. And maybe Elza are up there. Might have just still been climbing the bars, but pretty good start for Salzburg. Yeah, Graz had a really important win earlier in the day. Big swing and a miss. This is Vikram Chaudhary, who's out there opening the batting, along with Akshay Varg. But yeah, that's one of the things we love about ECN. So many matches, which means, by definition, you're going to get a lot of close matches. You're going to get a lot of thrillers. You're going to see things you would never see elsewhere. Tied up a bit this time. It's a bit more of a pedestrian start to this game. Just the run of boundaries in that last game was absolutely insane, wasn't it? Just trying to look back, the last few overs. Remember the halfway point they needed. I can't remember how many exactly. They were 71, so they needed 104 in the last 5. One just misses the line, that'll be a wide. Yeah, but then the 6th over went for 15. The 7th went for 26, the 8th for 22, the 9th for 25. They needed 16 off the last over, and they got there in 4 balls. That was a crazy finish. Interesting also that Vikram Chaudhary has been given the opportunity to open the batting. So they went for Hamid Safi up the top with Varg before. There's that swing. Shinwari's been able to get say. Wind's not as violent as it has been at times throughout the day, but often that means it's just regrouping. Well, actually dropped his bat. That would put me off. But, well, Chowdhury's going to have to go, and it's not the start they were hoping for. Oh, get a load of this. So we had the bat get dropped by the non-striker. He picks it up. I don't think actually it affects it. Maybe he didn't even notice, but how about that from Hassan Youssef? Plucks it easy as you like. And that will be the first wicket. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for Chowdhury. He burns 5 balls. Goes without scoring. Just the start Salzburg wanted. I think they had a bit of a team meeting, just trying to come back in saying, look, let's just come back down to earth here. Yes, we're in a good position, but it kind of doesn't mean as much if we can't win and win well in this next game. Salzburg, if they win this and win it well, potentially they could even go to the top of the table. They need a 4-pointer, but I have a feeling that that could push them up to the top. A 3-pointer will see them in second, although cricketers could take that back off them. Right now, we're going to watch this disappear as Girani comes out and announces his arrival. Maximal, end of the first over, 7 for 1. Should also mention cricketers on 24 points and Salzburg on 24 points. We'll see this all in a couple of minutes' time, but yeah, some interesting scenarios are possible here. 18 days until the ECC. 32 nations will do battle in 2 divisions. 127 matches over 27 days. The 4th edition of the ECC, I'm sure, will be the biggest and best yet. Join us at the Carterborough Oval. Put that in your diary. 18 days to go. Of course, we're super excited about that. So, yeah, just speaking of the scenarios, and we'll see it on the table in a moment's time anyway, but you got cricketers in Salzburg now tied on points with 24. Okay, and they've both got 1 game to go. This game obviously features Salzburg, and then cricketers will play Sherry Punjab in the next game. So 1 game each. Oh, a bit of 1 hand, 1 bounce, and Sarchima comes in. So the scenarios are actually Donnerstadt. They're currently on top with 28 points. Vienna second in at the moment with 26, but they can't go anywhere because of the fact they're out of games, those two. The Salzburg and cricketers are 24 with 1 to go. So if they both win, Salzburg and cricketers, they'll actually knock Vienna CC down into the eliminator. They'll knock them down to 4th place. But there's also the chance that if either team lose Salzburg or cricketers, it keeps them out of the top 3. But there's also the possibility if they get 4 points that they could actually go all the way up to the top and even push Donnerstadt off the top on net run rate. Donnerstadt currently 28, Salzburg and cricketers 24 with a game in hand. So pretty interesting actually. Smashed. And it's high though. With the wind, that's normally carrying today, and it does. Maximal. Varg was brilliant earlier on with 48. He's probably the reason that they got enough runs on the board in the first place. Nice strike. Yeah, Akshay, not a player we saw before this year, but he does have a half century in the series, 66 against Donnerstadt. You know, they're good opposition. Defending champions, multiple-time champions, Donnerstadt. Wow, that's gone crazy. That's going to be a wide. Unbelievably, that's been fielded on the boundary. Tuma Tariq coming across. But this is just way too short. Chima's just had the occasional lapse today, hasn't he? That's way too short. Brilliant fielding. But shouldn't be missing by that much. Trying to get strike back. 6 off the only ball he faced so far. All right, in the air with the wind, that's 6. But that is a blast into the heavens from Girani. Goes Maximal. I don't think I can describe to you how high this actually was. It went so high, and with the wind kind of blowing in that direction, Zerani basically already just glove punches long before the ball came back down to earth. Makes the journey comfortably. Yeah, maybe slightly slower one. Stays inside. I know Martin said when he saw my shirt first thing this morning, thought maybe it's Friday because it is a bit peacockish. But I've got a bit of a strategy, actually. The last few weeks have been very, very hot. So I'm generally keeping the suits for finals day and the internationals. Just trying to keep it a bit cool. Still want to look good, don't get me wrong. This one will be handled out there by Shinwari. End of the second over, and GC8 22 for 1. Yeah, so I still want to look good. Obviously, I take a lot of pride in what I wear. I think day in, day out, though, it's a little bit warm for the suit every single day at the moment. So just trying to strike that healthy balance. Salzburg, this is what I'm talking about. So Salzburg and cricketers, they're 24 and they've each got a game to go. They could go as high as 28 or they could stay on 24. For Graz Cricket Academy, there's even a chance they could get the top 3, you know, if they could take all the points here. And cricketers would have an absolute shocker against Sherry Punjab in the next game. Kind of tournament you wouldn't rule anything out. I mean, Indian CC Vienna, we now know that they're toast because they're out of the 5. They started the day in the 5, but kind of knew that they'd be overhauled. Unfortunately, didn't have the finish to the tournament they would have wanted. Hakeem Iqbal with the ball in over number 3. Starts an attempted Yorker. No full toss, knocked down by Garaya at mid-on. Yeah, we'll say when it gets Kartima, you can expect me suiting up every day. Maybe pick up Friday, I can lose the jacket. Also, I have actually ordered a few more suits. These ones have actually got me around for a while, but yeah, stay tuned. Might be able to have a couple of other colours in the mix. Depends if I get them in time. Just a few late adjustments here. We're still in the power play, so you've got to make sure you don't have too many outfielders. We're for a 6-3 field here, so you've got 3 on the leg side and 6 on the off. The wind is going left to right, though, towards that offside for the left-hander. It's kind of heavy length. Iqbal, because he has bowled so many full, suddenly that length ball's become a lot more effective because people are kind of expecting it full, and then even to the point that they're kind of charging, saying, okay, I'm going to turn the Yorker into full toss, but then you get something kind of chest high rising on you. It's just not easy. Similar shot, but again, it's clever the way he changes up his pace. Akib Iqbal. Did he bat well? Might have used up one of his good luck tokens with a pretty confident appeal for caught behind, turned down when he was batting in the last game, Akib. Spears this one in towards Varg, who hasn't had the most fluent start to his innings. There's a 6 and a 1 in the 6 balls he's faced. Yeah, the other thing in Kartima, obviously, with my shoes, I actually keep the sparkly shoes for Kartima. They can't quite take the grind of the tour. So I got my blue sparkly ones. I got my gold sparkly ones that I keep for finals day. We'll actually have 6 finals days in the group stages, and then a finals day for the playoffs in the ECC Challenger Division, and a finals day, obviously, at the very end in the Premier Division in Championship Week. Right, happening at the moment. There's Learcat. Might have won that one, actually. Got everything behind it. Kind of drags that one into the pitch like a rolling cutter, so that the arm is quicker than the ball actually comes down. And actually, Learcat's done pretty well to block that on the second bounce. All right, this one's tram line, but it's poked up in the air. Should be gone. Taken. I won't say he looks super confident under that, but he does the job in the end. Hassan Youssef made the adjustment at the last minute. Not an easy one with the wind. Like I said, it's actually blowing the ball back towards the batter, which makes it a slightly more awkward catch. Good location, though, from Akib. Gets the batter reaching, poking. Hassan Youssef, he'll tell you, that was never in doubt. Durrani falls on his sword for 14, end of the power play. Grants, 24 for 2. So yeah, for cricketers, they'll be feeling, look, let's do a number on the batting here. Maybe we can roll them less than 100, chase it in 7 overs with the batting that we've got. A lot of guys in form. Salzburg take 4 points, potentially finish top of the ladder, where you have an easier opponent and you have an easier draw as well. You get to sit the first half of finals day at home and just watch. Okay, Varg needs to kind of carry his team through again here, you'd imagine. He's been joined at the crease by Maiwand Momand. Well, that time, I think he's going to be gone. Poked up in the air, and Learcat will take the catch. I wonder if this maybe deflects onto his helmet and up in the air. No, I just think it catches him on the gloves, and that's why it kind of balloons up. Yeah. It's just a good short ball, and Varg, he's pretty good at actually getting across and getting out the way of balls going down the leg side, but this one really follows him, doesn't it? From Sajjad Shinwari. You can see it here. Just poked up in the air, and pretty good catch by Learcat. Had to identify the situation. Well, that's a real opportunity now, I think, for Salzburg. They've got 3 wickets in the first 3.1 overs, 24 for 3. This will bring Mansoor Safi to the crease. So we did see him opening up. Oh, pardon me, batted 3 earlier on, but he didn't really get too much going. Ended up getting run out for 2 off 6. Had a mix-up with Akshay Varg. Well, he won't be batting with Varg in this innings. We know that, because Varg's the last man out for 7. Excellent bowling. Well, now they're going to take it on. Bowler's ends on. He fires at his own end. Again, this is clever bowling from Shinwari. It starts well outside, but definitely gets a piece of the tram line. In fact, it ends up well inside. But the batting from Safi, he's backing away. And this has been a bit of a problem with some of the Graz Cricket Academy batters. Well, that's better. And that just shows if you go offside, there's value there as well, because that's where they're putting the ball. It'll be 4 runs. Nice shot by Momand. And I totally get that you're kind of looking to go leg side, a bit more leg side than you normally would, but if you only show that you can do that, then a good disciplined bowling side, they'll just keep putting it in difficult spots to do that. Shinwari's bowling a really good spell here. He's got 2 for 11 off 10 balls bowled now. Well, that's the one that you can go leg side. So there's the little error. So it gives him exactly what he wants, and it's a bit top edgy, but it does fly. Maximal for Momand. Right into the wheelhouse for that little flick. Over fine leg, 6 runs. Maybe a word or two between the players. Okay. Grant still giving about a 1 in 7 shot, pulling this off. Short, wide, 2 wide. No ball, actually. It's second for the over. Remember, he took a wicket first ball with a bouncer, which means you can't bowl another one that's over the shoulder. And that was definitely going to be a wide anyway, but no ball will take precedence. Good umpiring there. You have to keep a track of those things. And Sif's running in saying, look, put the short one away. We don't need it. It's not necessary this stage. Real opportunity for Momand. Free hit. Well, he will hit it, but nowhere near where he meant to. That is 6 runs. That's actually a giant Baximo. Look at this. And I tell you what, this camera, it has been a ball magnet. Douche. And funnily enough, you can put that down as an offside 6, but that's not where he was trying to hit it. End of the 4th over, 42 for 3. Gratz mentioned earlier, they're plucky. They won't go away quietly. They will fight all the way. They will also know, kind of looking at this table, that if they weren't to play well here, for example, say they don't get a point, then Shri Punjab basically have 2 matches to try and get 3 or 4 points. Shri Punjab, their draw has them playing Cricketers in match number 54 and the Daredevils in match 55. So for Gratz, I mean, even the value of a point here, say they can't win, the value of a point is quite significant. Because, okay, 22 would force Shri Punjab to win both those games. Whereas if they weren't to get any points, then Shri Punjab could kind of probably go win-loss. I mean, they still, if they get 1 point out of this, could get done with win-loss by Shri Punjab, but margin would come into it. Shri Punjab would have to have a big win in there. So yeah, a lot of things happening. This is final 5. Whether it's by luck or design, it's made some really interesting final days. But there we go. Nice to see some non-agricultural traffic as well. That was like a bit of an oldie but a goodie, didn't it? Takes this on, and with the win, that's going to fly. Maximo from Oman. And I say Arsene Yusuf, I thought he bowled really well earlier. Okay, he gets taken down that time. But he's actually used this breeze, I think, better than any spinner. Because he's getting that drift in, he gets the drop, and then he'll turn it away. Potentially can turn it away. Not quite ready, not quite set. Taken on down the ground once again. That's 6. Maximo from Oman. Yusuf throws down the challenge, but Oman's equal to it. If you can get hold of Yusuf, then I think you're feeling very good about yourself. Run rate getting back up there. 118 pace at the moment. 131 says the computer. Backing GCA to come back and come back well. Fraction shorter, so pulled away, gets the gap. Excellent batting. Moman's found his rhythm here. And Yusuf, sick of getting drilled over his head. He goes a little bit shorter, but excellent footwork from Oman. He springs onto that back foot. Finds the gap at mid-wicket. Last ball, the 5th coming up. Takes it on again, and that's going to be 6 more. They take Yusuf magical. Gratz turning things around. Moman stepping up to the plate. End of 5 overs. And it's 65 for 3. Say a quick hello to Golem Mustafa in the chat. Good to see you. And nice to see so many people in the ECN family enjoying the action here. Of course, there's plenty more to come this year on ECN. And this takes us all the way up. Actually, the only thing apart from that on the schedule is the ECCW, which will squeeze on to the bottom, I think, after this series is finished. But yeah, really excited about everything still to come. I mean, Malta, we haven't been there this year. Normally we do like to spend a bit of time over there. So yeah, join us for a really exciting 3 months or so. Just over 3 months left in the season. Okay. Over number 6. Coming up. Yeah, starts with a fireball from Chima. Well taken by Leah Cup behind the stumps. Forced to go back to pace. I wonder if they have to give Nassim Youssef a spell now, based on how that over went. Maybe attempted to use him again. Maybe it depends who's on strike. This is going to be well fielded down there at deep third. The catch flying away. Lifted up and over the top. That's going to be 4. Moman into the 40s. He is coming to the forward at a very convenient time for Graz. Nice shot. Like the way he's okay. Still clears that front leg, but he's willing to go offside. That was the line of the ball, even if it's into the wind. But there's no one back on the boundary there, so if it gets over the infield, it's definitely going. Something similar. This time comes up with fresh air. Shot. Really good shot. Extra points for style. Watch him hold the pose here. Moman pumps it. Maximo moves to 48. Yeah, he liked it. He liked it a lot. Moman and goes a little tiptoe. Follow through. Holding the blade where it ended up. 48 now for him. Shot. Batting with more confidence by the minute right now. My one to Momand. Now he goes up and over the top. Fielder back there. Into the wind. Oh, he's dropped it. No way. Akib Iqbal then throws. Might have been out actually, but Akib, well, there's no easy catches today, but for a player of his ability, 99 times out of 100, I think he swallows this. Momar gets super lucky, by the way. That'll bring up his 50. He brings it up in 14 balls. Not the way that we expected it to happen. I actually think they did get 2 there. Yeah, it is. It's 50 for Moman. But he gets a life. Don't know whether to laugh or cry. End of the 6th over. Walking stick 77 for 3. Geez, that 6 was pretty sweet, wasn't it? But he almost disappeared the very next ball. I'm sure that's 2. And they've only scored it as 1, but I'm sure that's 2 because didn't he almost get run out coming back for the second? Let's find out soon. Oh, no, he's on strike. That's his 50 now. So, yeah, they only did get the 1. They didn't want the 2. But now he brings up his 50, and he brings it up off 15 balls then. Momand, what an effort. Oh, and once again holds it. What an innings. What a counter-attack. That's what this format's all about. All right. Hungry for more is Moman, 55 and counting. But maybe he's gone. Surely this isn't getting dropped as well. It's not. So it costs them 7 in the end. And it's Mubashir Ali, the captain, who gleefully accepts that. The Lightning not striking twice in the end. But what a great innings from Momand. Leaves his team in a lot healthier shape than when he arrived at the end of the power play. But he'll have to go for 55 in the score, 83 for 4. Really good knock. When your team's basically hanging in the balance, you'd want to be getting a minimum point out of this. They'll still feel this is a winnable game, though. Never say die. Really had a bit of swagger about him as well, didn't he? Yeah, my one to Momand. You better out there, Samagol Mesal. He gets one down the leg side first up. Keeper does well to at least block it. Unnecessary throw coming in. Another one coming in. Well, a sore neck at the moment. There'll be 3 wides. One for the wide, one for the run, one for the overthrow. Oh, that's pretty close, actually. In the end. Good length. Umar Tariq coming on to bowl here. Pretty unusual figures of 1 for 9 off 2 balls bowled. Down leg side, more work for the keeper. Does pretty well to at least get a glove on that, stop it. Potentially going to the fence. It's a bit of a loose one from Umar. Doesn't bowl too many of them, to be honest. Around the wicket then. Nice, can't get it right at the moment, can he, Umar? Another excellent take by Learcat to save it going for more, but they will get another couple of runs for free. Good keeper. Save your 30 runs in innings, I think, sometimes in this format. And he saves you 3 runs and over. 30 in the innings. Just falling away at the moment. Can't find that offside. You might be saying, well, how's this happening? Umar's normally a very accurate bowler, but you've got this wind factor, and the wind is blowing things left to right. So at the moment, he's just having trouble stopping the wind getting hold of it. In swinger this time, it's more on target. 1-2 here. Well, it's not a 2. Well, they would have made it, funnily enough. Now they're thinking of it. They're gonna, this is proper hokey pokey stuff here. And now they're going to get 2. Well, explain this one to me. And, I mean, look, there's a bit of an edge on this. It'll be 2 runs. But to be honest, I don't think it was a 2 at all. But they would have made it on the count that the throw to the keeper was a bit of a rough one. But I think Safi uses his veto power, saying, look, ball's already coming. What are you doing? And then it was fumbled, and then almost creates another run out on his way back. And then this gets away from the bowler, Tariq, and they do get 2 after all that. If this is not a wide, it's about as close as you can get to a wide without it being a wide on 2. Oh, I think at the crease, that's high. But, oh, yeah. Yeah, this is a funny one because, yeah, at the actual, it's probably generous call. Anyway, up in the air. Asif comes around, takes the catch. Well judged on a blustery day here in Vienna. Missan will have to go for 2. Graz lose the 5th wicket here. GC8's 94 for 5 now. Tariq with 2 wickets, though it has been a bit of an expensive over. Well judged by Imran. And you see how he's quite clever. He protects the ball there. He doesn't mind going slowly down to his elbows. He felt he was in control of it. Just didn't want to risk kind of breaking the fall with his hands holding the ball. Been a really good day so far. There's plenty more still to come. 136 expected for Graz here. Hamid Safi, well, he opened earlier. Now he's fallen out of favour. At least for this game. Tariq searching for a 3rd wicket. Helped round the corner. It couldn't get it right often enough that over. And Umair's going to take 2 for 23 in the 7th. It's a perfect start for Hamid Safi. Just the ball he was hoping he'd get. The 100 comes up for Graz Cricket Academy. It's 100 for 5 after 7. There's one guy, Hamid, you don't want to get too close to his body. Get it outside off. Make him go and fetch it. He loves the leg side. Hello to Trip. Nice to see you watching with the USA. Let's have a look at some of these squads for this weekend. These are the men's squads. Austria will be led by Akib Iqbal. And yeah, there's a fair bit of experience in there. Amar Naeem. Hassan Sadiq in there. Let us know what you think of those squads. In the air, 6 runs. Sweet hit from Safi this time. Stay pretty still. This is Mansoor Safi. Again, gets quite square on, clears that front leg, but it's nice. It's nice. Free swing of the bat. Now, do get some news for you. That in the Hamid Safi, we'll come back to it in a second, because this is actually going to run away. Great effort, but it's going to be 4 runs. Again, love the effort there from Salzburg. That Hamid Safi took more than the 60 seconds to arrive, and for that reason we got 5 penalty runs going to Salzburg. So that's an interesting one. There you go. Batter too slow to face up. It was Mansoor Safi. Sorry, it was Hamid Safi, pardon me. who is batting now, but he's cost his team 5. Wasn't ready to go in time. Oh no, well they're both running one way, and it's going to be out. Well, I won't say Leocat rocketed to the stumps there. He's pretty happy to watch, but it's a pretty good direct hit. Aki Bikpal, he doesn't miss too often, does he? This is another one that he was looking for a way. Do I really have to throw this? He's so far out, but have a look. Just takes off with the hit. One-hand pickup, gets a couple of steps, and basically it's like a half-speed throw, but he's not even in the picture. And a proper teapot job there by Mansour, because, I don't know, he just didn't get agreement from his partner. And there goes the helmet. Well, it's no Carlos Brathwaite, but anyway. New batter does get there in time. This is the ball he just missed. Wow, all happening here at Saban. So, you might have a word or two with the old. Up in the air, gone. Well, it's all coming apart at the seams now for GCA. It's a simple catch in the end. Mubashir Ali swallows it up. And this is Zahid Khan bowling. What a morning he's had so far. Start to his afternoon. Oh well, we'll have to negotiate the equipment on the way off as well. It's well, Mubashir having a bit of fun there. Not easy to juggle one ball. GCA now 110 for 7. End of the 8th over. 4 wickets falling. It's a collapso at the moment. 4 wickets have fallen in the last 11 balls. Hamid Safi will face up. Can they rally though? GCA. Here's a Kibik ball. No full toss. Well fielded. Zishangarai does the work. They're going to come back for 2. And they'll get there just. Cotwell, the new batter, having to run it out. Yeah, Salzburg, told you they'll be thirsty for the 4-pointer here. They'll still feel they can keep it at kind of 120, 120s there with a chance. That's a good strike, though, from Safi. Puts it up into the clouds. Maximal. Akib just giving a bit of length. Challenge kind of a ball for Hamid Safi, saying, right, do with it what you like. But yeah, I know it's outside off stump, but still, I'd like to see Akib going a bit wider. Safi is looking for that shot all the time. Better. Even though it was only about 2 stumps further over, it just was tougher for him to go and grab that and whack it over the leg side. How do we rate the helmet toss on the 1 to Carlos Brathwaite scale? Let us know in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Oh, well, how about that? All right, bowl that line, but it's too short. Gets a good look at it. Safi with a late charge here. Probably not in a rush to go and see Mansour, given how that ended with the run out. Half it does. That one is going to be 4. Finds the gap. Safi continues this good run. Suddenly they're looking at 140s here. right, goes and tries his old favourite shot. This is one you'd be happy with one. Why are they going for two? I don't know. He's going to have to hustle. He gets there. I don't know. They're gone absolutely bananas with the running. The reason I think one was on is because it's the end of the over. And Hamid, I think, wants to keep the strike. But Cotwell actually gives him no chance. I think they thought that was the end of the 10, but it's still an over to go. Oh, this is quite remarkable. Yeah, it's 130 for 7 after 9. But I think that they ran two there. Or Cotwell thought that was the last ball of the innings. And that's why he basically took on a suicidal 2 and almost ran out the main man at the moment. I don't think I've seen that before. Just miscounting the overs. But Cotwell, he's probably feeling pretty relieved. All right, Zahid, man of the moment, comes on to bowl the last over. The real last over starts with a wide. 130 for 7. Double digits here, get up into the 140s. Does make it pretty tough to take all 4 points if you're Salzburg. Oh, smashed his partner. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Well, Safi almost got run out by Cotwell thinking it was the last ball of the innings, and now he's worn this, and this was belted. He's just trying to protect himself. He's got every right to try and protect himself. Oh, there's no getting out of the way of that. Bang. Think it was chest. Oh, Cotwell's certainly been a difference maker, maybe not always for the right reasons. Banged him in the chest. That's broken ribs territory as well. That was absolutely hammered by Cotwell. Don't know if it's going to go for 4, maybe. And now here comes the magic spray. All right, and it's the old bare chest Spraytown USA job. Yeah, that's the way. Well, you might need the extra strength. Well, this is how it happened. That's a great angle. What are you going to do? There's nothing you can do about that. If you're Safi, you can have the best reflexes in the world. He just had to put the old hope up. Hand of hope. Don't hit me. Well, now he is back on strike. Get 1. Again, coming 2. Oh, I don't think he's going to protect himself here. Well, you know what? I don't think. Okay. I think they've messed this up, if I'm completely honest. I think they've messed it up. Because, look, he basically tries to protect himself, but I don't know if he has. So who's out here right now? See, he's in first, but does he leave? Does he leave in time? No. No. So actually, that's going to be Safi out, and now he gets the message. Not smart. I mean, he was quite smart. He said, look, I can't risk myself like this. There's still balls to come. But then it wasn't very smart, really, from Cotwell. I don't know if he's got it in for Hamid Safi or whatever, but he almost ran him out into the 9th. He's then cracked him in the ribs. And now basically he's responsible for Safi being run out. And that means a new batter will come out and be on strike. Whoa. What a mess. 133 for 8. Good shot, actually. First up. And looking for 2. They're going to take it on. Oh, it's not great fielding. He actually held onto it, didn't want to throw. And basically they said, well, if you're not throwing, we're just going to keep running. That was a strange one. So they do get 2 in the end. time to breathe again. All right, now, well, the runs are going to come anyway, so maybe it won't cost them too much. The captain, Pamir Zarawat, has come out. There's a little edge, gets 4. He'll take it. What an exciting day's cricket has been so far. It is a chaos format. ECN T10 cricket. Oh no, no ball coming. There's 5. Oh, that's a disaster. Did he even get anything on this? Yeah, he got a little bit of glove on it. So it's going to be 5 runs and just searching for a Yorker there. Zahid goes all wrong. Little touch on it. And I mean little. Nightmare for the keeper. Gratz fighting all the way. Where are we at with this innings? This has been crazy. 139. Is it 139? Actually think it. Yeah, that more. Yeah, 144. That's more like it. 144. Free hit to come. 2 to come. Definitely a no ball for Hyatt. Could they get 150 here? How have they got this many? It's been an ugly old innings, but they've just found a way, haven't they, GCA? 2 to come. Free hit. That's going to be 6. What a shot. What a shot. Zarawat, I don't know why the graphics are giving him out. He's still there. He's still kicking. Maximo. And the 150 comes up. Well, we got Y2K creeping in now because this day's had a bit of everything. I suppose with Salzburg, if they can score 175, they can score 150 something. That's what it'll be. Last ball coming up. Slower ball, full. Now you might as well go for 2. Good throw to the keeper. Should do it. Not a good throw. Pulls him wide. 2 runs. 152 for GCA. 153 required by Salzburg. I don't even know who's ahead in this game. Can you say a team that's made 150 plus is behind? Well, this is a strange new era in ECN cricket, and I think the computer will say that Salzburg are favourites in this game, despite needing a significant amount of runs. I don't think it really keeps them in the picture for the 4-point, although it's not impossible. They need kind of 22 and over pace, but that is the kind of pace they were pulling yesterday. Well, time to pull out all the stops. Drop what you're doing. Have a look at these 10 overs of highlights. And once again, it's very European cricket series. Let's have a look. And I've got to say, that was the early wicket. Just the attempted cut from Chowdhury. He had to go for a 5-ball derrick. Wag never got going the way that he was able to in the last game. Durrani came out there. A couple of handsome blows from him. For Varg, that was one he did get away, but that was pretty much all she wrote. Iqbal, clever bowling here, just drawing the batter wide. Skied ball, Hassan Yusuf did the rest. So I was really getting this ball to talk, and that in-swing followed Varg. Top edge flew up in the air, well taken by Liaquat Mohammed. And that was a big wicket at that time. But what I will say is, some incredible individual efforts in this GCA 10 overs. And Moman, well, even though that might have started a bit streaky, he was outstanding, I thought. 55 off just 16 balls. So of the 16 balls he faced, 7 went for 6, 3 went for 4. So 10 boundaries in 16 balls. That includes the ball that he got out. Hassan Yusuf actually got a bit of tap. And so that was something that didn't work this game that worked pretty well for Salzburg in the last game. And Moman just went on a bit of a terror here, didn't he, at this stage? Salzburg, they have had a bit of a history. That was probably shot of the innings for me from Moman. They have a bit of a history of just conceding a lot of runs. I mean, yes, they chased 175, but they conceded 174. That I couldn't believe. Moman dropped on 48. Took him to 49. Then he brought up the 50. Again, another handsome stroke. GCA, a bit like earlier, they never give up, do they? Even if they're behind in the game, they never give up. They will still believe that they can win from any position. That went up in the air, though. Simple catch, breaks the partnership. Mubashir Ali was the man that was able to hold on to it and get rid of Moman for 55. Masound came out, couldn't do too much. He was well caught by Imran Asif in the deep. We had Hamid Safi come out, and he actually made a bit of a difference. We had the Safi combination for a while, but didn't end too well. We can see Mansa pokes that one, wants the single, gets radio silence at the other end, and then, I mean, it had to be direct. There's no one at the stumps. Luckily, Akib does hit, and then it was teapot time. It was toys out of the cot time as well. And, well, Hamid was in no mood to keep going. And, well, you can see how it went with Mansour. Body language pretty clear there. But then we had this strange part of the game where where we saw Cotwell come out and, yeah, basically think it was the end of the innings. It wasn't, and then he whacked his partner in the guts, and then come the end of the innings, it ends up on 152. We had the two at the one end, and then there's more kind of more repercussions, more recriminations as Hamid Safi ends up getting run out as well, trying to protect himself. He was not able, and didn't really matter because the captain came out, Zarawar, and he actually scored 14 off 5. So I don't think it cost them too many when it's all said and done. And somehow, Grants Cricket Academy have put 152 on the board. Funny old looking scorecard here when we look at it. The openers fail, but good production from Moman at number 4, 55 off 16. Mentioned he scored 10 boundaries in there. Durrani with 14, hit a couple of good ones. Hamid Safi late in the piece, kind of controlled things well, was able to get on a bit of a roll. 27 for him. And then Zarawar all the way down at number 10, who was able to manufacture 14 runs in the last over. Bowling-wise, well, no one was super tight. I will say Akib Iqbal was probably best of the bowlers, 1 for 22. 2 for 24, though. Shinwari takes the figures. Did move the ball around nicely. Umar Tariq, 2 for 23 and just the one over. The other wicket went to Zahid Khan. We will take a break and tell me who you got ahead in this one. Can Grants Cricket Academy pull off a big upset and dethrone Salzburg? Or can Salzburg continue their incredible chasing form today? Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break, back shortly with more action. Live from Austria, you're watching ECN, and this is the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Good game in the hands here at the moment. Match number 53 between Salzburg and Graz Cricket Academy. GCA with 152 on the board, rallying the troops in their last game of the qualifying here in the European Cricket Series. Whether it's enough to see them qualify for tomorrow, we're yet to see. 152 means 106 or less. GCA, if they could do that, I mean, they'd love a collapse and a roll on here to take all 4 points. They'd have to restrict Salzburg to 106 or less. Salzburg, well, now probably feels a bit out of range, doesn't it? The 7 over chase. They need to go at something like 22 and over if they were going to do that. So great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. As the players are going out there, following on, of course, the umpires who have been doing a very good job. I've got to say that. They had their hands full. Rajinder Kumar, then Indiraraj and Santosh Alala have been carrying the work, doing it very well, got to say. But GCA, they'll feel like they've got a bit of momentum heading into this second half now. But there's plenty more that can and probably will happen. Here come the regular openers for Salzburg, Imran Asif and Zishan Garaya. They've put on some monster partnerships, haven't they, in this series? So, yeah, you feel like anything's possible with those two out there in the middle. Put on 225 about this time yesterday. But yeah, really expect the unexpected is what I'd say here. Almost ready to go. Drop your comments in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Ready, steady. Let's go. Oh, he likes it first ball. Umpire doesn't look like he's gonna move. Still a decent start. As if anything went under the bat, even if he hit it, just hit it into the ground. No bat in that. Cotwell opening the bowling. Well bowled. Couple of good Yorkers first up. Interesting. Yeah, Salzburg, they start favourites about 60-40. Quite amazing now that teams hitting 150 and not even favourites. Belted. Great start for Asif. He's off the mark with 4. That one rattles the pickets. Cotwell with a little bit of the outswing here. Just leans on the front foot. Asif yesterday was just on some sort of unbelievable hot streak when he ended up on 150 individually. Cotwell still had a decent start here. Full toss, that's actually what undid Imran earlier. Sends back Garaya. Oh, look at this. I felt that Garaya was going to get back easily. But check this one out. I think he's down. Yeah, I think the bat gets down just in time. Pretty smart to set stumps back up. Means you can knock them over if they do try and run again, and you can attempt another run out. Trip, just reminding us the NFL got started last night. Well, gotta say, I missed the memo as well. Can't believe it's September already. Pretty good over this from Cotwell. Asif's only taken 5 off 5. That's definitely a win. Gonna have to get through a pretty strong top 4, but then you've still got the likes of Zahid Khan. Probably won't better than top 4. Came out with an incredible knock, 71 off 21. Salzburg pull off the 175 chase. Wow, it's another full toss hit in the air. And it's going to be caught. Well, they're going to throw it in. I mean, the batters are waiting to see if this is a no ball or not. But let's have a look. It is a slow ball, I think. Where's the ball? Oh, I think that it's dropped. For me, it's probably dropping below the waist. He hits it right off the end of the bat. And he has been given, it's just dipping below the waist. You can see because it was a change of pace, it's actually on the way down. And even though he contacts it about the waist, still got room to travel. Pretty good catch taken, so slice of luck there. Would you believe it? Both these strong openers have been out to pretty tame full tosses today for Salzburg. Garaya is going to go. He'll end up with a golden duck in the score. 10 for 1 after 1. 19 matches since the golden ball. Graz were involved in that golden ball back on Sunday afternoon. Is this another potential golden moment waiting to happen? So Garaya, either a feast or a famine with him. Slice of luck for GCA. Imran Asif will face up. It's been joined out there by Akib Iqbal. Oh, what a piece of fielding. It will hurt. I reckon that's busted his... Oh, I have to tell you. Let's have a look. What does this hit? Oh, yeah. I mean, the umpire was already taking evasive action. That was hit pretty hard. Asif kind of says to him, let's have a look. Let's see if quick to apologise. Never want to see anyone get hurt. It's instinctive from the bowler. Like, look. Yikes. Kind of, it's more or less palm, which is good if that takes the impact. This is Shortcut Girani. Saves any run. He's okay to continue. Low full toss, and that's going to be for Imran Asif. Pouncing on that. It was only a little miss from Girani, to be honest. I like that he's trying that Yorker. One thing with Imran yesterday, if you kept bowling kind of slot, if you kept bowling on length, he just was absolutely hammering it. But just a slight miss. That's what Salzburg did so well in the last game when cricketers just missed their spots. Then Salzburg batters took him to town. Down the leg side, that's going to be glanced away for 4. Asif keeping Salzburg ahead in the game. It's just such a fast outfield at the moment. Great for batters. Girani keeps this out. Instant run from Akib. Backs up well. Calls his partner through. Pokes about at this, gets it around an infielder. Outfielder does well to cover. Only get a single. Solid start from GCA. They're a team that have won over a lot of the neutrals because they never seem to give up, do they? Find themselves in tough positions, but they never really kind of lose that belief. A bit fiery sometimes. Saw that with the reaction of That's just Safi getting run out. The old toys out of the cot, but hey, shows he cares. Oh, it's well bowled. Durrani fights through the over, only concedes 10. And it's 20 for 1 after 2. That rate's crept up. 16.6 and over required now. Hand trip. I know it's it must be Wednesday night football. Is it Thursday night football tonight? Talking the NFL. Look at the table. Salzburg with a win here. I think the 4 points is off the table, but with a win here, they go to 27. That will be enough to get them straight into the semis, rather than having to fight through the eliminator in the morning. Well, French Cup 4. That's cricket. That's not a bad ball at all from Cotwell being brought back. He's tearing his hair out. It's a thick inside edge. Could have gone anywhere. Could have easily got onto the stumps. Have a key big ball. But he'll get 4 runs. His first boundary. So it's tonight. That's the NFL starts. Chiefs versus Ravens. It's quite late for me to stay up and watch. It'll be 2:20 Central European time. Got my Packers playing. Friday night, it's the Eagles. Excellent delivery. Got one, just moving it enough. Oh, look at this one. Angles in. Leaves him a bit. Excellent bowling. Happy to a Cotwell. Certainly, he's a bit of a lightning rod for action, isn't he, Cotwell? Nice shot. Leans up in the air. Oh, looked good. Well, he's going to kick it into the rope. Couldn't find an angle on it. So the captain. This is where you need to be able to get down. Swiping it with your hand. He's out. He's also got company, so that didn't help at all. In the end, he tries to heel it back in, but you can see runs into the rope and over. Bit of a bonus. Nice looking shot from Iqbal. Didn't really get the timing, I suppose, in the end. Up in the air and gone. So Iqbal's going to go. He'll go 4 and out. Cotwell gets a second breakthrough. And GC8, I'll be believing they can do this. Ranjit's going to come to the crease. Akib Iqbal. He's had a frustrating time, hasn't he? Has had his good moments. Probably feels he should be scoring a lot more runs, but that's the nature of short form cricket. Nice to see Wayne in the chat. Querying the 60 or 90 seconds. I know it is 60 seconds. Now, sometimes it takes a bit of time for the updated conditions to be put onto the website, but it should say 60 to be fair by now, won't? Clipped away, and that's going to be 4. Ranjit gets a full toss on the pads first up, turns it away for a boundary. Yeah, what I will say is before every tournament on ECN, you know, the managers, the captains are briefed. Sometimes if it's a major tournament, you'll have all the players briefed on the procedures, the relevant playing conditions, and the deviations from, I suppose, the more regular conditions. It's well bowled. You see there, wants the wide. Never really moves his feet towards it, Ranjit. See, I think this is a good fall from the umpire. Yeah, definitely. So that'll take us to the end of the third over. An excellent power play for Graz Cricket Academy. They've got Salzburg 32 for 2 after 3. Yes, I've sat in on those meetings sometimes. And obviously, there's a lot of briefings that go on around what you're allowed to do. For example, you know, all of these European Cricket Series and ECN events, they are run under ICC conditions as far as a players and match officials area that is, you know, without devices, for example, and you know, quite strict rules have to be followed. We do run these to ICC specifications. All right, so Grant's ahead now in the game. Asif, though, definitely not going to count him out with him still there, and even some of the batting to come. Well bowled. Some of the bowlers have just found this line today. And you see Asif pulls out thinking he might get a wide, doesn't want to kind of nick it lazily, but that's definitely okay. Excellent bowling. And to be honest, this is what GCA did so well in the last 2 overs against Sherry Punjab this morning. Fraction short, not a good follow-up though from Durrani. They're gambling to bowl out the openers, but this is too short. I get it, I think it's kind of, it's a slight leg cutter, it's maybe slightly off speed, but he drags it down. And Imran, he's all over it. Yeah, if you do get a chance today, if we do get a bit of a break, which not been too many breaks today, go back and watch the last 10-15 minutes of match 52. That was a crazy finish. It was high energy, as everyone's reminding me in the chat. Oh, that looks like a no ball. Called straight away and smashed. They're going to have to check this to see if it's gone for 4 or 6. And let's have a look. This one flies, and it's 6 by 8 heaps. 7 up time, 7 carreras. I'm going to see if didn't need the charity. And suddenly, Salzburg back ahead. 7 plus a free hit to come. Durrani just kind of losing the plot. And they bring him back because he was so good in the first over, but kind of gone off the boil at a bad time. Wayne, I'm going to explain what you're talking about in a minute, but first we're going to watch this one fly for 6 more. Maximal for Asif. Well, he's a man you want to get rid of sooner rather than later. I also wonder, I think you'll have to, if they lose another wicket here, you've got to put in Zahid Khan at number 5. To be fair, that's what I would expect. It's where he batted last game as well. So Wayne, the 90 seconds refers to timed out. Just reading more of your comments in there. So 60 seconds. Shot. Another good one. It's going to be 4 this time. Punches it in front of point. Quite through a mass. 50s come up in this over as well for Salzburg. Yeah, Wayne, so for 60 seconds, there's a 5-run penalty, but the 90 seconds that you refer to there, if you're 90 seconds late, or sorry, 90 seconds from the moment of the wicket that brings you in, then you can actually be timed out on appeal. So they're slightly different, but they both apply. All right, in the air. Well, back to the wall. Gone. Gets a second opportunity. Big moment in the game, is right back on the rope and actually drops it the first time. It could have easily gone over the rope, but in the end it'll be caught. Asif goes for 36 and this game takes another twist. 55 for 3, watch it on the replay. Comes down, I know you don't get the greatest look at it here, but he actually drops it, faces the line, but it just pops up and he's able to grab it easy as you like. So 55 for 3, and here's the hero of the last game, Zahid Khan. Yeah, so just to summarise, if you were 90 seconds late, you've already copped a 5-run penalty, which is automatic. There's no appealing or anything for that. But if you were 90 seconds plus to get to the crease, then you'd cop the 5-run penalty, plus you would be given out on appeal. Girani gets the big wicket, last ball for him. Well, they're going to take off here. Oh, might have been tight. Well, won't get an overthrow. They'll have to settle for one. This will be the end of the over, 56 for 3. Let's check it out in the replay. Would this have been out? Yeah, it would have been out. Just misses the target. 56 off 4 overs now for Salzburg. Jeff Maguire said he went to Edinburgh yesterday. He said the Aussies were destructive. Yeah, I did catch the highlights of that. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. I actually saw that a good friend of mine, Cooper Connolly, good young player, actually played in a bit of an exhibition indoor cricket match. Cooper is my partner. We played an 8-on-2 game. Cooper and I were on the same team against an amateur team. It's quite fun. It was last year on a trip back to Perth, something they organised. And I saw close up how good he was. Cooper actually, he's in for his batting. He's been included in the squad. He's played one first-class match. He played the Sheffield Shield final last year. Did very well, scored 90. He's a real bolter in the squad. But think about Cooper. He's actually, and he bowls a bit of left-arm spin at the top level, but he's quite a fast bowler, you know, at the amateur level. Goes after this, won't carry. Handled by Momar. Didn't he bat well in the first half? Yeah, I know that because I was keeping, it was indoor cricket. So, I mean, Wayne, I know you're a Queensland. I know a lot of the Australians will understand the Australian form of the indoor cricket. Played in South Africa, bit in England as well. New Zealand's very big. But, yeah, he was quick. He was really quick. But he absolutely smashes the ball. 6 runs, and Ranjit goes bang. Maximal leans back, basically sweeps Hamid Safi. Not easy to do. What a shot. This game is very much alive right now. Yeah, so the other thing I suppose Cooper was known for is in the Big Bash final, I think the year before. It was a bit of an unknown quantity, but he came out and won the game for Perth Scorchers. So great to see him being kind of fast-tracked into the Australian setup. And I saw them saying, look, we will give everyone a game against Scotland. They've got a 3-match series against Scotland. So it looks like Cooper will get to earn his first international cap. Top edge 6. And, well, roll the dice with the short ball. Well, as they say, you mess with the ball, you get the horns. Look at this. That's why the importance of having that attacking approach things tend to fall your way. Yeah, Jeff saying Scotland actually played quite well. Yeah, I thought their score looked reasonably good, but poor Jack Jarvis, ECN's very own, had a bit of a rough one, didn't he? I think he might have even gone supersonic in his first over. Michael Leask also well known to us. Both those guys played for Team Europe in the Western Shield earlier in the year. Slow ball driven by Ranjit. This is the question with Zahid. Can he kind of re-find the zone? And he was completely in the zone earlier in the day against cricketers. 5 overs to go. They need a big finish. More or less on the rate. A couple of runs behind maybe, but not a lot. Swing and a miss to finish the over. Decent one from Safi all up. 14. Slight win on points to GCA. Salzburg 70 for 3 after 5. Let's have a look at some more squads for this weekend. I think we mentioned that. we have some Team Europe representatives for Austria and Spain, actually, because we had Naomi Hillman-Bermejo playing for Europe. No Pale Chilongia, though, in Spain. I noticed that as well, so she's not available. Do have Rambo in there, Uzra Saeed, one of my personal favourites. For Austria, captained by Joanne Stiglitz. They do have their Team Europe representatives in there, Priya Sabu and Andrea May Zepeda. I think that Malika Mahadi was a really good one to watch. I thought she played very, very well, particularly towards the end of the ECCW campaign last year. So join us for men's and women's T10 Internationals this weekend, the 7th and 8th of September. Well, called wide. First up. And that's why. Well, that's a bit of a loose one. Well, gets away with it. He's happy it's just a single. Wears it for his trouble on the way back. Another wide. You see, he doesn't want to get too close to Zahid. Zahid was really good against the fast bowlers. I wonder if it's, I think it's quite a good move. Bowls the spin to him. Maybe toss it up. See if you can get him to overswing on one. Maybe sky one. All right, now though, look at him. He's going absolutely crazy. 4 runs here. Really good shot. I would be slowing it up, I think. Pretty good uppercut. Yeah, pitcher's just inside. Salzburg trying to engineer another big chase. Back-to-back 150 plus chases. Of course, 175. Equal 6th highest chase of all time on ECN. And there it is, Salzburg. They don't quite get that 6th spot on account that they took 9.4 overs to chase it. Roma Bangla Morning Sun chased it in 8.5 versus Royal Roma last year in Italy. Again, shoots it through. Friendly bounce out there. Oh, now they're going to get it over there. Oh, no, big problems. He threw the wrong end. I didn't know what was going on there in the end. Ranjit applaud. It only would have been applaud if there was a run out there. Got away from the bowler, but not by that much. Varg actually never knew what was going on, so he just blindly threw at the keeper. But he had a chance if he'd gone at the bowler's end here. But instead he threw to the keeper. That's worked out to deep point. I like that pace a little bit better, I think. As work for a single. Leaving the run pretty late here. We saw Salzburg bring it back from 23 plus an over required to get it down. In fact, get the win. Well bowled. Again, every stop important. That one is made. Just a single. Great over for GCA. Just 11 off it. End of the 6th. It's 81 for 3. And one of the hallmarks of GCA's win earlier against Sherry Punjab were how good the death bowlers were at hitting their spots. They hit the tram line a lot. They seemed to be able to get the Yorkers in. And cricketers, they didn't quite execute. They take nothing away from the batting of Aqib Iqbal and Zahid Khan in that previous game, but they did get balls that they could hit. They could manufacture those big shots out of them, even though it wasn't always easy. But GCA, if they can bowl the way that they closed out in the first game they played today, then I actually think they're big favourites here. Still 72 required. 3 a ball is where the rate required is at. This one is gonna be gone. Well, again, a pretty innocuous dismissal. Ranjit could have hit this absolutely anywhere, but he gets a knee-high full toss. I think that's fine. And yeah, he's gonna have to go. He's hit straight down the throat of the deep mid wicket. way Ranjit would want to go again. Could have hit that offside, could hit that anywhere. But yeah, Sultan's Eye will make the immediate breakthrough. Ranjit gone for 20. It's 81 for 4. Yeah, if you went on form at the start of the day, you might say, okay, Salzburg will lose to Cricketers and they'll beat GCA. Or it could be the exact opposite, the way things are going here at the moment. Rate goes up. No slouch with the bat, though. Here's Hassan Yusuf, left-hander. Could easily open the batting, and we've seen him do that quite a lot in the European Cricket Series. Takes it on straight away. Yeah, Hassan Yusuf be heavily involved for a while now here in Austria. You see him normally heading up the Austrian Cricket Tigers. Aren't playing in this series. Just couldn't quite fill out the extended squad you need for an ECS, but the players are available, have kind of jumped on this Salzburg train. Oh, it's a really good shot. It wasn't a bad ball from Sultan Zai, but Zahid Khan, well, he's picked up where he left off before. He jams down this, bangs it into the pitch and into the gap. 4 more to the total. I don't think as a bowler you mind that. You say, okay, I think I bowled a good ball. If I do that more times than not, I'm going to be successful. Just got to try and get the process right, accept the outcome. Nice to see Chris in the chat. How's things going, Chris? I know the Aussies have had a bit of problem just with some mishaps lately. I know that, Chris, you had your own mishap. Wayne had his chainsaw mishap. Maybe you need to come across to Europe and maybe get a bit more relaxed, even though we'll say Australia is pretty relaxed normally. But, hey, one day maybe we'll see you at the Cartmore Oval, Chris. And Wayne, goes for you as well. And everyone else out there, for that matter. Jeff saying, yeah, perhaps the €2, which is about $3 Australian pints, are a bit of a danger. We'll drink responsibly. Make sure to try a Victoria Cerveza while you're there as well. Hope they'll be back. That one's cracked the bottom of his bat. So, I don't know though. If I'm Zahid Khan, the way I'm batting today, do I want to change the bat? He's been so good. Sultan Zai, a bad start his over. Come wicket 1-4. Full toss, gets a glove on it, but it's going to run away for 4 anyway. Again, don't mind the fact that he's going full. It's just couldn't quite get down to it. Mansur Safi, see, starts a little bit flat-footed, gets some leather on it, but doesn't slow it down enough. You can see ball not too impressed. Sultan Zai saying, hey, what are you doing? Saying, well, tried. Sorry. Back to the action. 63 off 20. Oh, he's gone. He's LBW. That's a big moment. The bell tolls for Salzburg as last game's hero, Zahid Khan, gets trapped in front. Sultan Zai with a second wicket. 90 for 5. Check it out in the replay thanks to Spring Media. Yeah, umpire's happy that's hitting the stump. Certainly looked pretty close. It's yeah, looked pretty close. Yeah, rock and roll that one. Let's have a look. And you can see 2 stumps. Yeah, I mean, umpire's call maybe heading towards the leg stump. Is it just shaping down the leg side, or is it getting a piece of the leg stump? It's probably more likely to hit the knot, but it was angled towards the right-hand side of the stumps, put it that way. Umpire says you're on your way. 90 for 5. Sajima comes out. Still plenty of hitters for Salzburg. They're running out of time, running out of batters. That'll help. Sultan Zai getting the rub of the green here, isn't he? Delivered a full toss first up that created That wicket of Ranjit Singh, and then traps Zahid. Right, up in the air. Could be another one. It won't carry. Abdullah Kotwal comes in, and that'll take us to the end of the over. The rate's crept above 20 now. End of 7. And Salzburg are 92 for 5. This is what's coming up. Shri Punjab have to play their way into the finals now. We'll see what the equation will be for them and exactly how many points they'll need. They've still got 2 games to go. They'll play in 54 and 55. Cricketers, after that crazy game where they made 174 and lost their back out on the park. Shri Punjab winning the toss and electing to bat. Seems to be a bit of a trend. And that game's coming up starting in 25 minutes time. Hopefully we do stay on time. Just might be pushing it, but we'll keep you up to date if there are any slight delays. Big game for both those teams. Right, 3 overs to go. Moman, excellent with the bat, but with the ball, first one's going to disappear. Maximal. I'd say it was completely intentional from Saad Chima. It does get the result, 6 runs. Yeah, don't forget Salzburg. I mean, minimum for them, point. Looks like they'll get there without too many dramas. GCA. Be a dream result for them if they could win this game and go back-to-back wins to finish their campaign. Well, that was not a good ball. And it will get over the fielder in the end. Maximal. Moman searching for the Yorker. I think a lot of the bowlers are kind of trying that Yorker, but that's the consequence if you miss. There's full tosses. They've been put away with regularity here in Austria. Chris just reminding me of the cost of getting a pint in Australia these days. I know. And you're lucky to get one for $10 in most of the places in Perth where I was visiting. All right, premeditated, but straight up in the air. Keeper wants it. And he's taken it. Wow, what a good catch that is by Mansour Safi. And so Moman will get the breakthrough. Looked like he pulled this one off perfectly. Premeditated jump across. And then it's not an easy catch. We've seen these going down even for the man with the gloves. But look where he takes it. Takes it out of the infield. Mansour Safi. Now, his mood's changed since we saw him run out in the first innings, put it that way. And it'll be classic ECN. 6 and out. Fasad Chima goes for 13, 104 for 6. Really, GCA, it's their game to lose now. Umar Tariq comes to the crease. Yeah, I was going to say, the price in Australia, well, from Perth for me, kind of talking kind of $14 is the norm. So there are some places it's extremely cheap in Europe. Again, drink responsibly. Yeah, Tariq goes after this first ball. Going, and it's going to be 4 runs. Pitch is just inside. But don't count them out yet. They bat all the way down. Umer comes out. Throws the hands at it. It's a pretty good shot for a number 8, isn't it? I think that's close. Won't be run out, but I think this is high. How do you see it? Let's have a look. Yeah, that's a no ball for me. He's playing at the crease, and it has been called. Yeah, remember ECN rules. If it's waist or higher, that's classic waist higher, I think. So Yusuf will get the free hit from Moman. Got to make something happen here, Salzburg. Well, not in control, but good result from Arsene Youssef. Maximal. These balls are really flying around the Sabang cricket ground. And Alfida saying Palota. To mix my languages there. 37 off 13. Could be another grandstand finish yet. Austria, I had questions of the cost of drink here in Austria. Haven't been out here too much. But I think if you want me to go, euros, I'd say on average is probably about €7 or about 10 Australian dollars. Sounds about right, actually. Last ball, the 8th. Pretty good one. Yorker is forced to take his medicine there, Youssef, and he'll keep the strike. 2 overs to go. Still anybody's game. It's 117 for 6. How important was that finish for Graz Cricket Academy in the first half of this game as well? Hello to Andy in the chat as well, and you are exactly right. Jeff's asking, what's the cheapest I've had? I will say, when I got out of the city in the Czech Republic, now known as Czechia, they told me if I was paying €2, I was overpaying. Can still find a few places there, so that's about 3 Australian dollars. And also, yeah, Chris asking how often do I get back down under? Well, a bit more than I used to. I know during COVID, I spent the whole year without going back. Normally, I like to get back a couple of times a year, but I suppose I'm making up for a couple of years where I couldn't. So I've been back maybe 3 or 4 times this year. Always nice to see family and friends and keep in touch. Have a bit of a run around as well. Still love my indoor cricket when I go back there. Oh, that's a very clever shot from Youssef. Uses the pace, there's 4 runs, so you need 18 and over here. How do you get 18? Pretty much you're looking for 3 boundaries out of 6 balls. And you should get there. If you add in a couple of singles, cater for a couple of 4s. But yeah, I love to go back to Australia as well because, funnily enough, I probably get recognised there more than I do in Europe for my job here on ECN. Nice to know so many people are watching from around the world. A lot of lurkers, you know who you are. All right, another uncontrolled one, but this one finds the fielder and he's gone. He's gone to the T10 slip, who's 50 metres away. Safi will get the wicket. This game just creeping out of reach. Youssef scored a lot of runs in that quarter of the field. Najibullah Sultanzai that takes the catch. Again, you can't really blame us and Youssef here. I mean, it would have gone for 6, I think. The fielder stands tall, holds his nerve, holds the catch. Youssef out for 12, 121 for 7. ECN cricket, it's so unpredictable. Like I say, if you're going on form, you'd probably say cricketers just over Salzburg, and then Salzburg beat Graz handsomely, but it's been the opposite. That's happened. And it's not over yet, but it's getting really tough. Liaquat Mohammed, the keeper, comes out at number 9. He's not going to waste any time. This goes out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll only get 1. GCA, team you can never count out. We saw them really fighting hard against Shuri Punjab, which felt at that stage like a bit of a shootout for qualification. Things have gone a bit topsy-turvy since then. Well, it does get under this and get 6, so a little bit of hope still alive. To be honest, it's around about where they were in the last chase, Salzburg, at this stage. Slower ball, I think, and Tariq able to get under it, get 6 runs. Maximal, 25 off 8. Is it another heart-stopping chase for Salzburg, who is 7 down? They need 25 off 8 balls. Safi, go back to pace on. Hit that crease. Hit that Yorker. That's what he's got to be thinking. Well, he almost does, but it's not quite. Not quite. It's not good enough at the moment. Cuatro más. Tariq, this is a cracking shot, really, from a guy who's batting in the lower order. It really almost takes out the bowler, doesn't it? That was right out of the screws. 21 off 7. We've got to finish here. Well, if this is a sign of what we're going to see tomorrow, you might want to clear your schedule, because this has been an insane day of cricket. Last ball of the 9th, last ball for Hamid Safi. Nails it. Well, come the moment, come the man. Umer Tariq has gone bang, bang, bang. 6-4-6 to finish the over. 138 for 7 after 9. And believe it or not, Salzburg, they're in touch. They need 15 off this over to win. If it's 14, we go to a golden ball. It'll be golden ball 66. Could it be Graz Cricket Academy involved again? Back-to-back golden balls. First time we've ever had 15 golden balls in a season. There's the run. 9-6 to bowlers this year. But yeah, you wouldn't count it out at this stage. There's the rules for the golden ball. Should be pretty aware of it by now. That's batting team gets one more ball. They need 2 or more to win, otherwise they lose. Sudden death. ECN style. Okay, 152 to 138. 14 for a tie, 15 to win. I like this. Change it up. Seem to have the measure of spin. I'd even think about squeezing Learcat a little bit here. New to the crease. 10th over. Hits it pretty well. 4 runs. Make that 11 off 5. Well, Salzburg, what a day they've had. And I think they're probably in front right now. Yep, computer agrees. But this could change very, very quickly. Hit hard. Got to make the stop. Does. Ice in his veins, Cotwell. Not an easy stop at this stage, but he makes sure he fires it back in. Man of the moment back on strike, Umer Tariq. 10 off 4 the equation. 4 and a 6 will do it. Goes after it, slices. Does it get away? It does. Salzburg timing their chase perfectly. 6 off 3 required. It's not done yet, but they're well in front now. 6 to win. Do you go for this 6 or is that too risky? Imagine you get caught right now. You got a new batter coming out, 6 off 2, and it's the number 10 that's going to be coming out. There's still a fighting chance for GCA. Tariq, though, finding the boundary when he needs to. 6 to win. Doesn't get it up. Again, pressure, pressure. They want 2. They're going for 2. Chance for a run out. And he's missed. Well, he might not have even been out. They get back for 2. Just it was a bit of a loopy, slow throw from the outfield. Needed to fire it into the keeper. And have a look here. Would he have been out? Oh, I think he probably, close. Might have just made it, who knows? We'll never know. 4 to win now. We're on golden ball watch here as well. 4 to win. A boundary wins it. Can Varg hold his nerve? Needs to keep it on the field. Short, miss hit. Gone. Well, Varg coming good at the right time. Pushed it through. It was a little bit faster than Umer was expecting. And he just splices the catch back to the bowler. High drama here at the Saban Cricket Ground. Check it out. It was pushed through. It was pace on, really. And new batter will have to come and face. And that puts the golden ball to bed for now because they need 3 to tie off the last ball. A 4 will win it. So it's boundary or bust. Umer, I know he's disappointed, but he batted so well to keep his team in the game. So well. 27 off 8 in the end for Umer Tariq. But it's Sajjad Shinwari. He's got 1 ball. Needs to go for a boundary. If it stays on the field, unless there's something crazy and they run 3, Graz Cricket Academy will win and will cement their spot in finals tomorrow. It's a 50-50. Not easy coming out. Keeper goes back. That's pretty smart. Last ball. They need a boundary, Salzburg. Wide. And you can't believe it's smart by the keeper. That would have been a tough take if he'd been back. But the golden ball's back on now. 2 to tie. You need to go for 2 no matter what. A boundary still wins it. 2 for a tie, 3 for the win. Gone. LBW. Game over. And Vargas come good at the last moment, the last gasp. Graz Cricket Academy, they hold on by 2 runs. Unbelievable finishes today on day 11. Shinwari swung across it, got caught plumb in front, and despite making 150, Salzburg go down by a couple. And again, everything wide open. Oh, Graz, just when you thought that they'd blown their chance. Some clever bowling, and it was clever bowling by Varg. He put the quicker one on. Tariq spliced him a catch back. Then the wide actually put the golden ball back in play, but the last ball doesn't produce any runs as Shinwari is LBW. I'll be lucky to make it through the day the way things are going. Match 54, meant to be 10 minutes away. I've got a sneaky suspicion it'll be a few minutes late, but keep an eye on the clock on the screen with Sherry Punjab winning the toss and electing to bat in that one. All right, let's have a look. And, once again, we've seen some outstanding cricket here today. Garaya, again, made a bit of a meal of a full toss there. Asif, he was just in incredible form. Man, this is one they gave away. You start looking at every little thing, don't you, in these circumstances. They held their catches. They held their nerve. Wasn't kind of smooth sailing towards the end, but Graz, I mentioned, they're a team. You can never quite count them out. And there's some important ones. This one, I know we don't get a great look at it, but he basically fumbles it and then grabs it before it jumps across the line. End of Asif. That was important. And Ranjit went out there, played a few nice shots. But sometimes the full toss, it's not really working out the way that they should. A lot of them have disappeared. I'll give you some calculations after this, but let's enjoy these highlights. That one was kind of touch and go. Umpire, understandably, felt as getting a piece of the leg stump, was full, kind of caught him on the crease. Yeah, there were plenty of twists and turns left in this one. It was Zahid Khan getting LBW. He was the hero last game, but they enter Umer Tariq. Sad Chima thought he looked very good, but then he went 6-6 and out. That wasn't in the plans. But Umer came out and he kept this game alive. 27 off 8, batting at number 8. And this one, again, could have gone absolutely anywhere. Did score a few runs in that region, Yusuf. But he had to go for 12. Learcat came out, but Umer just never said die in this chase. I liked his batting. Stayed very still. Just kind of didn't over-innovate. Just hit what came to him. That almost knocked the umpire into the next life. That was Learcat getting 4 there. But then, drama when they were within 6 of victory. Umer, he was able to scramble to 2. Then he got out, so 4 to win. And then they needed 3 to tie off the last ball. That became 2 with a wide. And then last ball, well, that's good night, Charlene. And GCA, they've had some of the most insane celebrations. Yeah, hold on in a thriller, 152 to 150. There it is one more time. Have a look at the old keeper here, Mansour. He's had the full gamut of emotions. Basically knocks the stumps for 6. And that's all done. That's all over. Probably you'll get a talking to for the match referee for the helmet toss. But hey, you got to love the drama. You got to love the emotions. Salzburg, in response to the 152 of GC8, they finish 150 for 9. 36 from Asif before he was caught on the boundary. Middle order did produce, but no one went on to a big score. Ranjit with 20. Zahid, the hero of the last game, out for 16. Yusuf with 12. 13 for Chima, 6-6 and out. Tariq fought really hard, 27 off 8. Leacat not out on 6 at the end. Shinwari needed a boundary for the win. And the other thing I'll say, they did have the benefit of the 5 penalty runs. Remember in the first innings, we saw a late batter, but it wasn't enough to get them over the line in the end. 6 different bowlers take wickets. Kotwal was excellent, 2 for 17. Var came good at the end, didn't he? 2 for 23. 2 wickets for Sultan Zai as well. Singles for Girani as well as Hamid Safi. And Momand with a wicket, although he was a bit expensive in his over. We will take a break. Time updates. Delayed by 5 minutes. Probably no surprise considering that was running a little bit over with the extra drama. So we'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes from now to take you in. First ball in about 10 minutes time. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. We'll be back and give you a few more calculations when we return to the Sabang Cricket Ground. Still 2 matches to go on day 11. 2 matches before we make the chop. You're watching ECN and this is the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us. Wasn't a very long break, but the action just keeps on coming here on day number 11. Coming up, another blockbuster clash. It's going to be Sherry Punjab, Vienna taking on Cricketer CC. A little while ago, Tyrone Peters had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Cricketers to call.
Tate.
Tails the call. It's a head.
We're gonna bat first.
They're going to bat first.
Yeah, it seems to be the trend, and why not? Good batting conditions, scoreboard pressure. We saw the last game going right down to the wire, but it was the batting first team that held on GCA by just 2 runs. So now we have just 2 more matches before we have to make the cut. Now, Sherry Punjab, Vienna, they are out of the 5 at the moment. And they have won the toss. They're batting first here against Cricketers. But, yeah, it's quite interesting for them because they basically, to have any chance, they need to win both of their games with all the points. And it's just hard to see that happening against a Cricketer CC unit that has been very strong. They went down earlier despite putting 174 on the board. It's, you can see that they've got a lot of quality up and down the order. Bit of a playmaker for Sherry Punjab. Mirza Asan in the side, but they weren't able to get the win earlier. That's why they'll have to do something quite amazing if they're to qualify from here. If they were to get 8 points, 1 net run rate, I'm sure that they'll actually knock Graz Cricket Academy out of the proceedings. I'm not so sure they'll be able to knock Cricketers out. There could be a bit of a logjam on 24 points. Not surprising, Cricketers start as pretty firm favourites in this one. But, yeah, I've had to kind of give them a few kumbayas in the break because I've been getting worked overtime so far in the last couple of games. A couple of real thrillers. Salzburg playing back-to-back in the second and third matches of the day. They chased 175 against Cricketers with 2 balls remaining, and then they just fell short in a chase at 153, going down by 2 runs in the next match. But Salzburg, they'll finish with a 7-3 record on 25 points. What that means also is that Cricketers, if they are able to win this game, that they will actually get in the top 3. So that's basically what they're playing for. There is also an outside chance, and I mean an outside chance, they could finish first, and that would be if they could do something like roll Sherry Punjab and chase it in 2.5 overs or something like that. Anyway, Shadnan's going to get us going. Mirza Asan asked to open the batting this time. We'll start with a single. So there's a lot going on with the table. But I can tell you that barring something dramatic, our final 5 seems sorted. The only way that can change is if Sherry Punjab take 4 points out of this game and they take 4 points off Daredevils next game. Cricketers, hard to see them missing out, but they're basically playing for an automatic semi-final berth. Right now, we're going to have our first boundary of this contest. A pretty solid strike. There's Asan Arif. Well, thankfully, he gets off his omelette because he was on a pair, 2 ducks in a row. Smartly, doesn't face the first ball this innings, leaves it to Mirza. So we're up to 5 off 2 balls. Scoreboard take a bit of time to wake up. Next one gets up on Arslan. Yeah, so Graz looks like they've played their way in. Oh, this one gets a bit too straight, hoiked away. The Reef will get another boundary. So look, how could you do this? Well, you put a big score on the board. You hope your big guns fire. Let's say you can get kind of, I mean, based on how this tournament's going, if you get 170, then it's like you're defending 120 if you want to take all the points. Still not going to be easy against cricketers, but it gives you a shot. Cricket. Samo. First over goes magical. And Sherry Punjab, a 21 without loss after one. Remember, cricketers last time they were in the field, they blew that 174 and just couldn't buy a wicket really, could they? ECS 24 has been such an adventure. You know, we're hoping to even have more series next year, more locations. Great to have you along for the ride. Of course, Croatia for 2 weeks. It'll be the young guns taking you through there, Charlie and Nish. Rico and I just going to get a bit of R&R before the ECC starts. Corey will be joining us for a fair bit of that. And also Rhino will be back at the Cardamom Oval. I know everyone loves when Rhino is able to get on the mic here on ECN. Now there's the big D. If you wanted more digits, could probably fit them. And he wears 189. Mirza brought into the squad, playing for the first time today. Can he give them a shot? Big innie from down X10. Funny enough, he's not bowling the first over this time. Often he does bowl the first. He wants that brand new ball because he swings it so much. Not too fun when it comes back in. Bangs into the fingers. Bowled him. Fantastic in swinger from Big D. And there he is. He loves it. And why wouldn't he? The big man bends it like Beckham. And he goes through the gate of Arif, who started brightly. But that extra swing has done him in. And it's the first wicket down, 22 for one. You gotta love it if you're a swing bowler. Ends up hitting middle and leg. Goes really, really prodigiously. And Arslan, he started well. He'll hate getting out to Big D. I know they know each other very, very well, but hey, good ball's a good ball. First wicket falls 22 for one. Hassan Sadiq, the new batter. Another big swinger. Hey, Naeem goes the old wrong hander. Have a look at this. Runs out of hands. Think about Naeem. He's electric behind the stumps. Can't believe he's over 40. The way that he moves. Oh no. I hope that's not serious. I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah. The way he ran there, I'm afraid he's blown something out. It wasn't like he wasn't even in his delivery stride. Or is it just a slip? Honestly hope it's not too bad for Big D. That's got to play on his mind. Or is it just a slip? Let's have a look. Oh, I think he might have just lost his balance. Looks like he's all right. I reckon he just forgot how to walk. Or is that what it is? As he tripped over the edge, of course. Keeps sinking further and further into the ground. Well, I'm glad Big D walks away from that. Well, I hope the pitch is all right. Another big swinger. Naeem launches himself into the universe. There's such a thing as too much swing. Big D, I was a bit worried I mean, scientists are still examining his body to work out how it holds together after this career of seam bowling. It's been over 3 decades, I think he's been plying his trade. It's, I'm glad. I think he might have just tripped over. It looked bad first up though, didn't it? This time goes with the swing, and it's going to be up and over the top. 4 runs, doesn't quite go all the way, but Sadiq is off the mark. Yeah, Jeff Maguire in the chat saying the swinging grizzly ball definitely helps the bowlers if they can master it. Yeah, we have noticed the ball swinging quite a lot throughout the 10 overs, actually, not just at the start. I think with Big D, though, he's a guy kind of swings it from the hand. And he swings good swing. You saw him doing Hassan Arif with a beauty. But if you can get good position and kind of use that swing the way that Sadiq did there, then you can kind of use that movement to your advantage as a batter. Another in swing up once again. Sadiq rides it out of the park. Maximo. Punjab going to keep on fighting. You can see it goes early, so he's playing for it a bit. Yeah, I love that from Dave, saying the harder they come, the harder they fall. Big D. Must watch TV. This is the one he wants to kind of hold its line out. It's up in the air. It's going to pitch just inside. Excellent fielding. It was kind of similar to the one we saw Shanan Khan pulling in before. I think that's all right. Was he on the line here? Yeah, he's all right. I'll go even more technical there. Oh, Big D can't quite find the radar. Even if he did step on the line, he then last left the field with his toes that were fully on the field. So it wouldn't have been 4, even if he'd flicked the rope with that foot, because he then re-entered the field of play immediately. There's that kind of straight one. The straight one's a variation. Oh, Tortuga time. I cannot believe this. And that's Basir out there. He's just working out what's happened here. Look at this. Tortuga right to left. I know it doesn't really show up on the camera, but he gets completely diddled. End of the second over. 40 for 1 after 2. It's Johnny Easom saying if the foot hook's under the carpet, you're going down. Martin saying he got knocked down, but got up again. All right, table. If it'll snap into position. There you go. Cricketers, with a normal win, they go to 27. Even with a 4-pointer, I don't think they'll catch up with Jonashat net run rate. Shri Punjab, the only way in is to get to 24 points. To do that, they need to take 4 out of this and 4 out of the next. So that's kind of where we're at. Kogiani gets bowled, and he rocks the stumps. What a sensational delivery from the left armour. Kogiani, when he gets it right, he is more than a handful. And it's a picture-perfect Yorker that delivers the second wicket for cricketers. Straight through the gate. Sadiq tried to jam the bat down on it, but it's just too good. It bounces pretty much on the line. Cricketers up and about. It's an excellent delivery. 40 for 2. Sadiq's a good player, but not too many players would have kept that one out, I think. Sometimes you just got to tip your cap. Say, well bowled. Your batter comes out there, Baljinder Singh. Let's have another look at what happened. And Baljinder didn't have a very happy time earlier on. But he better be ready, because I think he's going to get the exact same ball here. Tries. Good angle across from Kogiani. He's owning it right now. Kogiani with his tail up here. Forces this one a bit too much down leg side for wide. You won't mind having that one again. Shuri Punjab. Well, they need to go 4 and 4, so whatever they get, they're only, well, they know they're going to have to defend 70% of it. Another pretty good ball, but he squeezes it away to find leg. Bit fortunate, but it's good enough. Baljinder off the mark. Shuri Punjab up to 45. Kogiani is just looking really dangerous in this breeze. It's a bit of natural variation. Some are swinging back, some are going on with the arm. Oh, another good one. Fair bit of bat in this though. It's got Baljinder slightly defensively minded here. Got a question here from Jeff. Hi Jeff. Possibly looking at a European pre-season. Where would you recommend in April? Obviously cheaper, better food and drink. Any advice? Good question. I mean, April's still quite chilly in a lot of places. Bowled him. Done it again. And he's gone straight through Baljinder. Second in the over for Kogiani. He's wheeling and he's dealing right now. And Shuri Punjab are 45 for 3. Have a look at this one. Might have grabbed a bit of the pad on the way through. Tries to cover his stumps, but actually hits the back pad, bounces, and then goes into the stumps. Or at least goes down into the stumps. And well, they love each other on and off the field, don't they, cricketers? As Baljinder probably gives a cursory good luck to the incoming batter because he doesn't survive the over. Shuri Punjab 45 for 3. It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Yeah, it hasn't quite gone to plan for Shuri Punjab today. The batter comes out. It's Manjinder Sandhu into the lineup. Good luck. Kogiani steaming in. Gets this slightly wrong, overdoes it. Great shot from Manjinder first up. He'll get 4. And Shuri Punjab, I mean, plenty of runs in the power play, actually. God, great fence up. 49 for 3 after 3. No problem with the height there. It's about top of the pad height. But just overcooking it. Kogiani, for me, I'm bringing him back. I feel like I can run through the order with him bowling like this. Yeah, so yeah, Jeff's question, April. I mean, Spain's always the obvious one. I will say, it depends if you want turf cricket, but then that's a bit out of the way if you're going to go to Desert Springs. I mean, there's Malta. Malta's normally a good shout. I would also kind of throw maybe Portugal, Santarém in there. Another one I'd throw in Gibraltar. Right? It can stay across the border. Got some good facilities there. Down leg side, wide start the over. This is Wakazalmai bowling. Actually, Gibraltar's not bad in that. You've also got indoor, outdoor practice facilities. You've got quite a lot. Malta also has some pretty good practice nets, so we'll say that as well. They're probably my picks. Pretty reasonably priced all those places. Bowled him. Another stump smasher, and Mirza, who only faced 3 balls in 3 overs, he's going to have to go. So nothing working for Shuri Punjab at the moment. Mirza tries to take this off the off stump and put it over the leg side, but he's going to have to go. Little bit of in movement through the gate. Not easy, just come straight out and perform straight away. Mirza. Here's the sound that he doesn't want to hear. And they're just hanging on here, Shuri Punjab. 50 for 4. Yeah, so yeah, all those places I think fairly reasonably priced. All pretty popular, I think, as well. New batter comes out, Samiullah Nasiri. Gets a good full ball first up, can't deal with it. And this is where, okay, let me just think. Still can't see it actually happening. To get top spot, cricketers would basically have to chase it 2.5 overs. If you could rock and roll them for, say, 60 here and go supersonic, maybe. Bowled really well last couple of overs. Kogiani, I think you'd have to pry the ball out of his cold, dead hand to stop him getting another over. I think he's got to come back, and you feel if you can go bang, bang, 5 and 6 here, you can rock and roll. Away to leg side. I'll give you a couple more options. I mean, Corfu's an option as well at that time of year. Should be okay. I'll even say Croatia. There's some fantastic little ground on the Isle of Vis. There's the Hotel Resnik ground. But I suppose if it's pre-season, you also want to be able to do a bit of training, I'd imagine. If that doesn't matter, then they're also pretty good options, I'd say. It's not a good over here. Using 3 wickets in the space of 7 balls. Down the ground, Bilal. Won't quite make the stop. Got a hand on it. Couldn't quite pull it back. Counterpunch coming from Manjinder. His second boundary into the 4th. 57 for 4. All right, well, are they making a change here? It looks like Bilal's getting ready to bowl. I don't know, I probably would have gambled on Kogiani just because he was getting the ball to do things right now. You can always bowl Bilal 1 later. In fact, is he still going with that? Okay, Bilal says, I'm going to take it. I'm going to put you on ice for a minute. I just think the way he was moving that ball in that condition, I would have brought him back straight away. Bilal's not a bad option by any means, but you can always bowl Bilal next one anyway. Anyway, this is where we're at. Nasiri facing up. Run rate's actually not too bad. 14.25 and over, but 4 wickets in 4 overs wasn't in the plan for Shuri Punjab. Bilal, she bowls a full toss, gets a bit of respect. Yeah, kind of thinking about making sure they don't get bowled out here, even though we're still in the first half. Excellent take. Down leg side, will be called a wide though. In the air and dropped. Oh, Bilal with the golden arm. He does create a chance, and Zishan Arif just couldn't hold on at cover. It was kind of flat. Apology comes from Zishan. I'd say it was an easy catch, but a fielder as good as him would have hoped to have held on. Down the ground this time. But they'll only get a single, so yeah, Punjab stifled with 4 back in the shed already. There's a big heave at this. Oh, what an effort. What an effort out there. But they're not going to be able to hold on. That's Nasrullah Mirakel. Now they're going to get an extra. That's going to hit the edge of the pitch. Well, that's going to go away. And Big T to the rescue. How's this for an acrobatic attempt? Oh, yeah. The old forward roll catch. And it was off to the races. They get 3. Oh, bold. That's exactly what Bilal was trying to do. Magenda will get 1. Martin, I didn't know you're scared of flying. Is anyone else a bit scared of flying? I know it's quite common. I'm a bit desensitized to it now. Be pretty hard. Guess who? Shadnan, who's had his moments in the field today, put it that way. Took a brilliant catch earlier. He's had the ball following him around a little bit. End of 5, 66 for 4. In-game analysis. Well, let's talk about a bit about pressure. Obviously, when the pressure's on, some people can handle it better than others. I think this is one of the formats. It's the format that'll test you the most. And you know, we've seen a lot of pressure today. You know, with Salzburg coming good. You saw Zahid brilliant under pressure. Zama continues. Wakazama, that is. But yeah, something that you only really know. You only really can get better at it the more that you play. I mean, I found some simple things. Deep breaths for me. You know, physiologically, just trying to calm that heart rate down, trying to think clearly, trying to think logically. It is tough. Blast past the bat of Manjinda. But yeah, anybody else really? Yeah. What I will say, and a lot of pilots will tell you this. Hit up in the air and out of the ground. Maximo. Handsome looking shot there from Manjinda. Beautifully struck up and over the offside. I lost a pad strap in the process. Now, I've actually got a few pilots in my family, and they've got a bit of expression. They actually say the most dangerous part of my job is driving to the airport. So just think about that. I know sometimes if you've got fears, it's not always logical or rational. I totally understand that. But yeah, it's incredibly safe. I mean, I've been on, I think, about 250 flights since I started doing this full time in 2021. So, I don't know if that helps or not. In the air. Now, someone should get underneath this. Shadnan drops it. Well, he's taken probably the catch of the season, but he's dropped. He's dropped some absolute goobers. This one's probably easiest of the lot. Look at this. Whoa, it's so close to hitting the ball. If that hit the ball, it's an extra 5, would have been 6. This is more regulation 6. Maximal for Manjinda. Oh, that would have been a viral moment, last one. And Shadnan would have liked to see it. Look how close he is. Then, because he hurls his hat, if that had hit the ball, it would have been 6. This is what a real 6 looks like, though. Oh, dearie me. End of the 6th over, 80 for 4. Just when you think you've seen it all, and you're see something you haven't seen, and someone throwing their hat in anger and touching the ball with it for a 5-run penalty is not something I've ever seen. Bilal comes back, so they're keeping Kogiani on ice. Well bowled, straight through. Nasiri next to go. That's what Bilal's so good at, finding that block hole. He had that feeling that it was his time to come on. Bowled a pretty tight first over, saw a catch go down. Hasn't conceded a boundary yet. And his 7th ball brings a wicket. Perfect Yorker. Nasiri moving out of the line a little bit, showing his stumps and losing his stumps. 5th wicket down, 80 for 5. Yeah, a lot of people are quite afraid of, even when they're flying, it's the turbulence that frightens them. Even though turbulence is quite normal and planes are designed for it. A lot of people say it's a bit like, when you're sailing a boat, you don't worry if there's movement because of the waves of the water. And air is actually a fluid as well, so you just get, some of these natural pockets of air that cause the plane to shake a little bit. Modern planes are pretty good with it. Oh, almost 2 in a row. Well dug out. Also well fielded by Bilal. New batter out there with Harmeet Singh. So he just dropped down a few spots, trying a few things. In fact, I say well fielded by Bilal. It was actually well fielded by Manjinder. Couldn't get out of the way. Again, drops it nicely into the block hole. Yeah, thanks for letting us know your fears. We're a community here. I know sometimes you can't do anything about it, but I'll say I'm a bit desensitised to the flying myself. For me, it's a bit like catching a bus. It's happened so many times. Sri Punjab listed 124 expected right now. Goes after this, gets it through the field, 4 runs, nice shot from Harmeet. Well, he's still there, he can pack a punch, we know that. Just misses the block hole. See, little misses. It's kind of how cricketers went down before. I don't think they bowled that badly, just little misses. And batters cashing in on those, I've called them like micro mistakes. Half a metre short of where he wanted to be there. Gets driven nicely for 4. Low full toss in the air, just out of the grasp of Shadnan. Oh, well. He's just in a bit of an outfield purgatory at the moment, isn't he? I don't know if he touches this or not. Let's have a look. Knee-high full toss, just out of his grasp. Good effort, though, from Shadnan, but he can't reel it in. End of 7 overs, 90 for 5. The ECC will return. 4th edition will see 2 divisions, not just the 1 division this year. 11 teams will fight for the first ever ECC Challenger Trophy. The final for that is on the 2nd of October, I believe. And then the very next day we'll start the Premier Division, 4 groups, and then Championship Week. England 11 straight through to Championship Week. All the other teams left to fight for it. Join us from the 23rd of September for the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket. Martin's got a question. Have had any incidents on those 250 flights? 0. No problems at all. Touch wood, obviously. You never know. But maybe I once had a bit of a rough landing. So I was like, okay, that was a bit of a thud, but nothing. I'll tell you the strangest thing that ever happened to me. And this is where I'm not a huge believer in the supernatural, but I'll give you a story. Kogiani's back. Oh, interesting. He does stop this one. Off in the hands at it, though. That's Wakazalma. I thought I would have been trying to dive forward and catch it. He just kind of sticks out the shin instinctively. Finds out the Grizzlies pretty hard. I think I actually literally can't remember which airport this was at, but it might have been like a transfer flight. Down the ground for one. Bilal. Hold on to that. Pings it to the keeper for no particular reason. So I was sitting on the bus. You know, sometimes you have the bus to get out to the plane, and I was thinking, there's so many planes out here. Do they ever take you to the wrong plane? Because I saw what felt like 100 planes that looked exactly the same, all ordered in a very orderly fashion. Good ball by Kogiani. Needs to get a few more balls on the stump, so I think might be able to take another wicket or two. And I thought, you know, even if they're doing this 100 times a day, even if they get it right 99% of the time, then that's like a handful of times a week that they're taking you to the wrong plane. And I've never had this thought before. It's just a thought I had on this particular morning when I'm sitting on this bus and I'm seeing all these planes lined up on the tarmac. That one is in the air and gone. Big D takes the catch. Well, it was a thick outside edge. He tried to turn the face. A Big D, we've seen him go down not once but twice, but this time it's so nice. A third wicket for Kogiani. 92 for 6. Turns the face. Big D takes it. Stop, drop and roll. Flattens the grass a bit. Pretty cool sunnies he's got as well. Big Daniel. Anyway, Manjinder, pretty handy 26 from him. Well, Punjab still behind the 8 ball, 92 for 6. So, what I will say is that I had this thought, did I ever take the wrong plane? And then I got on, it was all in a different language. I was going between two places that weren't English-speaking places. And I was kind of in my own world, I think at row 3. Well, French cut onto his own leg. Ouch. They won't get a run there at all. Ibrahimi, the new batter. Kogiani. Steamy and bang. I think it hits almost the back of his leg. Ouch. Not too interested in running after that. Yeah, so I was kind of in my own word. Had my headphones on. Everyone starts getting off. And I thought, that's weird. And believe it or not, yeah, they had taken us to the wrong plane. We got on the wrong plane. And they were saying some obscure city. And I was like, well, missed field 4. I haven't missed too many in the field. And guess who is Shadnan? His days might be numbered down the ground, even though he took perhaps catch of the century earlier today. And the thing is, Bilal was actually backing that up. But he couldn't deal with a late deflection. End of the 8th over, 96 for 6. Yeah, so how weird. Yeah, we got on the wrong plane. They said some city, and I said, sorry, in English. And then someone translated for me that was on the plane, said, yeah, they've taken us the wrong plane. I thought, it's so weird. That's the only time I'd ever thought that. And lo and behold, we got taken to the same plane. Luckily, we went to the right plane. And that was that. It was quite early in the morning, we'll say that. But, well, let's start. New over, and it's going to start with 4 runs. Again, another squeeze out. This is Nasrullah Mirakel, who's coming on to bowl. 100 comes up for Shari Punjab. Does seem a bit light on, given what the series has been like. Yeah, he's got any more travel questions? I went through a few of my travel hacks yesterday, if you were listening. Oh, another one. I reckon they just moved that fielder and it went right to where he was originally. Naeem's just said, hey, go to left 10 metres near where that first one went, and then this one would have gone straight to him, and instead it's gone for 4. Oh, well. Bit of guesswork. Yes, I will say. And who was that was mentioning? Oh, Johnny said he's just finishing watching Air Crash Investigation. But what I will say, you got to realise it's such a small proportion. Obviously, there's a lot of car incidents, road incidents as well. But with air incidents, they really do work hard to learn from every particular one. Up in the air, curving away, 1 bounce 4. So, Amit trying to move the needle for Sherry Punjab. Nice shot, found the hole. A deep extra cover, 4 runs. So yeah, I think that's why it has become so safe. If you look at the numbers of the amount of flights versus the amount of incidents, the amount of flights has gone through the roof now, especially with low-cost carriers and all these things. But yeah, the incidents are very, very rare. But yeah, everyone's got the right to travel however they wish. All right, Mirakel wants to fight back here. He's gone 4-4-4 to start his over. This one's hit pretty nicely, square wicket. That's going to just be cut off. Kogiani out there. Interesting with the field, they've got almost a 3-man wall straight down the ground. So they've basically gone Southern Cross field here. Straight hit, long on, long off, slightly wider. So protecting against that straight hit. I think it's good field. Oh, big swing and a miss here. Mirakel yet to take a wicket. He'll just bowl this 9th over. Won't be able to have a second. Yeah, Jeff saying his flight from Malaga was delayed. Guy was on the wrong plane. He was flying to Dublin, not Belfast. It was funny how they messed it up. Yeah. Confused with the islands, maybe. Oh, no. Well, this has somehow got past him, and I'm not sure how. You'll have to show me the replay. Let's check it out. So it's Hotak out there, and then he goes slip sliding away. Ball goes through. Bonus 4 runs. End of the 9th over, 113 for 6 after 9. Three for 15, Kogiani. For me, he's the best of the bowlers, but good support. Wickets also to Big D and Lexstein as well as Waka Zalmai and Bilal Zalmai. All right, so looks like it's going to be Hotak to get the last over. So swinging the changes here, cricketers. Don't think this will be out. I think it actually hits him, I think, on the upper leg. So it's not going to be maybe top of the pad. It's going to be a top ball. Definitely seems a bit light on here, Sherry Punjab. Fraction short, lifted up into the air and into the sky. Maximal. 6 for Harmeet Singh, 119 now. Just a fraction too short from Shahed Hotak. Now it goes up and over the top again. Going, gone. Maximal. Seismas. Mate, coming down a little bit lower than we're accustomed to seeing him, but he struck the ball nicely. Just can't find that Yorker at the moment. Hotak is driven up and over the top. 125 now for Sherry Punjab, 3 to go. That's a good strike as well. Oh, that was not a good sound. And it has hit the tower. Well, this is a classic. Give us a thumbs up if you're all right. Not sure who's up there. Can't see at the moment. Yes, it's good. Okay. I was a bit worried there. Looks like Arthur's thumb. I'm having a guess. Look at this. bang. That's a real close-up. Ball's okay. That's the main thing. 131. Hamid to 41. Couple to come. Hotak, 18 off 4. In the air. Catchable. Guess who? It's Shadnan having a shocker of a day. And he's going to catch this one. It's a long time in the coming, isn't it, for Shadnan? But he will take this one where there's no real pressure on, I think, given the game situation. But you don't want to do yourself an injury. Still has taken, I think, one of the catches of the year today. A fighting Hamid, 41, giving Sherry Punjab a shot. 131 for 7 as Kushwant Garaya comes out to face the last ball. Yeah, Martin, take your point about flying. So if it does go wrong, it's over. Yeah, but it's actually true for a scary amount of things in your life. Don't want to harp on the point. Anyway, last ball time. Oh, umpire adjusts his hat at an inopportune moment, but he gets some bad at Garai. Might as well come for 2. For some reason they don't. Probably would have been out anyway. 132 for Sherry Punjab then. And I mean, it's funny that we're kind of counting out teams that are scoring scores like 132. You probably shouldn't do that. I think cricketers are pretty comfortable with their batting fires that they'll have the ability to pick up the 3 points, maybe even the 4, taking a real heater, but I don't think it'll be enough to take them in the top spot no matter what happens here. Let's have a look at the highlights. Sherry Punjab. Yeah, needed to be perfect, needed to go 4 points to play their way in. So that's probably what you're looking at now as well, is can they do a number on cricketers? Big D, how's that for a picture-perfect in-swinger getting Arslan Arif? Did have a few issues with control at times though, X-Dean. That one picked up nicely over the leg side. Kogiani made an immediate impact, didn't he? Crashed that Yorker into the stumps as Hassan Sadiq had to go, and then not too long after, similar dismissal, Baljinder wasn't able to keep that one out. And Mirrors Arsenal opened the batting, but he was starved of the strike. Only faced 3 balls in the power play. The 4th ball was the end of him as he got bowled by Waka Zalma. Shadnan, have a great time of it, and basically lucky his hat throwing wasn't very accurate. It would have cost his team 5 runs. Bilal brought himself on and just seemed to pull the right strings in the middle of the innings. That block hole delivery crashed into the stumps. Kogiani, rolling cutter, brought another wicket. Big D went down with the ship, pulled off the catch. And Shadnan, you just have a reel of just his fielding moments today. The good, the bad, and the ugly. This was probably the latter as well, wasn't it? As we saw Hotak run over the top of that one. That went for 4. 10th over, ended up going for 19 in the end. 3 boundaries in there. Sherry Punjab making their way to 132. Now, what I will tell you, 132 means to have any chance of making the finals, Sherry Punjab need to keep cricketers to 92 or less. The thing is that this is the tough one, because against Daredevils, I'm not saying Daredevils are easy beats, but probably more realistic that they could pick up the 4 points in that one. But yeah, that's what they basically need to defend 92 if they want to stay alive in the competition. They've made 132 all up. 41 for Hamid, the top scorer, just 14 balls, coming a little bit lower than usual. 26 for Manjinder. I thought he batted pretty well. Haven't seen too much of him. Apart from that, you saw early on, Arif got to 20, but he got done by a big bender from Big D. 3 for 15, Kogiani, pick of the bowlers for mine. Wickets also for X-Dean, as well as Waka Zalma, Bilal Zalma, and Hotak, who bowled the last. We'll take a break, back in a few minutes. 133 for the win for cricketers to send them into second place. Can Sherry Punjab pull off a stunning defence, maybe even defend the 92. That'll keep their finals hopes alive. Vinny Stanley, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back shortly with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to Austria. Still a match and a half to go here on day 11. This is also the day where we find out exactly what the final five looks like, and it's beginning to take shape. We've got Sherry Punjab, and this is quite an important figure actually. They've made 132, but to have any chance of making the finals, they need to keep cricketers to 92 or less. So as far as they're concerned, it's like they scored 93, and they need to defend that like that's the target, because that's the only way they could possibly make it through. They'd also need to take 4 points out of their last game against the Daredevils. For cricketers, well, it's an opportunity for them to push up into second spot. There is a mathematical chance, but not really a logical chance. If they were to chase this in 16 balls or less, then they would go to the top on net run rate. But I will say that 16 times 6 is 96. Even if they had every ball for 6, it wouldn't be enough. But I suppose, theoretically, there's a bunch of 7-ups or something like that. I don't think I've ever seen a run rate of kind of 40-something and over. That's a good point, actually. We have had 45 run over. So if you had back-to-back 45 run overs, even that I think isn't quite fast enough. So yeah, it kind of tells you all you need to know. Cricketers still, they want to get that win under their belt, no doubt about it. Getting Sandy here, Mr. Maximo Rico is off today, but will come home strong, I'm sure, with finals day tomorrow, then ECS on Saturday and Sunday. Great to have your company. Drop into the chat as well if you'd like to join the conversation. Hassan Sadiq is going to get us going. There's the field. You can see the power play, so just two outfielders are available at this stage. Let's roll. Well, that's actually going to get through the keeper, Arif. It's going to be 4 byes to get us going. Don't know if I had that on my bingo card. Second bounce. Just need to stay lower a bit longer there. I know it's tough. You've got to be brave, but doesn't work out too well. Still, they'll take him. Almost fumbled onto the helmet, actually. High. Should be gone. Oh, he's got it. Wow, how about that, Naeem? We'll go 4 and out. Got given runs first ball. I don't know. I think it was runs. But, hey, there was no ledge on it. Did we get given 4 and out? Don't think so. But anyway. It's the end of Naeem anyway. So not the start cricketers we're hoping for in this chase. Still, I think they will believe, Sherry Punjab, that they can do this. We have seen scores like 93 defended, not here, but in the past we have. Disappointment for Naeem. He'll have to go. And the score's 4 for 1. Good outswinger there, swinging into the wind, but also a good shot. In fact, it has been fixed now. He did go for a duck. They sort that out in the end. Down the ground, this will just be a single. So there's still time to get things back on track. Bilal Zalmay comes out, gave a life earlier, but then absolutely spanked him in the earlier game. Scored 57 of 22. Wasn't quite enough. 174 cricketers scored, but couldn't hold on. Steps across, gone. Another one. Bilal goes first ball. It's a nice catch taken. You don't want to drop Bilal Zalmay. Let's have a look at on the replay. Goes to Clit, doesn't quite get the timing. And nice catch rolling back. Sulaiman Ibrahimi, that takes it. And then you can see here, it's been an accidental collision. Bilal saw it coming, did his best to avoid it, but Bilal, too impressed with that. Cricketers 9 for 2 in the first. We see Shari Punjab pulling this off. Like I said, 93 is the magic number. Now for cricketers, their ambition is to obviously push up in the top 3. At the moment, they're 24. So if they were to just take 1 point out of this, then they would be stuck in 4th. So cricketers are essentially playing to go straight into the semi-finals tomorrow. If they lose, then they'll be tied on 25 with Salzburg, but I think the net run rate, if they lose, they're definitely going to have a worse net run rate. They already have a worse net run rate. So, for cricketers, it's quite simple. Win the match. Win the match, and you cruise into the semi-finals. Otherwise, you've got a sudden death eliminated tomorrow. For Shari Punjab, it's simple. Got to keep them 92 or less to have any hope. Hit up over the offside, Zishan Arif. Good striker of the cricket ball. Maximo gets him going. Comes in at number 4 to Zishan. I know the chat's been awesome. Wayne, always love to see you in there. So crowd's going wild at the moment. Can be. End of the first over here. 15 for 2. What a first over. We have an ECN cricket. 20 matches. Oh, that's 4 even days. 96 hours since the golden ball. It's a good one, wasn't it? It included the all-run 5, which set up the last ball, which they got 1 more out of. And yeah, it was golden ball time. Down leg side, this will be called wide. Interesting game. Both teams actually kind of looking at different numbers. Cricketers are simply looking at 133, but Shari Punjab are looking at defending 93. So it's strange. Different objectives. Both teams got a lot to play for here. In swinger, just beats the field. That'll be 4. Nice on drive. Not an easy shot to play. Bashir Khan, he's a very talented cricketer. Slightly open stance. And it opens up that mid-on area. Crashes through for 4 runs. Nasiri bowling this second over. Right, bit edgish, but he'll get 4. Teasing the fielder. That short third. Ends up at the boundary, 4 runs. Nice little bit of in movement there from Nasiri. Lifted up and out of the ground. Maximo for Basir. He's got a strong bottom hand, comes through. Gets this innings back on course after those first 2 wickets in the opening over. Hit hard. He's dropped. He's hit that straight to Kushmat Garaya. Can't hold on. Well, they've caught well so far. That's until now. Doesn't really get the technique right here. Hands weren't together. Basia really should have been gone there. Now goes straight, goes long, goes strong, makes some pace straight away. Maximo! 6 runs to Basia Khan. Moves to 25 in just 7 balls. That hurts as a bowler. You've seen a guy get dropped. Next ball. It's a really good range hitting style shot from Basia. Block call. Zishan was off quickly from the non-strikers and ended up calling through Basia. That'll be the end of the second over. Does go magical. Cricketers 37 for 2 after 2. There's the equation, cricketers. If they pick up 1 point here, okay, they'll get to 25, but they're not going to get third. Remember, third is an advantage over fourth because you go straight through semi-finals. Fourth and fifth have to fight. This is going to be 4 runs to start the new over. Yeah, so for Sherry Punjab, you can see where they are. For them to get to 24 and force their way in on net run rate, they need to get 4 points out of this game. The only way to do that is to keep cricketers to 92 or less. And the way things are going, you'd say that's highly unlikely. Even with those early 2 wickets, Basia is putting on a show. It's on a riff there, still batting to come for cricketers, but it's a funny old game. Where there's a way, there's a will. Bit of a hold up. That's one thing we do pretty well. Either get the balls back or we find a new one. There's a reminder again, 20 matches since the golden ball. Goes up quickly, doesn't it? I wonder if the Golden Girls will give us one. I'm talking about Spain. Spain women's team this weekend have 2 golden balls. Naomi Huma Bameko, the only player on ECN ever to bowl 2 successful golden balls. One against Austria. I know it still hurts the Austrians thinking about it. One against Czechia earlier in the year. Round the wicket, Sadiq was right into the wheelhouse as Basia goes bang. Maximo! Kind of bowling to his strength, I think. It's very tape ball style shot. Basia covers his stumps, knows he can't be LBW, and just uses the hands. Releases those wrists. Into the bat actually this time. Still, oh, it's going to get through the fielder. And it's 4 runs. It's one of the more unusual 4s you'll see because this actually hits the very bottom of the bat, but it still shoots. And how fast is his outfield? Gets down to it. And fast at all this stuff, it shoots out the back door. Lift it up, and that's going to be 4 more. Nice shot by Basia. He's on a heater. .44. 50's up as well, by the way, in the power play. Goes again, up in the air. Fielder pulls the chute. Oh, I feel like their only chance, they're going to have to try and they have to gamble a bit. Nasiri didn't want to get off his feet there. Basia survives the miss hit. I'm not saying you would have caught it, but you never know if you never go. Nishan's done a lot of watching so far. He's hit the only ball he faced for 6. Here he is again. Pretty good ball though. Just has to keep it out. Knocks it down the ground for 1. Safi back in form. End of the over, end of the power play, 57 for 2. So basically, 7 overs to go. It's 42 balls. And Sherry Punjab defending 36. Can't see it happening. See there, good start, good finish, but it's the in-between that was the problem for Sherry Punjab with the bat. First half 65, second half 67. Baljinder captaining the side in this game. Kind of shared the duties between Baljinder and Hamid. Into the power play, there's the signal. It says, okay, 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time. Down leg side, Basia wants the extra. Just be the 1 wide. Yeah, full toss and smash. That's another one that's going to crash into the tower. I hope they've reinforced the tower today. This one is a bit high, you know. It's probably worth another look. Baljinder does bowl the odd Gundy ball. I mean, look, probably it's on the way down at the crease. It was a loopy kind of ball. He gets away with it. Not a good ball this time. Kind of spoiled by Zishan. Wild blind throw. They're going to take on 2. Faster throw might have been a half a chance on the way back. That's another one that's joined us up in the tower. How's things going up there? Hopefully everyone's all right. Not too short, but Zishan overswings. Look at him. Short-term depression for Zishan. Can't believe he's missed that one. Could have hit it anywhere. Bit of ball. It's going to disappear. Maximo. Cricketers on the chase. Really doesn't look like there's too many dramas. That's what they need to win the game. Under 10 and over from here. Plenty of wickets in hand. It's a good shot as well. Good option. Go over the offside. Maximo. 6 more to Zishan Arif. Zishan. Certainly a guy played the odd mercurial innings on ECN. He's 80 scored for Vienna CC versus ICCV. That was such an amazing night back in 2022. But last year also scored a lightning 67 not out against the Daredevils. Playing for Pack Riders. Does have a 50 in the series against Vienna CC. Well, that's gone off the pitch. That's going to get through the keeper as well. So he's getting a little bit tough for Sherry Punjab now. Kind of looking tired. Just drags this one left. Off the surface. Creates a free hit and an unneeded gift for Basia. He's 45. He gets a free shot at a 50. And he's going to get it. 50 runs off 14 balls for Basia Khan. Cricketers marching onwards and upwards here. The over goes horribly wrong for Baljinder. 28 off it in the end. And Cricketers 86 for 2 after 4. Free hit, so he had zero fear about this. Basia Khan well batted. That is a very fast 50 as well for the Cricketers opener. Has a high score of 70. Was playing for Donnerstadt in the ECL earlier in the year. It's his third 50 on ECN. He also scored one back in 2021 against Bangladesh, Austria. He scored 64 not out. Start of a new over. The way things are going, it doesn't actually matter too much if they win with a bonus point or not. Because it looks like cricketers, they will finish in second either way. But still, looks like they want to finish this and finish it pretty quickly. And really, as soon as they hit 93, Sri Punjab know they're toast. They'll still have to play one more game. This one, wanting to check if this is high or not. Is it high? Yeah, that's high. It's going to be a no ball. Caught it straight away as well. It was a good call from square leg. Another free hit for Basir. Crashed through the offside. That's going to be for, well, not with any injuries. Big D. He's he's sitting down, getting ready to bat. Probably feels like he won't be required. Might have stuck out the old forward defence here. And anyway, don't think anyone was hurt. Edged for just out of the grasp of Arslan Arif. Yeah, I wonder if he got a jump on this, whether he might have been able to at least dive at it to see. Look, probably not. Gee, it would have been interesting to see how close he might have got though. Edged, gone. Well, there you go, floating slip in play. Basir goes for 59, but he's batted really well. He set up the chase, and cricketers, hard to see them messing it up from here. Got away with one edge, went to the boundary this time. Close to the bottom of the bat as well, but fairly simple catch is taken. Basir goes for 59. The score is 96 for 3. Good innings. He's a very talented cricketer. Said it before, I'll say it again. New batter comes out, and it's Shakil Zadran for cricketers. Jammed into the block hole by Safi. Well bowled. Zadran gets one. Well, this game's still alive, but I mean the funny thing is, I think cricketers, it now kind of matters to them because they are playing for a spot in the semi-finals. They need 36 off 13 to do that. It's no gimme, really. Down leg side. I think umpire thinks there's an edge. That'll be called a wide. Right, hit. It hit pretty well. That one flies into the atmosphere. Great shot from Zishan Arif. Seis carreras. It's the end of the over, so kind of hanging in there. Cricketers 104 for 3 off 5. So yeah, it's hard to see them messing this up. Need 29, of course, for the 3 points. That would be enough. 29 off the next 5 overs. I suppose that's Today we've seen bowlers tested, but when bowlers have really got it right, they have had winning periods. And often it's an expression in cricket. That one might have got him. It's batters will win your games, bowlers will win your tournaments. Watch this one. It actually gets him in the lid, in the grill. It's just shaking him up a little bit, I think. Zadran seems okay, passes the test. Glad he's okay to continue. Ibrahimi is the new bowler. That's an edge, that's going to fly miles, and it's going to be 6. It's a maximal. Cruising, there's the bonus point equation. Like I said, don't think that'll actually move the needle, but it's interesting anyway. .22 for the win. 6 runs. Well, Zishan is heating up. Good signs heading into finals day. Good luck finding that one. Maximal. That's a monster strike. Just timed it perfectly. And it's gone into the biggest sunflower area as well. That's the land of the giants. There it is. Stands above the rest. It's been a long, hot summer. That picture kind of sums it up. $16 off 9 for the win with the bonus point. Make that 16 off 8. So, an interesting race to the finish here for that. Goes after it straight up in the air. Fielder under it. Drops it. Oh, well, that sums up the day, really, for Shuri Punjab. Arif will get back for 2, moves to 48. With a chance to bring up his 50, but really should have been gone. There's no easy catches. But he'll be frustrated with that. Walks at this, move to 49, and he'll get the chance to bring up his 50 because he'll be on strike for the first ball the next over after 6. 20 and over pace from cricketers on the chase there, 120 for 3. Give me a quick peek there at the batting scorecard, 59 for Basir Khan. Batted 3, both openers went for ducks. It was kind of a bit of a shaky start. But they've sorted it out. $49 for Zishan Arif then. And this in the air, but it's going to be in the gap. It's going to be 50 for Zishan Arif. Brings it up of 16 balls. Cricketers marching to a win. Getting things back on track. Their last hit out before finals tomorrow. Miles in the air. Bowler wants it. He'll take it. So it'll be 53 and out for Zishan Arif. Nasiri takes the consolation wicket, 124 for 4. But really, we'll see soon kind of where we're at as far as the finals go. Good innings from Zishan at a critical time for his team. Didn't want any wobbles, came in after a couple of early wickets, but he put them right back on track. They're going to cruise to this win now. Big swing and a miss from Kogiani. I suppose, yeah, the bonus point, often this will come into it. The way it's worked out, it won't come into it on this occasion. Just because, okay, they'll tie Donna start on points, but they won't be able to overhaul them on net run rate. Straight up in the air. Well, someone should be able to reach this, but it's dropped and it's kicked, and it's going to end up being 4. Bit of a bonus point thriller. Not that it really matters to either team. Kogiani swings hard, goes straight behind him. Just couldn't quite negotiate the drop of the ball. Five off 2. And this is going to be... Oh, no. Oh, well, for Sherry Punjab, that pretty much sums it up. Poor Sadiq out there. Looks like he'd done enough. He recovered, he re-recovered, and then somehow he's thrown it backwards, and it's landed over the line. It'll tie the scores. All right, any score wins it. And that will do it. So cricketers, they will finish, and they'll finish in the top 3. We know that now. And a disappointing finish for Sherry Punjab. Had high hopes at the start of the day, but got derailed a bit. Went from winning position to lose to GCA first game of the day. Needed to pull out 4 points here. We will see them again, take on Daredevil shortly. But we know that they won't be taking part in the finals day action. Cricketers, well, they've done enough to find a way into the top 3. This is the last game. We will be back, and we're back on schedule, so starting in 25 minutes time. Sherry Punjab want to go out with a win. So will the Daredevils. I mean, Omari was brilliant for them the other day. But yeah, we can kind of confirm now this is what the top 5 is going to look like. Salzburg will take on GCA in the Eliminator tomorrow. Cricketers finish in 2nd. They'll take on Vienna CC, who finished 3rd. Donnerstadt will top the table, and they'll get the easier run home in the quest to defend their trophy. They'll play the winner of Salzburg or GCA. Let's have a look, and it was a bit of a hairy start, wasn't it, for cricketers who lost both openers without scoring. And remember, Sherry Punjab at that stage, they were feeling, all right, can we keep them to 92 or less? Can we keep our finals hopes alive? But really, this partnership between Basir and Zishan Arif kind of put those questions to bed pretty quickly. They struck the ball nicely. Sherry Punjab didn't help themselves a lot of the time in the field. It's a frustrating kind of a time for them, given how much talent's in their lineup. Good hitting's good hitting. We saw plenty of it, didn't we? Basir brought up his 50. Zishan to bring up his 50 a little bit later. Between them, they hit all 11 sixes in the innings. Well, you can see they were pretty happy for each other. They had every right to be. That was the edge that Basir got away with. next one he didn't. Well caught there by Hamit Singh. But the heavy lifting had been done, and Shakil Zadran and Kokiani were able to cruise to victory. This is Ishan, who ended up bringing up his 50, including 7 Maximos. And really, the 130 odd wasn't going to stand up. Running away in the end. That kind of sums it up, doesn't it, for poor Shri Punjab? And we'll check it out on the scorecard. Despite losing Amaneem and Bilal Zalmai for ducks, that stage 9 for 2 after 5 balls bowled. They were able to recover and get to that total of 133 with the last ball of the 7th. Actually, they'll take every single point out of that one because they do it in 7 overs. They'll tie Donishtat on points, but they won't get them for net run rate. 59 for Bazir Khan and Zishan Arif. They righten the ship, don't they? Get their team to a victory. Bowling wise, 2 for 31. Sadiq tried hard. Nasiri with a wicket. Hasanul Asafi with a wicket. But looking at the economy rates there, no one really had the answers, did they, when it came down to it? Cricketers, they'll finish with an 8-2 record. Same record as Donishtat. Same amount of points as Donishtat as well, but not quite as good a net run rate. That's why they finished in 2nd place, and they'll have to take on Vienna CC in the first semi-final tomorrow. We'll take a break. Back in about 20 minutes' time. Still a game to go to bring it home here before we head into finals action tomorrow. It'll be random question time. I'm alone, so I need some suggestions. I'd love to get them from you in the chat. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Back shortly here at Seymour Cricket Ground for the final game of day 11, right here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, welcome back. Time for the last game before we wrap up the round robin stage of this European Cricket Series, heading into finals Friday tomorrow. And unfortunately for these two teams that are about to feature match 55, they won't be involved as they've fallen by the wayside in qualification stakes. But it should be an interesting way for them to go out with Sherry Punjab taking on Austrian Daredevils here in the last game of day 11. Sherry Punjab won the toss, selected to bat, so we'll get to see them try and put a score on the board. It didn't quite go to plan. They needed to take enough points out of today to qualify, but they did lose their first game today to Graz Cricket Academy, and then they went down to cricketers, officially ending their finals ambitions. But, I mean, for these two teams, I suppose it's kind of a final, isn't it? Because, you know, it's the last game that they'll be playing. So, let's see if they can pull off a win for Austrian Daredevils. I mean, they've had their good moments in the series as well, to be honest. They have 3 wins out of 9 games. They even had a big 4-pointer over GCA back on Peacock Friday last Friday. And they were on a bit of a 2-game winning streak as well, with wins over Vienna Danube and ICCV in their last 2 matches. So, yeah, they'll be hoping they can finish with a bang. Unfortunately, they're still undermanned, Daredevils, but it hasn't necessarily hampered them in the past. They can pack a punch. Sri Punjab can retain Mirza Hassan, who's come into the side today, but just that first game's really sunk them. Sri Punjab, and then officially with the loss to cricketers, they are out of the finals picture. But they are favourites for this game. Austrian Daredevils playing underdog, but they've got some good players in there. I think Pusat Amari, the captain's been in good form. And they will be chasing in this one. Really sounding, Mr. Maximo, taking you home here on your ECN Thursday. If you'd like to throw in a random question, I would love for you to do that. Hello to Lee Mungo. See, it's a new name in the chat. Lee, good to have you with us. We have another Rico in the chat as well. Dave's asking, it's a bit of a random question, do they rotate the crops here? And the answer is yes. I can tell you that. I know, because it's different every time I've come. So yeah, I can tell you they do rotate the crops. Don't give me too many farming questions. I got to say, I'm a city boy, but I'll try. Hello to Jacob. Good to see you. Yeah, Lee says he's watching from the southwest of England, so I hope the weather's pleasant to you there. It's been a bit of an endless summer at the moment, hasn't it? In Europe. And I'll still count England as a part of Europe. Hopefully one day they turn that around. Certainly for me as a British citizen, it would be pretty handy. But yeah, almost ready to go. Daredevils going to open up with Shafiq Safi. Mirza Hassan on strike. Doesn't have to worry about the first one. It's going to jump over the keeper for 5. Well, worst possible start, really. It doesn't even count as a ball. You're already 5 behind. It actually takes off, though, from Shafiq Safi. Look at it. Keeper kind of does okay sideways-wise, but height-wise just couldn't quite deal with it. Mirza gets another crack at the first ball. We're feeling a bit more comfortable. Bit of swing there. Remember these Daredevils are playing their first game of the day here. Haven't dealt with this wind too much before. Hit pretty hard. Pretty well fielded in the end. I won't get a run. That's Ibad Rahman at mid-off. Yeah, the wind, it's probably not that strong at the moment. It's been coming and going, but it's pretty strong left to right. It's been the story all day. Uh-oh. That's actually a very good take. Rafaela Mendoza behind the stumps. Does get a few steps in here. One of my favourite keeping quotes, Rod Marsh used to say it. He says, your hands are important, but so are your feet. As a wicket keeper, says, I never saw a pair of hands walking around by themselves. It's just something that stuck in my head. It's good footwork to get to that. Another wide. This one doesn't swing, so it's a bit all over the place at the moment. Hey, Jacob saying apparently his grandpa sells his raspberries to a factory in Poland to make jam. That's interesting. Down the ground, and 4 runs. The Suns off the mark this time, even though Safi gets it a bit straighter. The result is the first boundary off the bat. Well, Mirza, hardest working tape in Austria at the moment. Wearing a spare Harmeet Singh jersey. Fashioned into 104. Mirza, if he clicks, this could be a very big score. Belted. Well, I'm glad I'm not in the way of that one because that was screaming to the boundary. 4 more. Sherry Punjab off to the races. The Daredevils. One of their issues, I think, is that just giving up a lot of runs, 151 on average. I've been scoring 138 on average. It's okay. But, like I say, the record 3-6 probably tells you all you need to know. The catch chance dropped, and I think that's 6. Oh, well. You got a feel from down there, Zahur Malikzai. Got their end of the fingers, or is it 4? I think that's 4, but still. Oh, Mirza gets dropped on 8. Safi will be pulling his hair out. Sun at this time of the day kind of makes it a bit tough when you're fielding on the offside. Makes some pace straight away, another boundary. This over goes magical. Powerful from Mirza. Well, this is basically his final. He's come in for one day, and he's not going to get any cricket tomorrow. So he'll want to go out with a bang. For a ball by Safi. I mean, if you isolate the 6 best balls in that over, it actually looks all right, but he goes for 23. Magical start for Sherry Punjab. 23 without loss after 1. Of course, gearing up for the internationals on the weekend. Just 2 days away from that. Austria taking on Spain. You can see the Austria squad there. A couple of new names in there. Smriti Kohli is in there. Quite an experienced player, I think. Nina Shalkovic as well, playing for the first time. These are the men's teams as well. You can see plenty of players from the ECS. Pretty notable, I thought. No Mark Simpson-Parker dropped from the squad. No viewers messaging me a bit about that. But hey, I'm a selector. I'm not a selector. It's up to the selectors to pick the team they think is the best team for that particular series. Hamid back to the top of the order. Did pretty well from 7 last game. Pushed him in on. Get a fairly easy single in the end. Yeah, Lee, nice to see you in the chat. Let us know how you came across the European Cricket Network. Obviously, we'd love for you to subscribe. You probably have if you're in the chat already. Saying looks a lot drier there than it is here. Haven't really had any rain here for a while. Summer just keeps on coming in this part of the world, Central Europe. Oh, make an extra run there actually. Didn't realise. Overthrow. Now, well fielded. Had to do a slight sideways Tortuga. No run. Next ball. Well, Lee He's actually said he's been a subscriber for ages, but wouldn't let him chat, so he had to unsubscribe and then resubscribe. Great. It's like the old turn off, turn on. Fixes most issues. Gone. But there you go. They do get a wicket, and the overthrow comes back to roost, doesn't it? Because it does put Hamid back on strike. And Ibad Rahman will break through with the first wicket. Sherry Punjab, 26 for 1. Again, look at the length. Pitches it up, little bit of in-swing. It's actually a pretty good Yorker, isn't it? It's the movement, though, I think does it. More of a low full toss than a Yorker, really, but Ibad Rahman, that's a very good result from him. Left arm around and through, and the end of Hamid series with about at least 26 for 1. This will bring Hassan Sadiq to the crease. Check it out one more time. Definitely swing here. Just a little bit, actually lose his footing a bit. Needs to kind of work on getting off the pitch rather than running in front of the umpire, but that's something you'll learn in time. Yeah, the old turn it off, turn it on. Fixes 95% of IT issues. No one really knows why. Sadiq faces up for the first time. And this one is a low full toss. Straight enough, but worked away without too much of a fuss by Hassan Sadiq. He is in the squad this weekend. Yeah, I know some people have run into some issues with subscribing, and the YouTube tells you, no, you need to subscribe. I have subscribed. It'll tell you, you need to have subscribed for 1 minute. It has been a minute. I know some people run into that issue. Unfortunately, it's out of our control. So we get a missed. Pretty good block from Mendoza behind the stumps. Here's up. To settle in for the long haul. Thick inside edge, but it flies away. Nobody back here. I think that might be 4 runs, given 4 runs. It has been given 4. So that'll be the end of the over, and it'll be 31 for 1 after 2. Rahman, pretty good over from him. 4. A 2, including an overthrow, a 1 and a wide. That's 8 off the over and a wicket. This top 5 now is set. You can see that we now know what tomorrow looks like. But have a look at that. Pretty close in the top 5 as well. I mean, either 8 or 7 wins. We're lucky we haven't lost a ball to rain, and looks like it'll stay that way over the next few days. Good news. Push and run. Oh, that was close. I've got a feeling, my instincts tell me this would have been out if it had hit. Sadiq didn't get a great start. Was kind of flat-footed playing the shot. Yeah, that would have been out. Survives the scare. Shorter, miscued, in the air. Can he catch it? He can't. Well, Lodge, now we got a possible run out. They've messed that up too. Oh, that was a total cluster really, wasn't it? Let's have a look at it on the replay. It first takes on the short ball, Mirza. He never runs. It was kind of lodged between his arms. Then they throw at the bowler's end. It's a tough one for the bowler to grab. We had so much time if you'd thrown to the bowler in a bit more of a friendly fashion. This will be a wide. That will be the one for the over. Don't think the one before was quite over the shoulder. And Lee saying he loves the rawness of these players. It is one of the beauties of the European Cricket Series. One thing I will say is, when you think about it as a format, it's probably got a lot in common with tape ball. It's almost like a hybrid of T20 cricket and tape ball. It's a hard ball version of tape ball in so many ways. A lot of these players come from a tape ball background. Hit pretty well from Mirza. Stands and delivers. Maximal off to the woods. That's a nice shot of the castle up there. Now, if you want to go into your history, and here's a bit of random history, some pretty bad things happened in that castle. We got into it a couple of years ago, I remember now. Oh, I love what Jacob's on about. Now he's speaking my language. Mirza wants more. And he'll get more. Full toss. Just curves into him at 6 more. Maximal. Mirza up into the 30s. Jacob saying that he's talking about quantized electrochemical systems with the simple diatomic model in the open system and very large distances of 0.002. Is that amperes per unit mass squared? Very scientific. Hit straight with the wind, even though it's died down a little bit. Still going to carry easily. 50's up for Sherry Punjab. Not even quite out of the power play. This third over from Arabzal Suleiman. He's magical. Hello to Tripp, and it says Kitty's there as well. Hey Kitty, hopefully you're well. Happy start of the NFL season over there. Starts tonight, kind of middle of the night here though, unfortunately. Bang. And that's also going to disappear. So make that 26 off the over. And Sherry Punjab, despite the loss of Hamid, cheaply, they're up and away in this power play. 57 for 1 after 3. And you can see if they had managed to qualify for tomorrow, they're a bogey team. Sherry Punjab, especially with Mirza there as a kind of wild card option. (23, 8 and 26). All right, into the power play, can't come quick enough for the Daredevils. For their next stunt, they might want to try and get Mirza Hassan, 44 off 13. All right, goes very wrong. That's going to be a no ball, +4. Do go back to Ibad Rahman. I thought they would, but this is probably shoulder high, if I'm honest. Yeah, it is. And 4 runs with first warning. Just a standard thing. By just letting him know, saying, "Oh, I didn't do it on purpose." And he says, "Yeah, but it's dangerous. That's why." There are rules around that kind of thing. Free hit coming up for Sadiq. All right, sound the horn, free hit time. He's going to have to bowl. Also takes away his chance to take a wicket, this ball, and he's a wicket taker. Here, bud. Swings into the right-hander. He can be run out of a free hit. Pretty well backed up. Sadiq only gets 1. Angstroms. Okay, Jacob was saying that was his dad's thesis title. Angstroms, I think I've heard of them. And leg side, let's get a bit of pad. It must have, no wide call. An angstrom, isn't it? It's a tiny, it's like a nanometer, isn't it? That's when you're measuring wavelengths. Taking me right back to school now. That one swings into the sweet zone. It's going to be 50 for Mirza Asan. That's a bit of a consolation 50, I suppose, because we won't see him tomorrow, which is a shame, but geez, he's so powerful. It's nice to get a glimpse of him. Wouldn't quite be the same without Big Mirza whacking balls into the farmland. 50 off 15 balls. And now here's the cheers of his team acknowledging his 50, but it takes it all in his stride. I'll remind you, it's 50 and 3.5 overs, so going for a big one if he sticks around. This one kind of holds its line. Beats him outside the off stump. And Tripp saying it was a Gundy ball. It was a Gundy ball. Talking about the shoulder high fully. Could get ugly for the Daredevils if they don't break this partnership soon. Goes up and over the offside this time. Good shot selection. That's 6 more. Maximal. No end in sight. What it shows me that Mirza's making some pretty clear-minded decisions. This is one that's tramline, it's short. Going to get into trouble if he tries to hit that offside, if he tries to hit leg side. So it goes offside, makes the right choice, gets 6 runs. All right, goes again. It's going to be 6 more. So end of the 4th over, 83 for 1. Magical pace so far. Just got a feeling, I know they scored that first ball, no ball plus 6. I think it's no ball plus 4. And I think it's only 81. I know there's some confusion. Umpire might have signalled in error. Signalled 6, but he definitely signalled 4 at the end, and it was 4. All right. That looks like fun. Get me on one of those. Could use that to get around, to be honest. Flipped away, and that's going to be 4 as well. Runs keep on climbing. That's not a great delivery. I know that Tripp's got a question. What do you call a no ball 4, knowing that a 7 is a 7 to 7 up, no ball plus 6? Do you call it a 5 up? I normally call it, so it's like a kind of minimo, because it's a 5 up. Well, glance 4. Well, 4's a 4. And Sadiq is just going to continue on his merry way. Almost gets his keeper. And that's going to be the standard minimo. That ball, I think's on the line. I've got to say, the umpires have been pretty good with their wide calls today, given the bowlers that extra latitude that the playing conditions allow them now. They're straight over the line. Yeah, good decision. All right, hit up in the air, flying out of the ground. Maximo. Seis carreras. Sadiq coming to the party, moves into the 20s. Also well bowled. Yeah, once again he gets the call. All right, goes again. Up with the wind. Climbs out of the ground. Sadiq up to 29. End of the 5th over. This could be a huge score if these two stay together. It's 108 for 1 after 5. We've already had 2 scores, 200 plus in this series. Could this be another one? Let's have a look at some of the upcoming events with ECIs to come this weekend. Croatia will have the same kind of format more or less, although we have 8 teams in Croatia. Bit of a bonus for you the last weekend before ECC with Spain touring there, Spanish women. 1 T10 and 5 T20 internationals. 4 weeks at the Cartama Oval just outside Malaga in Spain before we go to Malta. We also have, another bonus for you. Italian finals. Have the men's and women's T20 finals, the national championships there. Before we head to Barcelona, we'll get some ECS and ECI cricket. Only thing after that is the ECCW. Should be sensational. Good to hear so many people choosing to subscribe. Half an appeal here. Interesting to hear from Wayne. It's more of a random statement than a random question. And yeah, I know what you're saying. If cameras or phones were never invented, each person would never quite know what they actually look like when you look in a mirror or a window or a puddle of water, because you're looking at a reflection of yourself. Yeah, so you're looking at basically a mirror image. That's why it's called a mirror image. But I'll actually see you and raise you. Wait. Oh, bowled him. It's a very good delivery, and Hassan's going to have to go for 62. Wally Cow will get the prized breakthrough as they try and fight back into this contest. 106 for 2. Have a look on the replay. Crashes into middle and leg. Full. Look at where this bounces. Pretty close to the front foot. Just plays across it, touch. Good bowling, full and straight. Mirza gives us a bit of entertainment, but it'll fall for 62. 106 for 2. I was going to say, yeah, and Wayne's right. He says that's why when you see a pic of yourself, everyone hates a pic of themselves. I know. Having said that, I spend a lot of my life on the camera, so I'm kind of used to it now, but I know it's not the same for everyone. What about, they had some pretty good artists that could do a portrait. So I think that's, although I guess, it's an impression. It's not exactly as scientific as a photo. Big wide first up. This is Kushwant Garaya. Cream's got a good one. If you could have a dinner with any historical figure, who would it be and why? Pretty good question, isn't it? Who would it be? Any historical figure? Oh, I'm going to stick with a cricket theme, maybe. And I'll say, give me someone that played in the first test or an early test cricket. Maybe Jack Blackham, the keeper. I'll pick his brain about wicket keeping. He used to keep up to pretty much everyone. WG Grace, but I feel like he'd be a bit uppity. He'd be another possible one. Maybe Edward Lumpy Stevens, the reason we have the middle stump. 1700s. In the air, fielder takes a catch. Well, that's excellent fielding. Sadiq's going to go, and both set batters go within moments of each other. Just 2 balls apart. Walikal with the double strike. Well, he's come at the right time, hasn't he, Hilal? He's got 2 for 2. And Sherry Punjab just hitting a bit of a speed hump here. 108 for 3 in the 6th. Dave's got another interesting fact. It's more of a random fact today, isn't it? But I did know this. If you hang upside down for long enough, when you stand up, you'll see the world upside down. Well, there's an easy way to do that. There's these glasses that you can wear that will flip everything upside down. That way you probably don't get all the blood rushing to your head. But yeah, if say it's a few days or a long period of time, if you're seeing the world upside down, your eyes will flip it, because your eyes actually flip the image in your head. You actually see everything upside down, or you don't see it that way, but on the input, you see it upside down and your brain flips it to the right way up. Oh, pretty good ball. This is Baljinder coming out at number 5. Oh, Lee, I like this answer as well. He says if it was a cricketer, he'd say Graham Thorpe, because see if he could help him. Yeah, it's so sad, isn't it? Graham Thorpe's family came out and discussing the issues that he had, trying to help him. It is a very, very serious issue. I know that every year we wow, it's a pretty good shot here down the ground. Tough one to stop. Good stop though. I know that there's a Mental Health Awareness Month. I normally wear my green suit to mark that kicking off. 109 for 3 off 6. I don't know. Cricketers in particular seem quite prone to it. No, everyone is, but I mean, cricket is such a mentally demanding game. The ups and downs, the fact you get only one chance when you're batting. It's high pressure. What an over from Wallikel there, 2 for 3. Start of a new over. It's only pretty close, I think, if there's no bat in it. I thought maybe there's some bat. I think the height was a bit of an issue. He's kind of jumping, but he's a long way back. It's an interesting one for height. Long way back. Oh, yeah. Whew. I reckon DRS that. Might have your man. I can also understand he was kind of jumping. There's an element of doubt about the height in particular. Jacob saying, how about dinner with Big Merv? Is he a historical figure? He's still around. Could still do that. Dinner with Big Merv would be right. I'll give you another one. Dougie Walters. There's one for you. Dougie's still around actually as well. But he, hearing a couple of good Mike Whitney stories about Doug Walters, taking him under his wing. In the air, doesn't quite carry, I don't think. Garai gets a bit lucky. Certainly an opportunity for Daredevils to work themselves back into the game now, with both set batters gone. I love that. Jake's saying we had random questions and we have food chat. Now we've got science time. Yeah, I'll take random facts as well. It's always good to have a broad sense of general knowledge, isn't it? Like, you never stop learning. That's one thing that I'm sure about. Something I'm acutely aware of. Nice ball for Safi. Attempted Yorker, turns out to be a full toss. That'll be a single, and it will take us to the end of the 7th over. Score is 113 for 3 on the wall. High-ish. Definitely not over the waist. Let's have a look what's coming up tomorrow. It will be finals time. And now we know what the finals look like as well. Salzburg going to take on GCA. What a game that'll be. Graz had such a great day today, didn't they? And yeah, those two will battle for the final place in the semi-finals. Cricketers Vienna, we know they will play in the first semi. Donnerstadt will be waiting for the winner of that eliminator in the second. Wow, this is a free shot at the stumps. Well, now almost run him out the way back as well, but Gray gets a bit lucky there. Yeah, don't forget that the Eliminator tomorrow, it's a rematch of that exciting match 53 that GCA held on 152 to 150. GCA got the wood on Salzburg today. That's going to be out. Wally Kell's been brilliant here. He's full, he's straight, and he's just put that one through the gate of Baljinder. So a third wicket for the youngster. What a great performance this is from Hilal Walikal. Yeah, again, kind of yorked himself to an extent there, didn't he? Walks at it. Baljinder loses his pegs. Walikal, he did take a twofer against Lords earlier in the series, but he's a youngster. You know, he's 18 years of age. And he's got a bright future because I like his control. It's not a fluke that he's taken these wickets. He's put the ball in dangerous areas. He was able to bowl Mirza for 62. He was able to have Hassan Sadiq caught a couple of balls later for 27. Now he's yorked Baljinder. Goes for 2, 114 for 4. And he's still got 4 balls here. Hassan Arif batting a bit down the order. Comes in. That's a pretty good shot first up. Whipped off the pads for 4. Wasn't the worst ball. Yeah, Arif could have easily been opening the batting, but given the situation that this is a game that I suppose now isn't going to make any difference as far as finals goes. Arif kind of steps aside and is happy to bat at 6. By the way, anyone that was wondering, the 3.1, the ball was no ball plus 4, has been corrected now in the score. Walikal gets another crack at Garaya. In the air, catchable, and caught 4 for Walikal. Oh, and this innings is falling apart at the moment. Kushwant Garaya joins the procession, and young Walikal's got a 4-fer here on ECN. What a great effort, and he's got a shot at a 5-fer. He's got 1 ball at it. The youngster playing just his 6th match. But he's bowled really well. He's got a lot of potential. I like his control, I like his action. Oh, could we get another 5-fer? We've had 16 in the year. But having said that, a lot of those are in T20s. So it's extra special, I think, if you do it in a T10, given the fact you've only got 12 balls, full stop. Manjinder comes in. Can the youngster get 5? 1 shot at it. Well, he won't. He gets hit by Manjinder. It's a pretty good shot for 4. But still, Walikal, 4 for 13. An excellent spell from the youngster. Credit to Manjinder. He takes it on. Just needed to challenge the stumps there, and he couldn't. Young Hilal Walikal. Excellent spell, though. And it's changed the game, really. Sherry Punjab. 123 for 5 after 8, but his 2 overs have gone for 3 and 10. The over in the middle from Shafiq Safi only went for 4. Certainly hitting the skids here. They were 108 at the 5 over mark, but with those 2 wickets of the set batters, just 3, 4 and 10 since then. So 17 in the last 18 balls. For the loss of 4 wickets as well. Playing themselves back into it. Suleiman to bowl. Worked away first ball. Well handled out there. Suleiman was a bit expensive earlier on. Yeah, Dave, I saw your question then. You've reposted about top messages, all messages. I'm not so sure everyone's phone works like that. I don't really have that on mine. Pretty hard. Fielder does excellently to get around to that. That's Zahul Malikzai. Jeff's got an excellent question about ECL qualifiers. Well, I can't tell you the teams. We don't really have enough to make a graphic yet because there's not enough in. I think by the end of ECC, probably have a better idea. Get straight and drilled. Not able to be stopped down the ground. That's 4 runs to Arif. A lot of bottom hand in this shot to generate the pace. Almost a Yorker. Classic being almost. There you go. Just beaten for pace on the boundary. I love this. Martin saying Dougie Walters, great batter, but never got used to English conditions. I think that might have been more to do with the English conditions off the field, Martin. We're going to run here. Arif trying to find a bit of a rebound for Shari Punjab here in the 9th over. Tries short again. It's hard to get away with this, and he won't this time. That's going to be 4. Up in the 130s now, 7 balls remaining. Now, I do have some qualifiers. Okay, some qualifiers. So I've got 10 actually. Remember, we'll end up having 35 teams. So we know that Hornchurch from England and Old Victorians, they qualify again because they were in the final last year. So 8 countries have sorted their own qualifiers at the moment. Lift it up, and that's going to be 6 runs. So Maximo to finish the over. Arif gets another 20. He'll want more this time. End of the 9th, 139 for 5. So here's what we've got from Denmark. Skanderborg have qualified again. The Stingrays of Skanderborg in Denmark. In Estonia, it's the Talon Strikers that will come this time. They scored a ridiculous score in the ECS. So the Strikers are going to be here from, going to be at the Cardimer Oval from Estonia. In Gibraltar, the Mediterranean Vikings have qualified. From Jersey, Farmers have qualified, so we'll have 2 Jersey teams in, Farmers and Old Victorians. They will be drawn in the same group. That's the thing as well now, confirming that, you know, to eliminate the chance that one country gets 2 teams in finals week. Lifted up, a lot of bottom hand there. Manjinder goes large. Maximo, 145 now, 5 balls remaining. And from Netherlands, we know the VCC or Voorburg Cricket Club, they will be there. Stari Grad from Serbia, Ljubljana from Slovenia, and Sweden have Ariana CC coming. Not Ariana Keefe that came to the ECL before, but their arch rivals, Ariana CC. Oh, straight through his leg, so he won't get a wide. Agenda kind of got stuck in a tough place there. Length's good though. I'll give you one more. The Wolfendanger Optimists have made it as well. Up in the air and not caught. That gets away from him, has to do another chase. Interesting that Arif doesn't want to take the second run. He's basically saying, I want to take it, please. Interesting decision. There definitely was 2 there if they wanted it. Can he make him pay? I think so. Back and out of here. Maximal for a reef. And the gamble pays off not to take the second run. Yeah, so they're all the ones I've got so far. Straight, hard, 4. Again, finds the gap. So yeah, Dave, Jeff, I should say. I'm sure we'll have more and more coming in as a lot of northern summers come to their conclusion. I know Italy will be decided actually on ECN at the end of October. I know that Spain around about the same time, maybe start November, will be having their Spanish regional T10 and their national championship T10. I know that in England, their Vitality T20 will be coming to its conclusion pretty short, and we'll have the English qualifiers. They'll be drawing the same group as Hornchurch, remember. Last ball gets through. They're not able to run. They don't even try. So 156 for Sherry Punjab here in match 55. Daredevils is a really interesting batting lineup, actually. They'll have visions of being able to do this. They actually chased a very similar score at the end of day 9 against ICCV, match 45. Not that you can watch that one right now, but yeah, take my word for it. Let's go back and have a look. And Mirza was out there and he was looking dangerous. This didn't help, did it? Got dropped down there at deep third. We saw Hamid get castled. Nice little in-swinger from Ibad Rahman, who was particularly good in that first over that he bowled. Second over did kind of go off the rails for him. But yeah, 3 or 4 of the first 5 actually went magical. 23, 8, 26, 26, 25, made it 108 in the first 5. But they do pretty well to pull it back. It might have been 106 actually from the first 5. But what I can tell you is that the comeback was pretty good, wasn't it? To be able to then restrict to more or less 10 and over in over 6 to 10. And yeah, the catching was pretty good, I thought. I actually like some of the young bowlers. And Wiley Kell was pick of the bunch, wasn't he? His first ever 4 for on the network. He just went forward at the stumps. Had an outside shot at a 5 for as well. Had 1 ball at it. And that one was held pretty well. But Arslan counterpunched well, didn't he, towards the end? And in the end, I think it's slightly overs for me. 156 against the team. The average is 138 with the bat in the series. But we know they're capable of doing it. They've scored some high scores in the series. They have scored 161 against Snassi. We saw them make 175, actually. Big win over Danube. And last time out, they scored 154 in 9.2, chasing down that target against ICCV. So they are on a bit of a streak of making 150 plus, and they're also on a 2-game winning streak, the Daredevils. 62, Mirza Hassan. Well, it'll be the last we see of him in the series, but it was good to get a look at Big Mirza. 62 of 20 balls. Look at that strike rate, over 3 a ball. Sadiq also featuring prominently on the scorecard with 27. 30 off 10 at the death from Aslan Arif. And Manjinder with a dozen. Lift Sherry Punjab Vienna to 156. Have a look at those figures for Hilal Walikel. 4 for 13. Came on, completely changed the game. He's got a bright future. And that young man, still just 18 years of age. Ibad Rahman took the other wicket. Had a good first over. Second one did, unfortunately for him, go magical. Safi, shout out to him as well. Pretty solid effort from him, done for 26. And that started with an awful minimo, but he got things back on track. We'll take a break and we'll be back in approximately 5 minutes, and we'll see if the Daredevils can go out with a bang. They'll be riding the motorcycle down the plank and up the ramp. Can they get high enough to finish with a win? 157 the target. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break and back shortly with the conclusion of day 11 right here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the last innings of the day. Daredevils, well, I'll be hoping to go out in a high, but it's a pretty steep climb from here. 156 is what was scored by Sherry Punjab in the first half of match 55. So the Daredevils, they need 157 if they're going to pull off this chase. And you might say it's a bit of a tall order, and you'd be right. But I can tell you that the Daredevils on a bit of a winning streak, match 38. They scored 175 to close out a win against Vienna Danube, scored 143. And then faced with a target of 154, so a very similar target to this against ICCV. They were able to achieve it with 4 balls to spare. That was in match 45 on Tuesday. So don't count him out. This man is about to face up. He had a lot to do with it. Bursad Amari, the captain. But it's going to be a tough one. Shaheen Mahmood at the other end for the Daredevils. There he is. Need to have a good start. Sri Punjab playing for pride. Basically, both teams are at this stage. Looks like they're going to start with the slow sling of Gursavan Singh. Okay, interesting. They've gone pace off from the beginning. Bit of a gamble. Let's see how it pays off, Cotton. Starts with a ball that's not going to be hit. Interesting. They've gone ultra pace off. Basically, it does take a bit of the shine off the ball, I imagine, and you're not giving it a chance to swing. It's going to be off the pitch this time. That's not the start that Gursavan was after. Well, he's into the side, so they're getting him into the action straight away. Didn't play earlier on. Free hit. And he waits, and he hits it pretty well. Maximal for Amari. And basically, the first ball goes for 8. So I will say at the moment, the gamble isn't paying off. A few people talking about the umpires looking good in blue. Yeah, that was the change made a month or 2 ago now. The umpires, a lot of time, they were struggling in the black shirts in their heat. So I think the response has been pretty good. I think they look pretty sharp as well. Oh. He's spoiled this. I think he's jammed this in the ground. Aslan Reef like a flash. Does he get down? He does. That's well, maybe the gamble's starting to turn around. Down the ground. Again, has to make all the pace. Hassan Sadiq does make the stop. All right. If it's just a bad first 2 or 3 balls, he might be able to get back into it. Gursavan Singh. Let's see what Shaheen Mahmood is able to do. Down the side. Yeah. It's quite an unusual release point. Talked about this yesterday. It's a fun bowler to watch, actually, Gursavan. But he bowls almost like 45-degree angle. Well, that might have been out. Just ended up hitting Gursavan in the foot. I don't think he likes it too much. Look at this. Have a look at this. Let's try and get his release point here. That's when he bowls. Look. See? Pretty unusual. Anyway. Gets this one right. It's a bit of a teaser for the fielders, but they're going to have to chase it from beyond the boundary. 4 runs. First over goes for 19. A little bit of everything from Gurstavan, but I suppose that's what they signed up for. Takes us to the end of the over. 19. Oh, I was going to say 19, maybe not. We've still got a ball to go. So 15 plus this. High, and with a win, that flies out of the ground. Maximo, it goes magical in the end. Wasn't part of the plan. That'll take us to the end of the over. 21 without loss then. Having a look at the golden ball counter. Well, another golden ball to stay. Although, you never know. Maybe it's coming tomorrow on finals day. Maybe it's coming this game. Maybe it's coming in the internationals. Still to come. A lot of people loving the Wolferdanger Optimists, who are qualified from Luxembourg. Yeah, it is a cool name. I'll tell you that. Ibrahimi gets the ball. Beats him upstairs. Big swing and a miss. Mahmood not really coming to the party so far. Goes over the leg side, makes up for lost time here, Mahmood. Maximo! Sees Carreras getting back on track. Swing and a miss, stays inside. Get away for a bye. And Daredevils just need a bit of a spark. Pretty much on the rate right now. Get touched behind after that ball. Given a run, was it? Obviously thought there was a bit of bat on that. Not convinced, but fair enough. End of the second over. And the score, 28 without loss. That table, snap into action, there you go. Well, these two teams, I'll show you Punjab. I mean, don't really see them being able to climb over Indian CCVN in 6 with a net run rate, even if they were to take all the points here. But a disappointing day for them. We kind of knew out of them and Graz Cricket Academy, one of them, there's kind of room for one. You couldn't see Salzburg missing out, and indeed they didn't. It left one spot up for grabs between Graz Cricket Academy and Sherry Punjab. And Graz Cricket Academy, to their credit, their first game of the day, they outplayed Sherry Punjab. 132 was a bit of an underwhelming score back in match 51, first game today, but Sherry Punjab couldn't stay on the pace and ended up 111. Graz Cricket Academy just kind of created and took chances when they needed to, when they were behind, I thought, for a bit of the chase, but they fought back. GC8 kind of executed their skills better at the business end of the game. think hits the line. So he steps across. He thinks he's going to get a wide, but I think this is a good call. They've been good on these today. Bang. Oh, yeah. I think it gets a little bit of the line. What do you think? I think it gets kind of like 10% of the line. I think that's the widest you can bowl without it being a wide. Maybe some will agree to disagree. Clipped and beats the field to 4 runs. They needed something to go their way, didn't they? Daredevils just kind of drifting away in the last couple of minutes. And Asil Asafi gets a bit of free coaching, even though he got proper Tortuga there, didn't he? Jeff's asking, how many qualifiers from England for the ECL? Good question. But I will tell you, it's only 2, not 3. All right, up in the air. It's a great straight pull. It's going to go for 6. And Mahmood hasn't always hit him, but when he has, they've gone a long way. Maximal. Dave's got a good question. He's saying, when are we going to do this sweepstakes? Now, are we going to do a sweepstakes? I tell you what, I'm off for 2 weeks. So what we'll do it this weekend. So tomorrow, we'll start collecting names of who wants to be in the sweepstakes. Then I'll do it. I may or may not be able to do it on air, depending. But yeah, we'll give you a team. All right. Well, here we go. Dodgy 2. They'll get there. End of the 3rd over, end of the power play. They don't lose a wicket, but they're not quite going the pace required at the moment. Daredevils 40 without loss. 21, 7 and 12. Look, some of those magical overs up there. Actually, that one doesn't include the fact that they jumped back to 156 after they corrected that call. So, okay, let's start making a list. If you'd like to be in the sweep, and remind me tomorrow, because that's when I'll start making the list. I can start making it right now. Should we do that right now? Okay. I'll go get my ECC sheet out. And by Sunday, let's say by Sunday, we'll be happy with our list. There still might be time for people to join, but we'll do as many as we can. And the sweep, if you want to know what we're talking about, it's just a bit of fun. We'll allocate you a team at random to cheer for in the ECC. Hassan likes it. I think this is out. He's very confident, and they do bring back Gusavan, and he's going to come up with a wicket. Omari drawn into the sweep, and so Gusavan, the gamble does pay off in the end. Check it out, side on. Yeah, that's gone. Arslan knew it straight away. He's been excellent with the gloves. In fact, he never gets back. No need to go upstairs for that. They don't. Gusavan comes up with the goods, and he has got it right. He's been tough. 40 for 1. Big wicket of Omari. So, if you'd like to be in the sweep, again, it costs nothing. It's no money changing hands, nothing like that. It's just a bit of fun. It's called a sweep because you don't get to choose your team. Your team will be drawn at random for you, and then you can cheer for them in the ECC. Hopefully you do it with gusto. Wahid Wahidi, the new batter. Well, he likes it. Does the umpire hear it? He's giving it out. Wahidi chases a wide, looks nonplussed. Would have been a wide, but he must have got a little scratch on it. Umpire hears something. Looks to his colleague, gives him a kind of high eyebrows going, well, yeah, I heard something too. Let's have a look. Would have been a huge wide. Look at this. Steps across. Arslan was sure this takes an edge. Big, big appeal. He's saying, yeah, there you go. I'm going to say, if I'm completely honest, I don't know if the square leg umpire should be giving the signal because he can't really see. He kind of hears something, but that could be a number of things. But I think the I do understand the umpires are working together. I also kind of need to know what your limits are, what you can see. Hat-trick ball here. We're back. Oh, that's pretty close. All right. Jeff saying he'll put up a Maximo shirt for the winner, and I'll sign it. Okay, that's fair. Depending on where you live. See, we don't have a budget for this. That's okay. Well, quite sorted the field out there. There's 32 teams involved, by the way, in this European Cricket Championship. Right down the leg side. So how it works, pretty much give everyone a number at random. And then, yeah, I'll just use my random app. But first we're going to work out who's in it. All right, goes after this and gets plenty of it. Mendoza goes large. Maximo! Gusavan is pretty entertaining when he bowls. All right, well, since Dave brought it up, I'm going to make Dave number 1 in the sweep. I assume everyone in here at the moment wants to be in. So I'm going to put in John Gray. I'm going to put in Wayne. I'm going to put John Heesum in the air, and actually gets away. They might get 2 here if they're paying attention. Gets on it just in time to prevent it. I put Tripp in, I put Kit in, I put Jacob Stewart in. Good bunch we got here today. 48 for 2, Austrian Daredevils after 4. Martin Gleaves, you're in. Jeff, I think you're in. Jeff Maguire. Who have I missed that's in there at the moment? Kroom. Yeah, of course Kroom's in. Oh, jumps on him a bit. Well, bowler's ends on. Bit of traffic though. Throws it to nobody in particular because he throws it so slow. They might have been able to get an overthrow there. Dave said he's, because he won't be at Cardamom, he's in with the sweepstakes. That's good. I'd love to get as many involved. We can have as many people as well that want to get involved. Yeah, so we ended up having 3 or 4 per team last year because we had about 150 people. Kind of exploded. Julian and Sarah Dawson, yeah, they'll be in as well. Here's my list so far. Dave B, John Gray, Wayne, John Heesum, Tripp, Kitty, Jacob Stewart, Martin Gleaves, Jeff Maguire, Kroom, Julian Dawson, Sarah Dawson. Keep them coming at me. Keep them coming at me, okay? We'll build it. We'll build it today, and we'll build it over the next couple of days. Sunday, I'll pull the trigger. Okay? Good to have it back. Lift it up over the leg side, and that's going to be 6 more. Mahmood trying to keep his team in the contest. The rate's ballooned out over 3 a ball now. Not that there's really a point of no return at that spot anymore. Yep, I'll make the table. I'll even post on my social media. Just a bit of fun. I know it's a tradition we have in Australia when we have a big horse race, the Melbourne Cup. It's the Melbourne Cup sweep, that's why I got the idea for it. Wayne saying he only cheers for English teams. I don't really believe you there. Banged onto his foot. Easy to run with a broken foot. But he won't get a run. All right, Rob the groundsman from Spain. Okay, let's put him in. Let's put Leslie in if we're doing that. Leslie, the groundsman from Roma Cricket Ground. Everyone loves Leslie. Safi, pretty good over this so far. Now he gets walked at, and it's high, and it's out of the ground. It almost looked like he had broken his foot after he played that shot. Shaheen, because he danced down in the follow-through and looked like he was limping, but as far as the contact, he got enough. That flies into the Austrian sky. 6 runs. Okay, Jules Uterbridge is in, for sure. No particular order, these. Just Shrug is in. Jeffrey Mobbs is in, yep. Swing and a miss to finish the 5th. Just behind the 8 ball at the moment. 61 for 2 after 5. I still think we've seen some pretty remarkable things today. Daredevils need a remarkable 5 overs if they're to pull this off. See, ECC starts 23rd of September. Between then and now, we've got ECS Croatia. Charlie and Nish are doing that. That's why I think we'll do the sweep this weekend while I'm still here, because Sunday's actually my last day before the ECC. I've got 2 weeks vacation. So I'm just going to disappear for a bit, but I will be back. I'll be refreshed. I'll be ready to go. I'll be lurking a bit in Croatia. You know me. I won't be able to leave it alone, but yeah, those are the 32 teams on offer. In the air. This is a real teaser. Back to the line and over the top of Hassan Sadiq. Maximal 6 runs. 6s and a lot of them. That's the way to get back into this game. And I will mention, I'll give everyone a country. So I don't know which division your country will be in, for example. 11. Uh-oh, watch helmet. We have 11 in the Challenger division. We have 21 in the Premier Division. Let's keep it. Waza Matron. And I'll even put Was 20 in there from South Africa. He's with us now. I suppose we've got to go Monica. I know, it's always hard to think of everyone at once. What I could do, actually, I could go to the ECL sweep and see who's... That's probably an easy way to do it, isn't it? All right, in the air. Just over the top of Baljinder. Had to stick it in reverse. And get a long single. Wayne saying, Conrad, I assume he'll be injured as normal. So threw him in. I like that. Right, that's up in the air as well. That's dropped. Oh, well. When it follows you, then he throws the ball away. Baljinder, this time he definitely reaches it. All right, I'm rolling through based on my last year. So, Christopher Ward, I don't have him yet. He's in. Christopher Ward's. Chris Smith, he's in. I haven't put him on yet. End of the 6th over here, 71 for 2. Let's burn through this. Stephen Kelp from the Netherlands, of course, he's in. While we're on Netherlands, Chris Schinkel, he's in as well. While we're there, we've got to go Steve McVeigh. Jeez, this does get out of control quickly, doesn't it? While we're also here, let's go Lily Panda. And I'll even put Cosmic Nana in because she was in last time. I think she'd want to be in again. Gideon Tripp already in. We'll put Maya in. I think she'll be around, being an ECC. Maya from Germany, super fan. All right. Need a lot. Well, that's a good start. Mahmood fights on to 39. Daredevil's up 75 now. Okay, so we've got Liam Day in there. We've got Helix as well. I know that the TPL cricket show, they'll be around, especially with England 11 around, so I'm going to put him in. Rob Thompson, are you in yet? Nope. So I'm going to put you in, and while we're there, I'm going to put Holly in there as well. So we're going to miss. End of the finger job for Arslan. He knows he's alive. So we've already filled 32. That's one round. We're into the second round already. Holly Tomo's in there. Lance Hall, it's a good one from Isle of Man. Shot up and Adam. It's a Maximo. Mahmood up to 45. Single-handedly trying to keep his team in the game here. Long shot, but still a shot. Yeah, the empanada shot. Put that one in as well. I think I put Shrug in already. Yep, he's there. I'm just going through my old list. Steve McVeigh, put him in. Kai Bay, yeah, we'll put him in. Again, a few coming out of the woodwork. Bowled him. Full, straight. Mahmood swings all around it. I think with him walks any hope of a Daredevil's miracle here. And Krishwant Garaya will tell you he outthought the batter, but end of the day, he got it full, he got it straight. Mahmood trying to play across it. Let's have a look at it. Steps across. Pitches around the crease. Have a look. Yeah, Garaya enjoys it. I suppose you have to. Both these teams playing their last game in the series. Score now is 81 for 3. Okay, while we're here, I'm going to keep going through my list, then I'll come back to you. We have Nick, just Nick, but we also have Nick Northern Ireland. I'm going to put them both in. Let's put Chris, or Camphor, as he's known. Put him in there as well. I'm going to put Steve Penn in. I know that he'll definitely be in. Be around there. Jaffrey, wasn't he the hero the other day? Came out. Remember that dramatic win on Tuesday night? Had the man cat, and then Jaffrey came out and just went bang, 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 and finished the game against ICCV. That was a crazy game. Campher's in there. Steve Penn, that's all, yeah. Sujit Yadav, I'll put him in. Called a wide. Didn't seem that wide. Another look at this. It was wide. Didn't get a great look at first time. Nice keeping by Arslan Arif. Tim Reedman. Yeah, got to put Tim in. He'll definitely be down. KG1. He's in. Wasmatron's always already there. Keanu. Yeah, put Keanu in. All right, short and almost caught. Not quite. It's going to be 4 runs. Mendoza trying to make a miracle happen. Keanu's in. Di Maria in. Elsboy in. Duncan in. If you want to be in with a cool crowd, join us tomorrow. Salzburg versus GCA, rematch of today. That was a humdinger of a game, match 53. And only room for one of them in the semi-finals. Cricketers and Vienna CC already there. They'll play for one spot in the final. Rematch of the first game of the tournament, where Vienna CC handed Cricketers an early loss and then donished out the reigning champions. In fact, haven't, well, to be honest, they've won every single ECN event they've been in. They won a trophy in 2020. They won the ECS in 21, 22, 23. They want to go another one. Make it 5 on the spin. Join us tomorrow. Same time, same place, 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India. Okay, I'm just still looking down. Ghulam Mustafa, he's been around. Put him in. Alan should be in. He's been around. Santosh. Yeah, Santosh is in as well. Hit pretty hard, and that finds a bit of space. It's 4 runs. Now, last chance saloon, our Daredevils need 70 in 3 overs. So it's likely. It's possible. Ivan B in. Phil G. Yeah, I think he won't be there, so I'll put him in. And we'll put Danny Hudacek in as well if we're putting Phil in. They'll be following. Dane and Gyan Kirby. Yeah, I know they'll be following. Good location here. Chance, or is it overthrow chance? Yeah. Well, he backed off. He would have had it so easily. Only get 1. Both these guys can hit. We know that. There's always room for more, by the way. These are just the original run. Let's go. Jamie Dodger in. This is a swing and a miss. maybe above the shoulder. Is he standing up? Kind of borderline. Andrew Thompson, I'll put him in. I know he follows on social media a lot. I'll throw it open on my social media as well. All right, so that's what I got for now. Let me know who I've missed. All right, now I'm catching up in the chat. Magic Spray Mary. We missed her last time, but I guess I'll put her in. Magic Spray Mary. Marnus, yeah. Marnus is a good one. Working pretty hard for this time of the day, if I'm completely honest. Oh, what's happened there? Paul came in. And he's like, hey, what are you doing? Your shoes untied. Aggressive way to take it on. It's going to be a wide, I think. In fact, it's no ball. It's already had one over the shoulder, so it must have been caught earlier in the over. Jay and Judith, I'm going to leave ECN crew out of this, especially ones that are there. Okay, this is for the fans. Last game of the day, by the way, Trip. I think in Virginia, if you're in East Coast time zone. Let's get to the end of the 8th over, 95 for 3. I actually think that... Oh, no, you're right. 2:30. Will be the last game. Your time. All right. Steve McVeigh got... I'll put it on my social media so everyone can have a chance to get in as well. N.I. Nick got him. John, I've got Ufus. Yeah, Terry. I'll put Terry in. Although Terry will probably be there with Romania. Let's put him in it. No, I'm going to leave Terry out because he's there. He'll be managing Romania. Not Estonia, pardon me. So I'll leave him out. Terry Richmond and Cheryl. Good one. Terry Richmond. And we'll give Cheryl her own number. All right. So I've got 62 already. And obviously it's open. I'll have as many as people want. Too short. And it's got to go. Mendoza goes Maximo. Now, any chance? Not really. Can't need to hit everything for 6 from here. Well, this one does go for 6. Nicely picked up by Mendoza. So I'll put that on my social media in the next 24 hours as well. And the plan is that we'll draw it on Sunday. Maybe a few stragglers, but I do kind of want to have my 2-week vacation. Jeff's talking about, my Maximo team, I was able to play 3 days last year. Actually, we won, actually. Not going to brag. But what I will say, unfortunately this year, I was in Australia when that tournament happened. So yeah, it would have been nice. Well, this is going to help a lot, actually. 55 off 10, make that 50 off 10. So you go 5 4s, 5 6s, game over. Stefan Gooch will be playing for Estonia, so no. James Stewart, yeah, I'd love to put James in. James is definitely in. I already put Jacob in because he was here. I'm going to put Nate from Tennessee in as well. Wide, that'll help as well. So that's 2 rounds done. That's pretty good for a start, isn't it? But anyway, continue on. Yeah, so Jeff did get on the park this year. It's been a bit tough with my schedule. I would have loved, we actually played the Prague T10 Invitational. So I was able to pick a few players from around the traps and had a great 3 days there. Grizzly Bear Sports kindly provided the uniforms, and gotta say, Big D was part of my team, actually. He said he's thrilled to have his. He actually brought his to the ground a couple of times. Mendoza, 48 off 10. 47, I was going to say, but it won't be a wide. It will be a boundary, though. It's a funny one at this stage. Would you rather have a 4 or a wide? You'd probably rather have the wide and have a crack at a 6. I don't know, but they're certainly not going to turn down the boundary. Yeah, so we'll keep going with that sweep over the next couple of days. If anyone wants to be in, then we can do it. Up in the air, it's my carry. It's not what they need. They need boundaries and lots of them. 43 off 8. 8-6 is 48, though still possible. I have gotten past the point mark, though. Swings to leg. This won't go. Don't think they can take on the 2 either, so I think this one slips sliding away for the Daredevils. 3-point win coming up, I think, for Sherry Punjab. Well, we get 4 here, though. Runs away. It's fast outfield. Mendoza, good knock in a losing cause. 34 for him at the moment. Into the 9th over. 119 for 3 last over of the day. Calming up. It's been a really exciting 55 games. Weirdly, I know the 5 was set before this game, but it stays alive for 54 games, doesn't it? It's pretty significant. Last over the day, and it's going to be Sadiq to bowl it. He really is more than 36. This one is in the book now. Still, Daredevils always give you a bit of fight, don't they? Down the ground. Well, it's actually going to get through 2 fielders. Oh, unnatural power, perhaps. But I think actually the first misfield puts off the second fielder. And he'll squirt through for 4. Hit pretty well. Maximo. Not going down without a fight. I suppose the question here, can Mendoza score a 50? It'd be a nice way for him to sign off in this European Cricket Series. It's just not to be. Punjab win this game. The only win, though, out of the 3 matches today. Up in the air. That's going to go as well. Wow. Good hitting. Mendoza will get his 50 off 21 balls. Good knock. He's disappointed, but I'm sure deep down he's proud of his efforts here. Not an easy situation. See the game slip away. Not too much he can do about it. Not his fault. Couple of the balls to go in the day. Yeah, 21 ball 50 for Mendoza. 5 6s, 4 4s in there. I won't hit this. I'll stay a little bit longer. See the bit of the cloud coming in, so getting a bit dark. 6:30 local. Daredevils wanted to go out with a bang. That one will be fielded. They want 2 here, so Mendoza can get back on strike, and he'll get it. Last ball of the day coming up. Sorry to say goodbye to these 2 teams. Of course, along with 4 other teams, they bow out after the qualifying stage. 5 teams will remain tomorrow. Last ball of the day. And it's whipped away. It will be caught. So Mendoza will go. And they'll finish 139 for 4. The margin of victory will be 17 runs. And Sherry Punjab, well, they get a consolation win in the end. It's the only real word for it. And, yeah, disappointment, no doubt, for them, the Daredevils and Sherry Punjab. They fight a pretty interesting last game. Again, pretty high scoring, up around that kind of par run rate across the 20 overs. We saw 295 runs in the game, so kind of 14.7 or so. This is what's coming up tomorrow, and it's going to be a doozy. I hope you can join us for it with Salzburg and GCA, a rematch of a cracking game today. Cricketers and Vienna CC, well, those 2 teams will have a no love lost attitude in the first semi-final. Donnerstadt, they've earned the right to take the morning off. They'll be here in the afternoon to take on the winner of the Eliminator. That'll be a good game, no matter who wins. Join us. 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. It will be time. Let's have a look at the second innings. And look, it was always going to be tough. We know that. And Gurusavan, they decided to open with him, took the gamble, and actually, I think they were happy with it because it went bang, bang, and before you knew it, they were able to nab those 2 wickets. And that just put it down. I think particularly the wicket, I think, of Omari made a big difference, but there was still a bit to be written, and Shaheen Mahmood, well, he heated up, didn't he, with 5 6s, 2 4s in there. We saw Rafael Mendoza come to the party with 50 of his own. That was Mahmood going just short of his 50. Garaya with the breakthrough. But that rate just kind of crept out the way, didn't it? Just kept creeping. And in the end, they weren't able to kind of stay on the horse, so to speak. A bit of help towards the end, but really, at this stage, I think no matter what they did, they were going to come up short. Daredevils, again, they had the moments in the series. They'll finish with 3-7 record, 16 points. And for Sherry Punjab, they'll finish 5-5. That kind of sums it up for them, really. Won some, lost some. They'll finish in 7th place with 19 points. Looking at the scorecard, Mendoza with 52 led the scoring. Nice knock from him, but disappointed, I'm sure, that he couldn't get them across the line. 45 for Shaheen Mahmood, also featuring Omari, scored 17 before. He was stumped off the bowling of Gursavan Singh, which certainly meant their winning chances took a downward spiral. 2 for 29, Gursavan, wickets in consecutive balls, so important wickets despite going for 29. Apart from that, Hassan Sadiq, 1 wicket. 1 for Guraya as well in there. Ibrahimi bowled a decent over, never came back. None for 7 when he bowled the second over. Well, big thank you to everyone in the chat, and thanks for reminding me about the sweep. That was quite fun, actually, and we can continue that in the next couple of days. My man of the match, by the way, for this one, Hilal Walikel, the youngster. He's 4 for 13 in a losing cause. I actually thought he was my player of the match, but I don't know if he'll get it. I think in the end they give it to Harmeet Singh from Sher-e Punjab. So, I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. It wasn't in fact. I haven't seen the player of the match yet. Yeah, so that's one more look at the fixtures for tomorrow. Salzburg, GCA, Kraken to start the day. They're all great games, actually. Cricketers versus Vienna in the first semi. Donnerstadt waiting the second semi for the winner of Salzburg or GCA. No matter who that is, that's going to be a great game as well. And of course, the last two teams standing will do battle in the final game of this ECS Austria before we kick it over into the internationals. Before we go, I want to remind everybody out there, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel on YouTube, ECN European Cricket Network. Tell your family, tell your friends, because it's a big month coming up. September's always huge on ECN as we count down to the Euros of cricket. Don't forget also our website, europeancricket.com. You can take a peek at the squads. I think they should be in there by now. You can check out the profiles. If you're playing fantasy cricket, there's a lot of information in there with the Swedish men and the Spanish women in town. Also, don't forget, we have our social media content as well. Some ECC specials and also some of the best bits of Austria featuring on there at European Cricket. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. Thanks for keeping me company, particularly all those in the chat that got a bit interactive. Hope you stay happy. Hope you stay safe. Rico will be back with me tomorrow to take you home. Finals day and then the international weekend to come here in Austria. From all of us here at ECN and the European Cricket family, thanks for being part of the community. We'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Here's some of the best bits, thanks to Elsa, who's heading home after today, and all of our fantastic crew at Spring Media. Enjoy the best bits of day 11. For now, it's hasta mañana.